Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your cell phones. Throughout the day, there will be multiple networking breaks, so out of respect for our speakers, we ask that you please refrain from speaking during the panels. Good morning. We're honored to have you join us for the first Iran Prosperity Project Conference, where we will unveil the research conducted for Group 1 of the project. We're excited to open with the IPP team. Leading off, please join us in welcoming the President of Nufti, Dr. Ganji, for opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I apologize for starting a bit late. We normally try to be right on time, so I apologize for that. Your Imperial Highness, Princess Noor, Princess Yasmin, my dear friends, colleagues, it's so good to see so many familiar faces here. Good morning to everybody. And I'd like to welcome everyone to the first phase of this IPP. As you probably do know, for years, we have been talking to a lot of lawmakers, a lot of who's around the globe, especially His Royal Highness. And I guess the question was, what's going to happen after Islamic Republic's demise? And if there is a plan, are we going to be another Syria? Is Iran going to be another Iraq? Is there going to be a chaos? So we've always been looking to try to find out some sort of a, find some sort of an answer to that question. And of course, this IPP has been the brainchild of His Royal Highness from get-go. He's always been trying to identify some of our experts, some of the people that they happen to be good at certain fields, to try to have a plan for the future of Iran after Islamic Republic. So I'd like to publicly thank him for the idea. I'd like to thank him for his perseverance and the precious time that he spends with all of us to try to, advise and try to basically brainstorm to see what we simply have to do and what we got to come up with. This IPP obviously started about a year and a half ago. We tried to identify certain topics, certain fields that, our compatriots can simply, contribute to and have some sort of a plan for that. Originally, the talk was between, I guess, us and Dr. Jahan-Parvar. Then Dr. Ghasseminejad came into picture. Then Mr. Sharif-Emami came to the picture as basically project managers of this particular project. And I'd like to thank him for all the time that they put and the precious, advice that they give everybody else. Then it becomes to our contributors. Our contributors are, many, many successful Iranians who have been doing a lot of goods in this country that, became very handy to all of us for this IPP project. So my gratitude goes to all of them for the time, for their expertise, and for the advice that they simply have. So this first phase of the IPP is done. So there's 2 more phases going to happen, which of course will keep you guys posted. I also like to thank all of our staff at Nufti. Originally, I was going to recognize Taimaz and Nader and Kamran, but then last couple of weeks, I found out that, everybody at the office were working on this project nonstop, from Mina to, everybody. It's, I don't want to leave anybody out, but everybody has been working so hard. And of course, as you probably do know, nothing nothing gets to be done without resources. We have to have a resource to do the type of work that you guys have been witnessing the last few years. And of course, some of our contributors to these projects wanted to be anonymous, which I respect that. But of course, few of them, Mr. Mahsoud, Mr. Semnani, Dr. Makui, who has been basically a main supporter of this project, I'd like to simply thank him as well. I certainly hope that you guys today, after, by the time we're done here, you will be able to take with you more than what you came in with. And hopefully, at the end, if there are any questions, I'm sure there are plenty of people to answer that. Mostly, we're going to network. We're going to try to find out and basically discover the talents among us. And of course, I'm sure if you know of anybody who could simply contribute to this project, you would simply do that. Without any further ado, again, thank you so much for all of you guys attending here. I hope you enjoy it. If there is any shortcoming, I apologize in advance. It's no one's fault except me, so you could simply complain to me. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ganji. Next, please join us in welcoming Nufti's Vice President, Kamran Khansarinia.
Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince Reza, Princess Yasmin, Princess Noor, for joining us for the unveiling of the first phase, the first group, rather, of the Iran Prosperity Project. Before I say a brief comment in Persian for our compatriots watching this live across the world, and particularly inside Iran, I want to mention one thing that I'm particularly proud of this project for, and the team that put it together, from whom you'll hear very shortly, is we tried to switch the order of this conference and this project compared to most Iranian things. Most Iranian things start with a bang at the very beginning and then sometimes can fizzle out. And it's a lot of talk about what we're going to do and what we hope to do. And at the behest and with the guidance of the Crown Prince, this time we decided to do the work first and come here today and tell you and show you the work that we've done. But more importantly than that, this is just the beginning. The projects, the papers, the academic peer-reviewed research that you'll see today in these 6 papers that will be presented is just the beginning. It is not Moses' 11th, 12th, and 13th commandment. These can be improved, they can be built upon, and that's why, as you'll see on the IPP website, every single one of the papers is open for public comment. There's a call for Iranian academics, economists, business leaders to join us, to submit improvements, suggestions, ways for us to grow IPP and improve these papers. So those were 2 critical elements for us in this project. One, getting the work done first and then coming to show you what we've done as opposed to telling you what we hope to do. And 2, being open for improvements, feedback, and your general guidance. So we hope that you'll use this conference to see what we've done so far and help us improve it as the 2nd and 3rd group of IPP come out in the coming months ahead. فقط یه نکته میخواستم خدمت همیهنان عزیزمون به خصوص اونایی که داخل مملکت هستن عرض بکنم و یادآور این بشم که بعد از کنفرانس امروز فردا یه ویژه برنامه به زبان فارسی برای رونمایی قسمت اول پروژه شکوفای ایران ضبط خواهیم کرد که طی هفته‌های آینده از طریق شبکه من و تو منتشر و پخش خواهد شد و برای ما مهم بود که چشمانداز اقتصادی آینده ایران به زبان فارسی برای همیهنانمون ارائه بشه. بنابراین در روزهای و هفته‌های آینده میتونید این برنامه هم از طریق شبکه من و تو تماشا بکنید. و در پایان عرایزم همه ما در نوفتی و تیم پروژه شکوفای ایران امروز به فکر همیهنانمون در بندرعباس هستیم و فاجعه‌ای که در بندرعباس رخ داد و جنایت دیگری که جمهوری اسلامی علیه مردم ایران مرتکب شده دلیلی است که این پروژه روز به روز اهمیت بیشتری پیدا میکنه و به فکر همیهنانمون در بندرعباس هستیم و این پروژه برای اوناست و برای هر شهروند ایرانی که نه فقط آرزوی فردایی بهتر داره بلکه به آن باور داره، به خاطر رهبری شاهزاده رضا پهلوی و به خاطر برنامه‌ای که امروز و در کنفرانس‌های بعدی هم ارائه میشه. باز هم به همه شما خوش اومد میگیم و امیدواریم که در طول جلسه امروز بتونیم در خدمت شما باشیم. سپاسگزارم.
Thank you, Kamran. The desire for not just freedom, but for prosperity is one that comes first and foremost from the streets of cities across Iran. It is the people, and particularly the youth of Iran, especially those who have paid the highest price, whose memory and sacrifice we honor with this project. To remind us of why we're here, we'll begin with a video from Serena Esmailzadeh.
سلام بچه‌ها، امروز اومدیم پیشتون با یه ویدیوی متفاوت. My lover's got humor. He's the giggle at a funeral. Knows everybody's disapproval. یه نوجوان 16 ساله چی نیاز داره؟ به محبت کردن، محبت دیدن، دوست داشته شدن و دوست داشتن نیاز داره. ما نیازمند شادی، تفریح، نیازمند یه روحیه خوب، یه وایب خوب، یه انرژی خوب. همه اینا نیازمند چی هن؟ آزادی. اینجا بحثمون یکم دارک میشه. چرا؟ چون یه سری محدودیت هایی که مخصوصا واسه زنها خیلی بیشتر، مثل حجاب اجباری یا خیلی خیلی ممنوعیت هایی که واسه پسرها نیست. مثلا ما حتی یه استودیو نمیتونیم که اینا همه ما باید مواجه شدیم، درد سراشو تک تک چشیدیم. شاید تو بیشتر، من کمتر، یا من بیشتر تو کمتر، اما هممون میدونیم که ایران چه وضعیتی داره. مردم یک کشور چه انتظاری میتونن داشته باشن از کشور خودشون؟ رفاه، رفاه، رفاه. نه چیز دیگه ای. خب وضعیت اقتصادیمون داغونه، فرهنگیمون داغونه، اصالتمون داغونه. Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of the light. Tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that death instead. Good God, let me give you my life. Take me. دیگه این الان 20 سال پیش نیستش که ما جز دو جوانای همسن خودمون تو ایران هیچ کس دیگه ایران ندیده باشیم. نه، ما اون کسی که تو اتیوپی داره از گرسنگی میمیره هم دیدیم. اونی هم که داره تو الی عشق خودش هم میکنه هم دیدیم. و خب اونجایی هم که انسان کمالگراست همیشه به اون خوبه نگاه کنه و میخواد بشه اون خوبه.
آزادی is looting. چه حسی بهتر از این حس که رها و آزاد میشی؟
My lover's got humor. He's the giggle at a funeral. Knows everybody's disapproval. I should have worshipped him sooner. If the heavens ever did speak.
خیلی دوست دارم حالا که دارم میرم واقعا آخرش وقتی چند سال گذشت خوشحال باشم که رفتم تصورات و همه چی عوض شده.
He tells me worship in the bedroom. The only heaven I'll be sent to is when I'm alone with you. I was born sick, but I love it. Come on. Take me to church, I'll worship like a dog at the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that death instead. Good God, let me give you my life. Take me to church, I'll worship.
Now, we're eager to welcome FDD Senior Advisor, Nufti Senior Advisor, and IPP Architect, Dr. Saeed Ghasseminejad, to discuss the introduction to the Iran Prosperity Project.
Put my water here in case I need it, like Secretary Rubio. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. I woke up today to the news that Mohsen Lashkar-Neshin was executed by the regime. And one of the goals of the IPP is to build a free, prosperous, and secure Iran where people like Mohsen will not be executed but will thrive. Louder? Okay. Thank you. First, let me address the elephant in the room, not Shahzadeh. Will the ongoing nuclear negotiations between the Trump administration and the Islamic Republic make the regime's fall impossible or render the Iran Prosperity Project obsolete? The short answer is no. The Islamic regime in Iran must fall, and it will fall. Will there be a deal? Maybe. I'm still skeptical. Will it become more difficult for the Iranian people to remove the regime if the United States offers Tehran significant sanctions relief, over $1 trillion over a few years? Yes, that would pose challenges. But would it ensure the regime's survival? Absolutely not. The regime in Tehran has spent 4 decades antagonizing key groups, both domestically and internationally. It has shown neither the willingness nor the capability to change. Its core ideology prevents it from granting basic social freedom to a population that desperately yearns for them, as you saw in that video. Furthermore, pervasive corruption and incompetence have robbed Iranians of economic growth and financial stability that they demand. Consider this: 4 decades of double-digit inflation and stagnant growth have pushed Iran's real GDP per capita below its 1978 level, when the Shah was ruling Iran. This is a stark testament to the regime's failures. Does a nuclear deal change any of this fundamental reality? No. Over the past 4 decades, the regime has spread terrorism across the world, vowed to destroy Israel, sought to force the United States out of the Middle East, and worked to install puppet regimes across the region. Will a nuclear deal alter this aggressive foreign policy? The answer is no. A nuclear deal wouldn't even change the regime's long-term ambition to acquire a nuclear bomb. As Supreme Leader Khamenei recently implied, any agreement would likely be viewed by Tehran as merely temporary. The regime right now is weaker than ever, and Iran is ripe for revolution. The Iranian people understand that the regime will not change its behavior, and therefore the regime itself must be changed. Since 2017, Iranians have taken to the streets in 3 major waves of protest, encompassing over 150 cities and towns each time, demonstrating their unwavering resolve. This movement now has a leader, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, has discourse and ideology, and has its own organizations. Moreover, since October 7, Israelis increasingly recognize the regime not just as an existential threat, but an immediate one. Hopefully others, including the United States, will recognize this unique opportunity and join this effort over time to put maximum pressure on the regime and offer maximum support to the Iranian people. It's simply too important to miss. So where does the Iran Prosperity Project, IPP, fit into this picture? The IPP serves as a crucial purpose. The IPP serves a crucial purpose. It aims to reassure key stakeholders, including the Iranian people, the Iranian diaspora, and the international community, including foreign governments, international organizations, and multinational corporations. that there is a viable plan for the post-Islamic Republic Iran. This plan focuses on stabilizing the country after the regime's fall, restoring prosperity to Iran, and identifying opportunities for workers, entrepreneurs, investors, Iranians and non-Iranians in a future free, prosperous Iran. Let me conclude with what my colleague Mohammad Reza Jahan-Parvar and I wrote in the introduction to this collection of white papers. It's important to emphasize that these papers are not final, but dynamic living documents that will evolve and improve over time. Just as the current draft is the result of multiple rounds of discussion among experts, we hope that the publication of each paper will lead to constructive debates among experts regarding the proposal set forth, resulting in improvements, corrections, and the creation of better solutions for the problems that Iran faces. Thank you very much for joining us here. And it will be...
Thank you, Dr. Ghasseminejad. Now, please join me in giving a warm welcome to IPP project manager and investor, Amir Sharif-Emami, who will deliver a general overview of the Iran Prosperity Project.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking everyone for their hard work thus far on the project, especially the Nufti team and all the contributors. This has been incredible, and as I've said to the team, today serves as a true commencement of sorts, a conclusion of the work done thus far, but really just a beginning. The project, as we've discussed, was started approximately 2 years ago in the wake of the Zan Zendegi Azadi protests in the fall of 2022, and has been organized around the 10 principles for prosperity. This and other elements of the project can be explored in greater detail on our website. The project has 3 intended audiences. First, we aim to reinforce the Iranian people's will to live in a free Iran. We also aim to activate the diaspora and bring together different generations from all over the world to help build a better Iran. Additionally, the international community stands to benefit tremendously from the re-entry of a free Iran onto the global stage. The project objectives are to convert the latent hope into an operational plan. Now is the time. We envision the project as a tree. We've started to build the roots, and we look forward to seeing what people contribute as the figurative branches of the project continue to grow. The key assumption of the project is that there is a mostly peaceful change in government. The authors go into some detail in their respective papers about the potential scenarios contemplated. Additionally, access to high-quality information has been challenging, but the project is built to be adaptable as we get further along. There are 3 time periods contemplated in each of the papers. The immediate term, starting after the change in government, the intermediate term consisting of the 6th to 36th month approximate mark, and the long term, which goes beyond that. The project has 2 sections: foundational, where the bulk of today's presentations will be focused. The morning will consist of the Economic and Social Stabilization Group. The early afternoon will have selected parts from the Governance Transformation Group. And the late afternoon will be the start of some of our second section, industrial revitalization. Let's get into a little more of the component parts of the foundational section. So economic and social stabilization will be shared across 4 presentations this morning, comprising 6 papers that the authors worked on: budget, banking and currency, financial markets, privatization, pensions, and healthcare. The Governance Transformation Group consists of education reform, government operations, legal transformation, water governance, security and military reform, foreign policy, and environmental transformation. Industrial revitalization is broken into 3 parts. These papers will be different in nature to the more policy-esque position papers put forward in the foundational stage. We are thinking these are going to be more project-specific plans or proposals, and these categories may change. I'm excited for this afternoon's panel to give you a sampling of the kinds of discussions that have been happening behind the scenes as the papers were formed. The energy section has oil and gas production, petrochemicals, biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare, and mining. Manufacturing consists of automotive, defense industrials, manufacturing, infrastructure, construction, utilities, and then 2 transportation sections, one focused on maritime and highways, and the second being aerospace, and then finally water and agriculture. Iran also has tremendous opportunities to expand its service economy from financials to tech to tourism and everything in between. In the weeks and months ahead, please connect with us. Give feedback to the published pages on the paper on their paper pages. Sign up to contribute to work. To those of you that have reached out, we've been focused on polishing this first group and look forward to connecting or reconnecting and getting the ball moving. We would also appreciate your support in sharing the project. We are in the process of organizing additional events in New York, California, and Europe. Please reach out if you would be interested. Finally, if you do not have the capacity to contribute with your time, you can contribute financially. Many of us are volunteers, including myself, but we do have expenses. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Amir. Before we begin the presentations, let's imagine tomorrow's Iran.
History has turned a new page. The Islamic Republic is no more. After years of struggle, the people of Iran have reclaimed their freedom.
The country's GDP per capita has tripled since the fall of the Islamic Republic.
Iran's currency has officially entered the ranks of the world's top.
Iran now hosts the most advanced oil industry in the world.
Iran has unveiled the most advanced transit airport on the planet, setting a new standard in global travel and turning the country into a major international hub.
Iran's modern army is now stronger than ever.
From Silicon Valley to Tehran, top talents from around the globe are choosing Iran for work, study, and innovation. With its booming economy and world-class universities, Iran is now a magnet for the best and the brightest.
Our first panel, The First Budget of a Free Iran, Building a Foundation for Prosperity, details the key fiscal challenges that the transitional government faces in the immediate aftermath of the Islamic Republic's collapse and makes policy recommendations to address those issues. First, please join us in welcoming Dr. Mohammad Reza Jahan-Parvar, a Washington, D.C.-based economist and author of this first paper, to present his and IPP's findings and research.
Thank you very much for having us here. This is the I'm in a difficult situation. I have to actually present the first paper, so please bear with us, but I hope that I don't bore you to tears by the time that it is over. Budget is not everybody's cup of tea. Okay, so some preliminaries. In terms of the size of the Iran economy, you have to keep in mind that the country is about $400 billion in terms of GDP. About 25% of this $400 billion is government expenditure. I want to bring it to your attention that the estimates of Iran's GDP differ based on which exchange rate you are using. We are using the consensus exchange rate and the values that World Bank and IMF are using. Meanwhile, if you look at the graph, look at the left-hand side, you notice that the size of consumption within Iranian output is about 50%. This issue becomes important later on, as I'm going to show up in a few minutes. in terms of revenues of the government, this figure shows that in recent years, as the size of the exports and the revenues of the government has shrunk because of the stagnant economy and the difficulties to actually export oil, the size of the taxation has gone up. It could be a good thing, but right now, the way that it is implemented is that you are taxing a shrinking revenue more harshly. Another issue that we are going to revisit later in the project, in the presentation. And at the same time, the share of the transfer payments, which was a big item for the Iranian governments in order to actually, so to say, help people who are under pressure from decades of stagnant growth and high inflation, that has actually declined steadily over the recent years. So with these items in mind, that's actually what we are going to do in the first 100 to 180 days. So we have a couple of guiding principles in writing the document. The first one is do no harm. So the new government has taken over. We assume a fairly peaceful transfer of power, but the government lacks a constitutional mandate. So the first thing that you need to do is to build trust. In doing so, it is super important, actually crucial, vital, to maintain two things. The discharge of government functions and services, and the second one is to maintain the integrity of the payment system and the banking system. Our colleagues are going to talk about the integrity of the banking system, but I want to just briefly mention that as we move forward, that since 50% of the output is based on consumption, if people lose their assets or they cannot make payments, that very quickly collapses the economy. So we want to make sure that these crucial services continue. The second one is that you need to engage the global community and fairly quickly. So first, you have to talk to the international community, starting with the colleagues right across the street. IMF is across the street here. And in principle, we should be able to receive some sort of partial sanction relief fairly early. The example that we had in mind, and actually was very timely when we were writing the document, was what happened in Syria, that the fairly quick partial relief of sanctions happened within weeks after the transfer of government. Now, meanwhile, we have to take some actions. The transitional government needs to take some actions that potentially you do not want to do in the long term, but you are forced to do in short term in order to keep the integrity of the government in place, including issuing domestic debt. That is to say that the government essentially issues debt, asks the banking system to absorb this debt, with the caveat that unlike the Islamic Republic that essentially borrows from the banking system and postpones payment ad infinitum, we are going to do that with a sunset clause in mind. Okay? Now, once you have managed to keep the government intact for the first 100, 180 days, you get into the transition period. And at that point, we are going to, any government that comes to power needs to carry out certain reforms early on, absent constitutional mandate, because that is a requirement to build public trust with Iranians. Number one is that you have to dismantle some harmful or inefficient institutions. The list is long. We have actually made some suggestions in the document. Please take a look. If we have missed something, please remind us. If you disagree, please share your comments with us. So some state and quasi-state-owned institutions need to be placed under either custodianship, receivership, and on occasion, very, very few occasions, you may have to actually nationalize them. So the end goal is that you take over the inefficient and dysfunctional institutions. You probably recapitalize them, you put them together with the objective that eventually the ownership is going to be transferred back to the people. Through, for example, privatization schemes or placement schemes, different forms that are available. Meanwhile, it is super important to put transparency in the budgeting process such that everybody is on the same page that what is happening to the government. And anybody who's familiar with the inner workings of the Islamic Republic knows that corruption actually acts as a brake and as a huge cost to almost any form of operation. As a result, you need to have some implementable and credible anti-corruption procedures in place. Moving forward, during the transitional period, you are likely to have situations where partial or a large part of the government revenues do not get materialized. What do I mean? For example, there may be disruptions in oil exports even after sanctions are removed. Or there might be some sort of contraction after the transfer of power, because, for example, there may be sabotage in place. So we have looked at 3 different scenarios. Assuming that there is loss of government revenues, the mildest form is that you lose about 20% of revenues. It can go to about 35%, and finally, a very severe case, you lose half of your revenue for the first 2 years, roughly. Now, imagine that you are looking at, remember that if the government revenues are declining, it means that the size of economy is also declining, so you can cut some of the services of the government. But one way of managing such shortfalls is that you can actually appeal to international financial institutions or markets. Given that about $100 to $140 billion of Iranian assets are frozen abroad, managing even a 50% decline over 2 years is actually not difficult. So I want you to actually keep that in mind, that the government can finance its operations through issuing either short-term debt or loans. The one problem that you have is that Iran actually has been cut off from these markets for 4 decades. It's a good thing. You do not need to negotiate with foreign creditors. A major obstacle, for example, for Poland or Hungary in 1989, 1990. On the other hand, you do not have anybody who has done that within the country. Here, the diaspora's expertise come to play. We have a lot of people that actually have that expertise in international institutions. The second part is that the other part that is super important is that you need to engage the global community. What do we mean by that? So you need to get partial or full access to blocked assets. Resumption of international trade very quickly. Did I run out of time? I believe I did. So I'll make it through. You need to access global financial resources to finance the potential shortfalls and then build trust. Very important. Part of it is that you take loans, but you make sure that you pay them on time, such that there is trust built that the interim government actually can meet its obligations. I'm going to go very quickly through this because this part is important. For the long term, the importance is that to wean the budget off the hydrocarbon revenues, essentially cut off the government financing from energy sale. The budget needs to have a pro-growth, a market-friendly stance. Focus on the common government responsibilities. What do I mean by that? Iran has a large government that doesn't do much, and it doesn't do anything quite well. Focus the government on what it should do, rather than getting involved in every little detail of citizens' lives. And very important is that you have to envision providing services for an aging population. Iran is not a particularly young country anymore. Many of the people in the workforce are going to age fast. And income and corporate tax rates need to be such that you can attract foreign direct investment. We propose a two-tier taxing system for the energy sector, such that anything other than energy gets taxed at a lower rate, but energy sales, like oil and gas exports, get taxed at a higher rate. It is actually implemented in several countries in the region, so we are familiar with the outcome of such actions already. You need to provide incentives for innovations, investment, and growth. And one way of doing that is to look at this destination-based cash flow tax, which essentially taxes consumption or goods that are supposed to be sold within the country or services that are supposed to be sold within the country, but you do not tax exports. So that is supposed to be an inbuilt mechanism to promote exports and production. Finally, as I mentioned, that dismantling the highly unpopular wealth taxes that are currently in place in Iran are going to be a top priority, because essentially people are burdened with tax on inflation. So assets that are going up in nominal value get taxed, while actually people are not earning the income. So I'm going to just quickly mention the sustainable budgeting, because that's the last part that is very important for us. So we are suggesting a cyclically balanced budget. What do we mean by that? Is that essentially you can, as a government, spend beyond your revenues during an economic downturn, but over the economic upturn, you essentially tax at a higher rate in order to make sure that on balance, over the economic cycle, you have a balanced budget. The reason for that is that you want to avoid the possibility of going down the Argentine route, that the government, in order to get elected, spend way beyond their capacity and make the country prone to severe financial crisis. The Iranian democracy is not going to be entrenched. The institutions are not going to be particularly strong. This is one way of imposing discipline on the governments. And then there is definitely some thought needs to be given to the central municipal government revenue sharing provisions to incentivize regional competition. With that, I'm actually going to stop the presentation, and I'll invite my colleagues to join me in the roundtable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jahan-Parvar, for the presentation. Joining us for this panel are Washington, D.C.-based economists Dr. Saeed Ghasseminejad and Dr. Borghan Narajabad, as well as senior researcher at the University of Pittsburgh Center for Governance and Markets, Dr. Machine-Chian. This panel is moderated by Dr. Mohammad Reza Jahan-Parvar.
Thank you very much again. So I'm going to, since we are running short on time, I'm going to jump right in. So it is extremely bad form to ask hard questions from your co-author right after your presentation. But I'm going to break this protocol just once. Not really. And I'm going to ask Saeed, what do you consider to be the most pressing challenges right after the transition?
Does this work? Yeah. So it's basically how much money you will need and where do you get that. So if you look at the expense side, you will have the Iranian version of Doge. It can get rid of a list of items. We have identified those. Those are good for news cycle, but generally they won't be a lot, like a lot of ideological propaganda thing. On the proxy side, I think you have around $1 billion per year. On the foreign aid, before the fall of Assad, it was like $3-4 billion per year. We have to see how much it is later. So you can cut some cost on the expense side, but for the first 180 days, it would be very difficult to cut a lot because most of the expense is in the subsidies, in the insurance payment, in the government employees. in the pension. So on the revenue side, we can go item by item, but what we see there is that to materialize those revenue, what you really need is good international relation, security in the country, domestic security, and keeping the integrity of the government. So if you have those three, the revenue items can be materialized. Like, you need to get your money, the blocked money. For that, you need some kind of sanctions relief. Unfortunately, most of that money is in China, so you need good relationship with China. You need to be able to export your oil, petrochemical, and precious industrial metals. So you need to, again, you need good international relations, sanctions relief, and you need the integrity of the government be there so you can actually get it done. For the taxation, so if you don't have security in the country, it's very difficult for you to have, to tax people. There won't be much business. So the point that I want you to know when you live there is that it will be easy if we have domestic security, if our foreign policy is in a way that we have good relation with neighbors and with the world, not just the West, but also China. And if we keep the government working, if we go and fire everyone, it would be very difficult to run the country. And if we do that, we can pass the 180 days. When it comes later, the basic thing is growth. So growth.
With that, actually, I'm going to go to Mohammad, who has extensive experience, actually, with in and outs of the Iranian government for the last 15 years now. So with that, Mohammad, what do you think are going to be the major issues that we have to bear in mind in the interim period for the transitional government?
Good morning, everyone. To begin with, I struggled for a long time between two paths to go. On one hand, deep, fundamental, rapid reforms. On the other hand, we can go for incremental, gradual reforms. And my conclusion is Iranian people undeniably are demanding change. And I think this is a great opportunity. And especially if done successfully, this can contribute to solving other problems as well. Probably the most important one being the political capital. And that can solve that as well. However, there are a couple of issues. For example, the state capacity. We know for the past 46 years, the Islamic Republic has prioritized devotion over expertise. They made that very clear. So we're dealing with a bloated bureaucracy. We are dealing with skill gaps. I have no reservations about the plan, but to be able to execute it with that infrastructure is going to be very difficult. At the same time, there's another problem as well. Budget. Most economic issues and many other issues in Iran come down basically to budget. At the same time, basically improving budget or proposing a budget is a very political act. With every decision, you're creating friends and enemies. There will be losers and winners. There's no avoiding it. And there will be resistance. And even the Islamic Republic, despite however unhinged they may be, they have been trying to reform certain aspects of the economy, especially for the past 5-6 years. They already have some of the state institutions basically on board, at least in theory, but they haven't been able to really push many of these policies. So it's not going to be, even they haven't been able to successfully implemented. So my conclusion is it's not going to be easy, really. And I'll leave you there, I guess.
Well, with this severe constraint of state capacity in Iran, I'm going to ask Borghan, what are your concerns for the long term, and what do you think are going to be important issues that require further thought and further discussion within the group and, like, you know, outside, with output from outside the group, input from outside the group? What do you think we should be thinking about for the long term?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to build upon what Mohammad hinted at. So it's evident that Iran's economy needs urgent sweeping reforms. For the past 2 to 3 decades, basically experts have been debating various economic reforms, but most of these discussions have failed to translate to any meaningful policy changes. And in cases that we have seen these reforms being implemented, such as the now infamous so-called direct subsidy reform, in fact, their execution was so drastically altered that the outcome often contradicted the original intent of those reforms. So then one wonders what was the reason for these failures. And in my opinion, the primary reason for these failures lies in the political structure and priorities of the Islamic Republic. So moving forward, basically any effort to design and implement successful reform will depend on the authority granted by a constitutional mandate and the priorities set by Iran's future political framework. For instance, you and Saeed basically propose a 2-tier corporate tax system for the energy and non-energy sectors, drawing on experience of other nations. This idea is basically nice in terms of providing a strong foundation for public debate and policy development. However, it also assumes that Iran's future constitution will permit private ownership, or at least private extraction of oil and gas resources. Likewise, you suggest replacing Iran's fledgling value-added tax system with a destination-based cash flow tax system. And you outline this alternative system's advantages and potential challenges. Now, this is a very well-informed discussion, and it's valuable for future discussion. But it too rests on the assumption that the future constitution of Iran will allow the government to tax firms, and, for example, wouldn't just restrict taxation to, say, voting individuals. Now, one might argue that, well, you know, all of these constraints will be met by a democratic political system, and, you know, to be honest with you, I won't disagree with that. But that said, still, you know, your discussion leaves some topics completely unexplored, largely because they are tied to Iran's future governance framework. For example, if you think about sort of municipalities, municipalities could potentially serve as semi-independent fiscal authorities, and the services they provide could extend the traditional services that they are providing now, and, for example, include like education or even some levels of public safety nets. Yet the questions about their taxing authorities, their sort of ability to issue debt, or the level of their fiscal dependency on the central government, they are all, you know, require further exploration. And obviously, these issues are largely connected to what type of broader design for a democratic future in Iran we have in mind. Now, that being said, I want to basically emphasize that overall, still, I find the long-term reform proposals that you put forward to not only be valuable for sort of as a resource for future policymakers, but also likely to ignite the type of robust public discussion that we need for shaping Iran's democratic future.
Well, thank you very much, all three of you. With that, we are going to wrap up the budget. I know we know that we are over time, and we pass on to the next discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this excellent panel. Our next panel is Banking, Currency, and the Financial Markets Crisis, which identifies the current crisis and provides solutions for introducing stability and transparency in Iran's banking system and financial markets. First, please join us in welcoming Dr. Siamak Javadi, Associate Professor of Finance at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and author of these two papers to present his and IPP's findings and research.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Your Highness. So let me start the presentation. Before diving into this presentation, I would like to thank Nufti for its support and all the staff and the Crown Prince for his vision that enabled us to work on this project. So here's the overview. Here's the overview of the presentation. I'm going to start with the current situation in Iran, and I will offer some facts. Then I will get to short-term risk and suggested policy recommendation. I'll do the same for long-term. And then at the end, I will offer some long-term recommendations and kind of an overall framework to basically rebuild the banking system and the financial market. So where are we right now? So these facts, these graphs, I should say, kind of summarize the current situation. The root of the problem is on the graph at the top. You can see Iran has been suffering from chronic budget deficit. It's been running in the negative territory for over basically 2 decades. As a result, you can see double-digit inflation basically right after the revolution, and you can see the typical characteristic that high inflation rate is associated with also high fluctuation in inflation. And as a result, you can see that the exchange rate between Iran and the Iranian rial and the US dollar is just going off the roof, and this pattern has been continuing since 1979. So none of this is a surprise to anyone. But on top of that, you can see on the top, you can see the Tehran Stock Exchange has the lowest market capitalization compared to other stock exchanges in the region. On the right panel on the top, you see the stock market capitalization to GDP, and Iran stands at 528%. 528% of the Iranian GDP. That is pretty large. That's there are some debates, there are some criticism to this measure, but given Iran and its economic structure, we know this is a clear signal that the Iran stock market is completely overvalued. It's a bubble, and it's consistent with this pump and dump policy, especially that was revealed during the Rouhani administration. So for instance, you can see in UAE it is at 82%. And then at the bottom, you can see the relationship between annual inflation and basically different measures of money supply. So this chronic budget deficit leading to printing money and increasing the money supply has caused this inflation and double-digit inflation over the decades. We also, Mohammad kind of touched on this issue. Iran, depending on which organization you look at, has one of the most corrupt economies in the world. Probably, if you look at the World Bank, Iran is one of the most corrupt in the region. You look at the Corruption Perception Index, Iran is one of the worst. If I remember correctly, the statistics off the top of my head, I think out of 181 countries listed by Corruption Perception Index, Iran is sitting around 160. Then we have substantial, in the banking system, we have substantial accumulation of non-cash flow generating assets by banks. So this is a total disaster. and then massive rollover losses, then it's rising. And I'll get to these issues as to why this is happening and what we could do about that. Other issues that we are very well aware is that since the first time FATF started publishing its list, Iran was blacklisted. Central bank lacks independence in setting its monetary policy. The clergies are actually in charge of that, so Central Bank of Iran does not really have much independence. The turnover has been very high. It's been close to 2 years. Over the past 20 years, we have had 10 governors of central bank. In contrast, for instance, in Russia, we had only 2. And then on the result of all of this is the complete erosion of trust and credibility due to numerous policy failures. So some diagnostic about the financial markets in Iran. Iran is suffering from asymmetric information. The financial market is suffering from asymmetric information, insider trading, and corruption. And these two, all of these interact with each other. There are a lot of reports by prominent financial newspapers inside Iran about this systemic corruption and insider trading. CEOs, mostly affiliated with IRGC, they basically capitalize and trade based on their private information at the expense of the public who are not aware of those, interlocking and working of the company. The government price control and intervention, which has been the hallmark of Islamic Republic, ranging from currency exchange market to stock market to commodities. Pretty much any place you look at, government has been directly intervening. One of the reasons that the banking system has been able to accumulate this enormous amount of rollover losses without going officially bankrupt is the outdated accounting standards in Iran that allows the banking system to exploit the current loopholes to amplify or inflate, I should say, their earnings compared to their losses. And lastly, the adherence to Islamic finance. The chart on the right, you see that is the share of the Iranian economy in terms of Islamic finance assets. It's even larger than Saudi Arabia. The result of adherence to Islamic finance, it has ripple effects throughout the economy, ranging from depriving companies from having access to risk management tools, to the central bank not being able to use open market operation the way it's done in the West because of the interest prohibition in Islamic finance. Now, this is kind of a controversial topic. Some people argued when I was presenting this internally that this is no longer a looming crisis. It is actually a crisis ongoing. We're in the middle of it. And it's pretty much a classic example. We teach this in Finance 101. So Iran is going through these 3 stages. We have the initial stage. You have the persistent government fiscal deficit leading to ballooning of liquidity and money supply and high persistent inflation. And then you have the banking crisis following the accumulation of non-performing loans. On the asset side of the banking balance sheet goes down, net worth goes down, and then you have this vicious cycle. And the third stage, you have the currency crisis, and all of these interact with each other, which will cause the escalation of this situation to go into a downward spiral. High level of inflation and currency depreciation kind of reinforcing each other. And then on top of this, you can add all of these fundamental issues. For instance, Iran has not been able to attract any foreign direct investment. For instance, in 2022, Iran only attracted 0.1% of total FDI, foreign direct investment, in the world. Capital flight has been a consistent issue. About $98 billion that have left the country over the past decade, roughly speaking. Iran has been running a chronic budget deficit, $17 billion. I checked the statistics yesterday. Right now, it is sitting at 14.1, still a deficit. On top of it, the central banking system does not have enough capital to intervene the way they used to do that during the previous Trump administration maximum pressure policy. As you can see in the graph, the nosediving is the part when they started actually using the reserves they had when the maximum pressure campaign went into effect. And then as the Biden administration started to run the country, you can see a gradual improvement. But right now they're sitting less than $30 billion. And all of this leads to the conclusion that given the fragility of the banking system, not having enough reserves, rising interest rate by the central bank to fight currency depreciation and capital flight is not really feasible for them. So they are basically going to be stuck between a hard place and a stone. So some short-term risk and suggested policy recommendation. Before going into the details, I need to emphasize that all of the data we look at here, not only my presentation and also my colleagues, these are based on the publicly available information offered by Iran Central Bank and the other international institutions. But as I presented to you, Iran has one of the most corrupt economies in the world. They are notorious for having a very opaque financial system. So these are basically based on what we know. After the collapse, you may go and check the books. It might actually be a lot worse than what appears right now. So the overall objective in the short term is kind of consistent with what Mohammad said: stabilization, keep the system afloat, and running and avoid causing any damage, any further damage. So basically, you've got to control the boat to stay afloat. So one of the major risks immediately after the collapse will be bank run. And this bank run is not going to be limited to one particular bank, because the inevitable uncertainty after the collapse of Islamic Republic is not a typical uncertainty you see during election cycles. This is going to be kind of a political uncertainty with the potential to reshape the entire Middle East and pretty much the global dynamic and the economic working of the region. So as a result, the bank run, the potential risk for bank run is not going to be limited to one bank. It's going to have a domino effect across the entire banking system. So the policy recommendation to address this is the expansion of deposit insurance. Right now, the banking system in Iran does offer deposit insurance, but it's minuscule. Converting it into dollars is like about $1,500. It's really nothing. So this needs to be expanded, a forced bank holiday, putting freezing deposit withdrawals. And one important thing that should be done is to hire external auditors to examine the banking system balance sheet, different banks in Iran and their balance sheet, especially during the first and second quarter following the collapse. I'll get back to this point a few times during the presentation, because this is a very important issue. It goes back to corruption and also joining FATF. And another key feature that will show up again and again in my presentation and in the other presentation as well is the signaling component after the Islamic Republic collapses. The Central Bank of Iran does not have any credibility right now, so even if they want to do the right thing, given the situation is pretty bad, they need to make very hard decisions, and these hard decisions come at a cost. Given that they do not have social capital, no one is willing to incur those costs. Now, with the transition government in place and with the transition government having that social capital, it is very important and crucial to communicate clearly and transparently. So clear and effective communication is going to be crucial during that moment, during that period. Another risk is capital flight. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, this is not really a new risk. The country is already experiencing massive and substantial amount of capital outflow, but this is going to accelerate during immediately after the collapse of the regime. So what can be done? Swiftly placing a maximum limit on deposit withdrawals, freezing conversion of investment account to checking account, a halt on fire sale of companies' asset and major change of ownership. Again, I will get back to this. Is also related to corruption by CEOs. They have the incentive to liquidate the asset of the companies they're leading and convert the cash into foreign currencies. Enforce maximum foreign currency limit for everyone who's leaving the currency. Who live in the country, and again, effective and clear and transparent communication is going to be key. Another major risk in the short term is currency depreciation. the one issue we got to remember is that the ultimate objective is to move the country towards a free market economy with minimal government intervention. So as a result, this risk should be managed. How we can manage this is first signal, a credible signal to bring about a positive shock to the economy. How that can be done? The transition government must immediately start talking to the West, United States, to get potentially at least limited sanction relief. Talk to IMF and World Bank. As Mohammad said, we don't have any sovereign debt, so borrow money. Iran has been cut off from that market for over 4 decades. Engage in foreign policy talks with the US and joining FATF, satisfying the requirements they have put forward, and the Islamic Republic failed to comply. So the transition government can send a credible signal that they are committed to provide the necessary documentation to join the FATF. Another major risk is the market crash and the risk of a recession or depression if it goes unchecked. Again, immediately after the collapse, there's going to be inevitably a very uncertain period. And the research on uncertainty is pretty clear, although Mohammad is the authority on uncertainty here, and I'm talking about it. We know when we have high levels of uncertainty, asset values go down, we're going to have decline in corporate capital investment, we're going to have bankruptcies and currency depreciation, there's going to be massive panic sell-off of assets, which will lead to fire sale of assets, and all of these would reinforce each other in a vicious cycle and create a downward spiral. And this would lead to drop in household consumption. And all of this is the very definition of a full-fledged financial economic crisis if it goes unchecked. So what is the recommendation? The recommendation is completely halting all trades for at least 3 months, if necessary, 6 months. That means 1 quarter or 2 quarters after the immediate collapse of the regime. This must be done, again, emphasizing on transparency and clear and effective communication with the public and the market participants. So why would this work? First of all, it will prevent panic sell-off. Otherwise, we know when there is panic sell-off, these interact with each other, it creates a vicious cycle and a downward spiral, and will lead cause the asset values to go way below their fundamentals. We would want to avoid that. It will also mitigate corruption and capital flight. It will help with the depreciation of real. It would release the real, the pressure on real to depreciate, because, again, the major players in this market will be the CEOs, mostly affiliated with IRGC. We already know that. They can liquidate the asset, convert the proceeds into a foreign currency. That would put a pressure on real to depreciate. By halting the trades for at least 3 to 6 months, this would be prevented. And lastly, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there is a need to hire external auditors to examine the balance sheet of not only the banking system, but also all the listed company in Tehran Stock Exchange. Iran is notorious for its lack of transparency and opacity in financial market. This is absolutely necessary to even attract foreign investors so they know what's going on, what the at least reliable valuation of the companies are. So this halt in trading will buy time for external auditors. The other risk is going to be elevated corruption. I've kind of alluded to this up to this point, that during the immediately after the collapse, there is an incentive for CEOs, those close to circle of power, those who have access to information, to liquidate the assets they have, convert the assets they have into foreign currency. And this corruption can have a ripple effect throughout the economy, ranging from currency depreciation to the vicious cycle I talked about a few minutes ago. So again, to alleviate this, halting trades for at least a quarter or two would mitigate this issue. Some other short-term policy recommendation would be to get the country out of the FATF blacklist. I mentioned this before. This is absolutely necessary moving forward. This should be one of the first major things, policy items, if you will, of the transition government to address. Negotiations with the West and the United States to at least partially get sanction relief. and get access to the frozen assets. Mohammad kind of alluded to this. There is no precise estimate. I did some search. It seems like there is somewhere between $100 to $100 billion of frozen assets, mostly, as Saeed mentioned, mostly in China. And lastly, dismantling adherence to Islamic finance. That has been preventing companies to access different risk management tools. It has prevented the central bank to conduct open market operation for monetary policy purposes, the way it's done in modern economies. So this is completely unnecessary to have Islamic finance. As a result, for instance, this Exchange High Council of Iran must be completely dissolved. This is the clergy people basically imposing their religious views on the operation of the financial system. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, examining balance sheet of public companies by hiring external auditors. And lastly, there must be talks to attract foreign investment. I showed this graph earlier. No, I didn't show this, sorry. This is another one. So Iran, as you can see, has the lowest net flow of capital as a percentage of GDP. It's 0.4%. This is even significantly lower than the Middle East and North Africa average. So Iran desperately needs foreign direct investment. And given the current situation, the corruption, lack of accounting standards, there is no incentive for foreign investors to come in. So all of these policies kind of work together like pieces of a puzzle. Hopefully in the short term, we can at least have talks and attract some foreign investors to commit to invest in the country. And as a result, the Tehran Stock Exchange must only open after the balance sheet examination is over and with the help of these organizations, international organizations that have extensive experience in running exchanges like London Stock Exchange or NYSE. Now, I'm going to shift gears and talk about long-term risk and suggested policy implications, suggested policy recommendation. The overall objective in the long run is to transition the economy, Iranian economy, to a free market with minimal government intervention and a financial system that can provide finance to businesses and households and keep the economy predictable and stable. So the major risk for a developing economy like Iran in the long term is mismanaging financial liberalization. We have several examples in the world that countries on the path to become financially liberalized mismanaged, and it led to full-blown financial crisis. We have Mexico in 1994-95. Clinton administration, with the help of IMF, had to bail them out. And we have the East Asia crisis, 1997, 1998. So why would this happen? This is rooted in weak credit culture of developing economies, Iran being one of them. We already know that part of the reason Iran banking system has accumulating these massive rollover losses, part of the reason that the banking system is completely bankrupt, and as a result, the country is experiencing inflation, is these people connected to circle of power obtaining large sums of loans and never paying back. Like Bank Ayande is like a classic example of that. How that can be addressed? Improve the credit culture, proper credit check in the banking system. Banking system must be operating within the Basel framework to satisfy capital adequacy ratios. And the banking system must make sure that the deposit insurance that I talked about earlier is priced correctly so we can avoid moral hazard. So that means riskier banks should pay higher price to enjoy the benefit of deposit insurance. So some other policy recommendation about banking and financial market reforms, the central banking system, modern central banking system is based on 3 pillars: independence, transparency, and accountability. This model should be followed in Iran. The current central bank does not have any of this right now. And one thing that I need to highlight is that all of these policies should not be considered as a standalone policy. These would have to work intertwined with other government institutions, with the budget, with other government agencies to make sure this works. Otherwise, this on its own is not going to materialize. One example is the banking reform. Without addressing chronic fiscal deficit, none of this would work. So that's like on top priority, which goes back to the budget that Mohammad was presenting. Inflation targeting is a good technique for monetary policy. A lot of countries are doing that. So Iran, new government in Iran can do that. The balance sheet analysis and health check of the banking system, as I mentioned before. Most banks in Iran are not in compliance with Basel III, so that needs to be enforced, adopting new and modern accounting standards, IFRS. These all, the percentage should be a little bit higher for riskier ones. Risky banks cannot offer high interest rate compared to the average interest rate. We can, for a country like Iran, that interest rate does not really work to set the monetary policy, we can restrict the expansion of the balance sheet of the banking system, essentially putting a restriction of the expansion or the growth of money supply. And this has worked for other countries, so this can work for Iran as well. And obviously, we need to reform the bankruptcy procedure. So some guidelines to know how to do this. A guiding principle could be Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002 in the United States. This act has its own downsides, but it has a lot of guiding principles that the future of Iran can use. It enhances corporate governance, strengthening financial disclosure, establishing independence of oversight, and protecting whistleblowers. These are some of the items that the future of Iran can use. Then it comes the question of, should the economy be based on banking system or the market basis? As a classic debate. The idea is that neither. We should improve the legal system. To have economic prosperity, the economy should not necessarily rely on the banking system or the market. The empirical evidence on this issue does not show either one is superior to the other. In fact, it shows that how should I say this? Reforming the legal system, enforcing contract, having separation of power is actually what makes sustained economic development. So it's not about banking versus market economy. And as I mentioned before, we need to reform corporate and bankruptcy laws and bring them up to standards. So for instance, we know the Iranian constitution is written after the French civil law. US is after common law. So we can adopt part of the common law that applies to economics and finance and contract enforcement that would help to have sustained economic growth. So basically, it's not really probably not feasible to change the law origin, but we can implement features of the common law that can help with the contract enforcement. Essentially, the legal aspect of business law should be updated toward the standard, not the way it is right now. And finally, in the future, in the very long run, after the inflation is contained, the economy is stable, the government should take action to develop a derivatives market. This is a very important market that would give corporations the ability to manage risk. We don't have that in Iran the way it is in the West. Another issue is to have a debt market, a liquid, deep debt market. The reason monetary policy, part of the reason monetary policy doesn't really work in Iran the way it does in other major countries is that the transmission channel to inflation does not work because the Iran debt market is very thin. So what the government can do is to help develop this debt market. And at the end, the government can also issue shorter-term treasuries to borrow funds. The budget panel kind of alluded to this. At the beginning, it cannot be long-term treasuries because they are very sensitive to different risks. So this is not a concern immediately after the fall. But in the long term, this is something that should be considered. Thanks very much. Now, thank you. I know this was long, but this was 2 papers. I had to. So I invite my colleagues to the panel to discuss these 2 papers a little bit more.
Thank you, Dr. Siamak Javadi, for the presentation. Now joining us for this panel are Washington, D.C.-based economists Dr. Mohammad Reza Jahan-Parvar, Dr. Mehdi Behaqi, and Dr. Borghan Narajabad, which will be moderated by Dr. Siamak Javadi.
Thank you again. So with my colleagues, we're going to discuss these two papers, financial markets and the banking system, a little bit more. I'm going to start with Mohammad. Mohammad, what do you think are the most salient feature in terms of the financial markets and the banking system immediately after the collapse of the Islamic Republic?
Thank you very much, Siamak. So starting with, it's a super important issue to put forward. Right after the collapse, there is a concern that, as you mentioned, that you may have the case of either fire sales or market freezes. And the currency situation, essentially the exchange rate management becomes to the fore. Keep in mind that, right after the collapse of right after the transition, there is this demand, there's a popular demand for the central bank to control inflation. In order to do that, it needs to be able to set interest rates, even if it doesn't have a constitutional mandate. The second part is that a pillar of the monetary policy, essentially fiscal and monetary policy of the Islamic Republic, has been intervention in exchange rate market. So although Siamak showed that Iranian rial has steadily lost value against major trading partners' currencies, one feature that you notice is that they try to suppress the fluctuation in this market until suddenly you have a jump. And this essentially it is as if you are putting pressure on a spring. You keep it, and eventually you can't do that and it jumps. And that introduces a lot of uncertainty in the market. The issue that you want to do is that you want, and on top of that, it drains, supporting such a mechanism drains the resources of the economy. Essentially, the little hard currency reserves that you have to actually devote that to maintain these interventions. So for the transitional government, it is super important to abandon this policy, essentially allow markets to decide the correct exchange rate. Given that, once the pressure of a confrontational foreign policy is removed, a lot of uncertainty about the future of Iran's economy will be restored. So the expectation may not be the constant devaluation. It may be actually more attention paid to future growth. Now, that requires that at least for the short term, and potentially even for an extended period, until the legal issues of corruption and asset stripping or other shenanigans of institutions related to, for example, IRGC or the Supreme Leader's apparatus are resolved in courts of law, the government needs to at least monitor and potentially control the flow of capital outside the country. That's going to be a popular demand. It also makes economic sense. Taking all that into account, abandoning the defense of these crawling peg, or essentially constant current intervention in the exchange rate market, that's going to be an important issue that would help the central bank to focus on reduction of inflation, which is going to be the underpinning, the dominant feature of economic policy in order to build trust, such that the other legs of the policies that you mentioned can be built in. So thank you very much.
I would like to add something to you just mentioned. This exchange rate system in Iran, we have these parallel markets, right? We have the preferential exchange rate, multiple of them. It seems this is not done due to lack of knowledge. This is just giving out rent itself. It's a manifestation of corruption. So can you explain a little bit about that?
So, the general thing that we know is that there are three parallel exchange rate markets in Iran currently. At some point, there used to be about 8. That was removed about a decade ago. But what you have is that you have the free, you have the black market rate, you have the so-called preferential NIMA rate, and then you have the official rate. And the gap between these markets can be quite large. The official rate essentially is unattainable. You can only access that under certain circumstances. The NIMA rate is the main policy rate, such that exporters or importers can access their revenues and repatriate them. And for the general consumer, the free market rate, the one that actually has large fluctuations, most of us are familiar with, that's a market that people look at. Now, the problem is that the differential values across these three markets opens up a lot of rent-seeking opportunities, and it has been one of the driving forces of corruption, depending on who has enough connections to access which market throughout the country. So I think that...
Yeah, it's a get-rich-quick scheme for a lot of people with connection. It is. That's the way it is, really. Now, turning to you, so what do you think are the salient features in the intermediate term after the collapse?
Yeah, so let me begin by addressing two salient issues, both with the banking and financial system, as well as to some extent with the fiscal condition of the government. First, as you mentioned, Iran has around 35 banks. Nearly all of them are burdened by balance sheets repleted with non-performing loans. These loans are from almost bankrupt firms, municipalities, state-owned enterprises. And on top of that, most of these banks have taken ownership of numerous bankrupt companies after those companies have defaulted on the loans from those banks. You mentioned basically Bank Ayande, Future Bank, and the famous cases like how Iran Mall was bankrolled for more than a decade and finally was acquired because it was a bankrupt project. But this is very common across the board. Now, given the persistent stagflation of Iranian economy in the past decade or so, basically we have many companies which are practically zombie companies. And the only way that these zombie companies continue to survive is by rollover of their debt by the banking sector. Now, this practice has in turn pushed almost all Iranian banks into insolvency. Now, how do these insolvent banks continue to survive? Basically, their survival depends on the continuation of this sustained high inflation. In a sense, this high inflation allows these banks, as you discussed, because of lack of proper accounting practices, this high inflation allows these banks to continually reevaluate the book value of their acquired bankrupt companies at higher prices, and at the same time paying basically significantly negative real interest rate on their deposits. So this is where we are in terms of our bank sector. In my mind, this is the most salient problem that we are going to be needing to deal with.
So what do you think can be done? What do you
But
think
before getting to that, I want to also emphasize that this is just one aspect of it. The other aspect is that basically we have concerns about government's fiscal conditions, as Mohammad mentioned, and you touched upon it as well. This year, basically about a quarter of government's budget is expected to be funded by issuing new debt. That's double the proportion of debt financing which was last year. So obviously, this is a clear example of lack of fiscal discipline. But the surprising part for me has been always that despite this heavy reliance on debt funding, Iran basically sort of lacks a proper government debt market. In a sense, basically, most of government debt is forced upon banks or pension funds if they are not directly absorbed by the central bank's balance sheet. Put simply, in Iran, our primary debt market lacks an effective price discovery mechanism, and the secondary market for the government debt is virtually non-existent. So this is also the other aspect of flow of credit in Iran. So we have banks which are rolling over these bankrupt firms, and we have a government which is relying on debt financing, but there's no functioning market for this debt financing.
Yeah, I would like to add one thing to just put it in context for everybody. Like Borghan was talking about the rollover losses and how they, push the can down the road. Just to give you some idea, the situation is that the bankrupt banking system of Iran is forced to provide mandatory facility to the auto industry that is bankrupt itself. So like the accumulated loss of the two major manufacturing companies in Iran, Saipa and Iran Khodro, is larger than the official budget of IRGC annual budget. It's a massive loss. They are not making money. So you have an auto industry that is bankrupt, you have a banking system that is bankrupt, and banking system is providing finance to this industry, mandatory finance. And then this is like a large asymmetric issues, conflict of interest. Who gets all the benefit? The CEOs of these companies and the banks and the auto industry, and who gets the costs? The public in terms of inflation. Now, Mehdi, in the long term, what do you think are the most salient features?
Thanks. All right, sorry about that. Okay, now I can hear myself. I can look at long-term challenges from domestic and international perspectives. From domestic perspective, financial inclusion is going to be a major challenge, and ultimately that's one of the goals of the banking system is financial inclusion, right? So from what I understand right now, credit allocation is not sufficient. An average person struggles to get a mortgage to buy a house or get a credit card or basically get affordable loans, right? Not only credit allocation is not sufficient, but also it's inefficient, opaque, and often unfair. As you mentioned, lending, especially to businesses, is often based on connections rather than merit, right? So this does not only hurt individual prosperity, but also it deepens inequality, and it constrains economic growth. From international perspective, I think the trust in Iran's banking system is low, and there are good reasons for that. You mentioned some of them. You talked about accounting practices being outdated. I can add to that the central bank lacks full authority to supervise banks effectively.
So you see that numbers cannot be trusted when non-performing loan rates are high, yet banks continue to report profits. So when numbers cannot be trusted, earnings are overstated, losses are understated, assets are quite mispriced. International banks are not gonna trust to fully engage with these domestic banks, right? And this has important implications for whether it comes to Iran's ability to trade, to attract investments, and ultimately to grow. So these are, I think, the long-term challenges. And so I think to overcome these challenges, several key steps need to be taken. First, I think the most obvious one is Iran should comply with anti-money laundering and financial transparency accords, FATF in particular. Then this allows Iran to gain access to international payment systems, SWIFT, and ultimately gain access to global markets. Second, I think it's important for Iran to adopt and implement Basel III standards. So this means Iranian banks need to be better capitalized, better quality capitalization, stronger liquidity management, improved risk governance. It also requires strengthening the supervision of banks by the central bank or other authorities, updating the standards, training bankers, regulators, bank examiners, taking supervisory actions when necessary, including resolution of a failed bank. So also it's important to know that being healthy in normal times is not enough. You need to be prepared for future adverse scenarios. So this requires a stress testing, orderly and periodically, especially for bigger banks. I just want to emphasize that, like Basel III and the standards like that, this is not just a checklist. This is a global common language of trust between banks. So if international banks and investors see that Iranian banks comply with Basel III, then they gain confidence to interact, to trade, to invest, and basically provide capital.
Let me interject here, just for reference to the public. So the Basel III requirement is, well, what's the percentage for capital adequacy ratio? It's about 8%, right?
So Basel III, yes. So there are different capital required depending on the type of capital. I don't want to bore the audience.
No,
with
I
the
know. But the point I wanted to make is that the average of this ratio in Iran.
So with Iran is much lower than the what Basel III, and even those numbers might not be trusted because some of the numbers are, as I mentioned, you mentioned the accounting standards are, so some of those are different. And I just want to emphasize that there's a fine line between regulation and flexibility. So regulation should not be too restrictive. I don't want to get to too much technical detail, but there's a fine line between having safe and sound banking system and financial system and being able to innovate and grow and invest over time. So when you take all these measures, when we become more transparent, modern, aligned with global standards, I think Iran can transform its banking system from a fragile state to an engine of prosperity. And that's very important to unlock full economic growth. And in fact, I just want to close with that in fact, I think with the right reforms, Iran can join the club of G20 countries and play an important role in the global economy.
Thank you very much. I guess we can conclude the session unless, do we have time for questions? How much time do we have? We have 5 more minutes? Yeah, okay.
Islamic finance. What is Islamic finance?
What is Islamic finance?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. So Islamic finance is not mainstream in the field of finance. It's on the fringe. It's becoming more popular now. Academically, you look at the academic journals, there are not a lot of papers on it. But what it is that it's based on Sharia law. It has basically, if I remember correctly, 3 principles. The interest, bahre, riba, is prohibited. Any transaction should be involving an actual physical asset. So that means when you conduct monetary policy, and you change the interest rate, which is technically only for profit making in a sense, although the ultimate objective is not profit seeking, but it's the implication of it is that the effect of it is going to be profit making for market participant. That is prohibited. And then another implication is that you're not going to have the derivatives market, like you won't have like options market, forward market, futures market in that sense, because they consider this to be a gamble, a speculation. So Islamic finance it has the potential to amplify business cycles. So imagine a situation where you have this fluctuation in currency and the corporate sector does not have the tool to manage that risk, to hedge that risk. And as a result, what happens is that they have to pass on that risk in terms of price hikes and price fluctuation to end consumers. And that would affect consumer consumption, and that means the fluctuations in the economy is not managed, it's directly transferred to the end consumer, to the real economy, and that is not good. Still have time, right? Any other questions?
If he has time, you know, I wanted to basically touch on the transition period a little bit more, because Mehdi rightfully laid the ground for what we need to do in long term, in future. And Mohammad talked a little bit about, you know, what we need to do right immediately, particularly in terms of the exchange rate. There is a little bit of a gap there between, you know, what are we supposed to do once we have somehow, as you rightfully mentioned, we have prevented the immediate bank run, and you know we have stabilized, let's say, the exchange rate. What is the objective going from that stage of, let's say, the first 3 months to then, you know, longer horizon? Now, during this period, we only have the banking sector that we are going to inherit out of this mess. And as I mentioned, you know, this banking sector is highly problematic. And on top of that, we have a government which is going to be basically relying on still continuing its debt financing. Now, the second part is relatively straightforward. You can, you know, rely on various experiences across the world in terms of setting up a fully functioning primary and secondary government debt market. The first one is going to be very tricky in terms of, like, you have all of these banks which are sort of lacking any proper accounting standards. And if we go out there and say, look, you need to cut the flow of credit, all of a sudden, all these firms, all these zombie firms, they are going to be facing a very severe shock. And a lot of them might be forced to either basically engage in fire sale of their assets, which, you know, as we know, particularly given their these firms' corporate structure with various, you know, Islamic Republic cronies taking ownership of them, could be detrimental. Or they try to basically seek some type of non-bank financing, which obviously, when you don't have a proper credit market for government debt, you know, it's not hard to imagine that you can't have a proper private debt market. So then the question becomes, how can you continue flow of credit in, let's say, in the, you know, 1 to 2 year horizon between going from like immediate aftermath of a collapse and then, you know, immediate stabilization until, you know, getting to a, you know, sort of a long-term type of reform. And my suggestion for that period, and it's a tricky, it's just a starting point for discussion, but it's a very important discussion that we need to have, is to sort of prevent banks from extending extra credit to the to their already borrowing, you know, heavily borrowing companies that some of them are actually owned by those banks, and forcing these companies to seek extra credit from other banks. So this is the minimum we can do so that we impose some type of financial discipline on these sort of almost bankrupt, or in some cases bankrupt companies, without forcing them to sort of engage in fire sale. Otherwise, if we go out there and say, okay, look, banks are in trouble, they shouldn't be lending anymore, particularly for the companies that they are already, you know, some of them are owned by these banks because they have already defaulted, or, you know, they have non-performing loans. If we go out there and do this, then, you know, it's going to be a drastic outcome. Again, I'm just laying out the big challenge out there, and my suggestion, as I have to emphasize that it's by no means a final word on this, is to say that, look, we might be thinking about forcing these firms to engage in reaching, you know, credit, asking for credit from other banks, and in that process, we basically reestablished better accounting, better, you know, financial discipline. And this way we can go from like immediate aftermath of the collapse, which at that stage, you know, we don't need to worry necessarily about like, okay, what's going to happen for like 1 to 2 years, to, you know, to a condition that, okay, now, you know, we have stabilized, we have some flow of credit, these firms did not engage in fire sale, and now we can implement long-term.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very critical point. Do we have?
Essentially a means of transferring funds, especially funds that they are not backed up by actual dollars, but borrowed money. Is any strategy set up just to make sure those LCs are canceled?
So basically, you know, that touches on the discussion that Mohammad and Saeed, you know, talked about it. Right now, Iran has a substantial amount of frozen financial assets outside, and if we manage to basically unfreeze some of those assets, then, you know, we would be able to deal with these LC problems properly.
All right, I think we can conclude the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much to our panelists. We now welcome you for a brief 15-minute break for refreshments and coffee. Our next panel, Privatization for Progress, Reshaping Iran's Economic Future, examines the role of privatization serves in dismantling the old regime's economic grip, improving efficiency, and fostering transparency, competition, and governance. First, please join us in welcoming business strategist, data analytics expert, and author of this fourth paper, Ahmad Eshkhiar, to present his and IPP's findings and research.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, I have to grow a little bit shorter. Thank you very much. So, when the first thing we do is just overview what happened in the past two systems. It's just we start with what happened prior to 1979. The privatization under Pahlavi regime was a continuum of economic growth in 50s, 60s, and 70s. So the majority of the big part of the privatization was through white revolution. About 50% of the agricultural land was given to the farmers. This impacted about half of the people in rural area, about a third of the total households in the country. But apart from that, there were also large companies that got privatized partially or fully. Iran Air, for example, Iranian Tobacco Company, and also Iranian National Steel. The idea was to bring fresh blood for management, bring in foreign direct investment, and also connect these companies to global market to have better chance of growth. But in contrast, what happened since 1979? The first thing they did, they confiscated assets of these private companies, put it in the helm of the government, and later many bunyads that they created. Initially, for example, Bunyad Mustazafan in 1980, and later ICO in 1989, that they grew to substantial sizes by confiscating assets. So what they have done later, in 90s, they started thinking that none of these organizations work, and they started thinking of privatization. In the year 2000, they ratified the privatization through Iranian Privatization Organization, and in the 20 years since that, they privatized $88 billion of assets. And I say $88 billion of assets, this is the sale value. This is not intrinsic value, this is not asset value. Many of these companies were sold way below intrinsic value, and in many cases below the asset value, sold to cronies. And what I mean by cronies, only 10% of this value was transferred really to the public, to private sector. The rest is just washed for fast profit, and I go through that. If we look at the breakdown of the companies that they got privatized, almost all of them are asset heavy. And this is a very good indication that why privatization under the current regime did not work. Why? Why they were so interested in liquidating this asset and selling them to public? Many of them were sold below the asset value. So a person with connection with rent would get this organization below the asset value, just breaks down the asset and sell them partially. So there is no value creation. The whole intention of privatization was not met, the whole objective. And then we go to the second problem, apart from the systematic corruption, is lack of political will for proper privatization and lack of political will for growth. If there was an intention for growth, these assets would have been privatized differently, not just for a fast profit. These are the most important issues that privatization under the current regime has not worked, is not working, and is not going to work. So what is the current state of state-owned enterprises in Iran? We know more than 3,000 state-owned enterprises, and there are probably thousands more that are under shell companies or hidden for sanction busting or many other purposes. And the total value of these assets we estimate to be about $400 billion. This is the top line estimate, not the bottom up, based on the size of Iranian economy estimate. And the major economic holdings that hold these state-owned enterprises are IRGC, Bunyad Mustazafan, ICO, Astan Quds, and Comité Imdad. And I want to say these organizations are the top big fishes in the ocean. There are other bunyads or other organizations that are smaller, or their assets that they have are publicly traded, which is way easier to deal with, contrary to these contrary to these holdings. And with that, I go to experience of Soviet Union before I say what we need to do in Iran, what worked and what didn't work. So there were lack of legal framework and free market experience that resulted in many issues in these countries. Every single one of them had that, some lower, some more. So they had short-term decline in GDP, short-term decline in productivity, and short-term harm to job market. Some countries, they had some elements of free market, so they were harmed less, but others, they got harmed, and this impacted the political landscape and created a potential for the previous elite to come back and get power. It created a resentment among the population. For example, in Russia, in 10 years since fall of Soviet Union, the prices rose 26 times, and the GDP dropped by 40%. So it's just total collapse of economy in 10 years. And as we are speaking about Russia, how they did the privatization, in big part, they did through a very faulty voucher program. So they distributed voucher among people, but the employees and managers, they got the lion's shares of stocks in the company that they were working for. So the managers had the incentive to do share dilution. They were issuing stock, and they were devaluing the stock that was given to non-manager and non-employees. They took ownership of stocks of employees kind of by force. So if you want to keep employed, you have to give me your shares. And then it created the same corrupt elite that were running these companies. It got rich and rich out of the new system. So they benefited in the past system, they benefited in the new system as well. And about people, they got these shares. There was no market system for valuation of these assets. There was no price discovery. So the thing that happened is that there were fire sales of these assets. People were selling their government-issued vouchers for a kilo of butter. This is literally a kilo of butter. And they didn't know what's the value. And who had the money? The old KGB chaps. They had the money. They accumulated the wealth. It's just, so Soviet Union fall, it didn't get better. It get a little bit worse for many people. And if that was not enough, they had other programs like loan for ownership that the banks or financial institution can give loan to a manufacturing facility and get the ownership of it just based on loan, which was very faulty. Again, resulted in massive wealth accumulation. The thing that they have done that worked very well, working on removing import restrictions, creating competition, working on income tax and VAT overhaul to create government income, and regulatory overhaul. And some of the countries, they had also post-privatization control that really helped the government to ensure public interest after privatization. So with that, we go back to Iran. There are certain questions that we need to answer. The first one is that what is the government control method? So it's this day one, in which way the government is going to own these assets. For the majority of cases, we recommend receivership. So the government has control, but it does not, the balance sheet of these companies is not going to be under the balance sheet of the government, because many of these organizations, as Dr. Javadi and Dr. Jahan-Parvar discussed, they are deeply in debt. They are not having any positive value, and putting them under government is gonna has to carry that debt. Some of them, especially if they are in financial institutions, the debt and the obligation might be uncapped. And this is a big risk. With the exception is strategic assets, notably oil and gas industry and national security assets. They are going to be under government ownership, and they're going to be privatized in short and long term afterwards. Another form of government control, government exerting control, is restitution. Many people's assets were forcibly confiscated in the past 45 years. The respect of law and private ownership requires that these people have the right to their property, and we have to respect that. So there is going to be restitution. There is a problem with that many of these assets have changed hand in hands, or they have been broken down. It is not possible to return the exact asset to the right owner. With that, we have to define a specially assigned court, and these people go through a court settlement, so they are not dealing with the organization that confiscated their asset, but with the court order, the government has the mandate to return the real value of their assets, to compensate them. And with that, we go to objective. The objective of the privatization is three parts. The first one, which is the obvious one, is economic value. Every privatization effort wants to maximize economic value. But there are two other objectives, especially in case of Iran and in case of countries in transition. One is that minimizing disruption. Dr. Jawadi and Jahan-Parvar discussed this. In short term, we are going to have a lot of problems. You do not want to disrupt job market. You do not want to disrupt financial market. You want to have as little short-term impact as possible. Every single Eastern European countries had a drop in GDP, had a big hike in jobless market. We want to minimize that, and we have the resources to do that. And the third part is demoralizing Islamic regime loyalists. And by that there are some assets that, while they have no economic value, they have meaning for the Islamic regime loyalists. And privatizing those assets and selling them to the new owners send a message that that regime is over. So with that, we go to privatization method. In short term, again, following the discussion that the price discovery and a fire sale is a big problem in short term. So we don't want to sell the asset in a public market in short term. The majority is going to be through voucher distribution to people, and they're going to be hold between 1 to 3 years for selling them until the market finds its balance and these assets actually become valuable. And this maximizes public participation, and people are going to see that the new system is there for them and not just to maximize corruption as the previous regime. There will be a minority equity offering because we want eventually a price discovery in the market. You want the free market to work, you want free discovery of the value, and you want private owners of these shares to run the company, to maximize their own long-term benefit. And in long term, it's going to be reversed. A majority of shares is going to be offered as a public offering because we have a price discovery. There is no fire sale, and people can buy it in public market. The market is settled. And with that, I go to post-privatization framework. The whole idea is that we talked about what we know, what we know, we don't know, but there is always be something that we don't know that we don't know. There are things that are going to happen that we cannot control ahead of time. So we can do planning forever, or we can be ready to adjust our plan. Post-privatization control is that we have to oversee how the privatized companies functioned, if we can correct course for the future privatization. And also, similar to many other countries, for example, Germany had, and it still has, government has a sharing vote in many large companies. If they want to have major M&A or any larger asset sales, the government has a say in it because there is a public interest about it. And with that, we are going to ensure the smooth transition toward a free market that everybody can enjoy and profit and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad, for the presentation. Joining us for this panel is entrepreneur Mishal Al-Gurgawi, financial analyst Puya Naseri, and investor Alex Fatimi. This panel is moderated by Ahmad Eshqiar.
Thank you very much, our distinguished guests. Alex, I start with you. I know you have a very strong opinion about ensuring freedom and prosperity through free market. And I want you to tell us especially that you wrote a preface to the paper, which was very great. I really enjoyed reading it. I really encourage people also to read it. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much, Ahmad. I just would like to congratulate Nufti, especially Dr. Ganji and Kamran, as well as Dr. Ghasseminejad and Amir Sharif-Emami for putting this event together. It's very useful, and of course, I think people here share the view that this is the beginning of the reconstruction of a free Iran. Free markets and free societies come together are two sides of the same coin, the exact same way that the coercive, the oppressive nature of the Islamic Republic has on the flip side its command economy. Free markets, privatizing the economy is also the surest way to break the power structure, the economic power structure of the Islamic Republic, and break what I think can be easily qualified as a system of crony socialism. The last point I would like to make is that a democracy, a free society, prospers on prosperity, and the surest way to achieve that is competitive free markets.
Thank you very much. Michal, I wanted to get a little bit of your thoughts about regional cooperation, what interest is in the region to cooperate economically in Iran, if they want to invest in Iran or any other form of cooperation.
Thank you for having me. I'm from the Emirates, so it's just across the Gulf. I think, the global order that we've had is going to change. And I think that right now, my hometown, Dubai, with Abu Dhabi, is emerging as sort of a center for what I think is going to become the new non-aligned movement. Anybody that wants to sit out this US-China war is going to be tethered in a way to that region, to that country. I think there's a lot of interest from the Gulf in Iran. Iran is one of these countries that should be a Korea. It's just chosen to be a North Korea instead of a South Korea. But there is absolutely no reason why it shouldn't be a $2, $3, $4 trillion economy, right? And the path is very straightforward. You look at a country like Turkey, which is next door, same population, double the GDP. I think it should be the opposite. I think Iran should be double the GDP of Turkey. I see the Gulf in its expanded definition looking as significant as Southeast Asia. And I think that block could be animated. There's a lot of complementary skill sets between both sides at this point. And that would be a future I'd like to live in.
jokingly say that. Oh,
You guys got to decide what your priorities are.
And with that, Puya, I wanted to ask you, from the standpoint of, from the viewpoint of the foreign investor, what risk do they see and what they are interested in investing in Iran? Their interest and the risk that they calculate for.
Good morning, everyone. So that's a great question. Also, if you're talking about the government-owned entities and companies, a different way to look at it. And if you're looking at Iran as a host country for the foreign direct investors, that's another way to just look at it. So because our discussion is mainly about privatization of this government-owned or semi-government-owned companies, it's very important to before even attracting any investors, even like local or the foreign, it's very important that all these companies have to go through very thorough auditing process and risk assessment, because there is like major risk involved in this type of companies because they're like corrupt. They did not compete in a very free market, so they use inside information to gain projects, to have access to capital and other type of incentive. And so it's important to know what is the valuation of these companies. It's not just their assets they own, but also what is the value of this operation. And that's the base before privatizing these companies and then going through that. So Iran, also for in general, the foreign direct investors looking at expanding in new markets, there is like macroeconomic perspective and geopolitical risk that they look at it first and assess those risks. And they look into different industries. Like, okay, if I'm investing in oil and gas and energy, this is a great market because and they're like resource seekers, basically. They're resource seeker type of investors that they come first to this type of markets and they're willing to take higher risk because they need access to those resources. And then once the country is like developed further, we can attract different type of investors and different type of foreign capital into a country.
Thank you very much. Michelle, I remember you had a very interesting talk about the risk that privatization should mitigate, and there are short-term problems that can arise during privatization. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, I come from a country that has had a lot of success with state capitalism. It takes less than 10 minutes to renew your driver's license, and that is completely run by the government. There's a lot of very successful sovereign wealth funds from my country. And I feel like this idea of privatization is correct, but it's a North Star. And I really think the worst thing that could happen for Iran in this scenario is a repetition of the Russian scenario that you spoke about. And I think focusing on building institutions that are post-Islamic Republic is the most important thing. And being kind of not ideological about whether it's state capitalism or sort of market capitalism, and maybe having a long-term horizon. A lot of government state-owned entities in Dubai, for example, are being IPO'd right now after being run by the government for 20 or 30 years. So I think we should be more ideological about the what and not the how, because the worst thing that could happen is that you could have this scenario like Russia, where you do it badly, everything gets sold in a fire sale, oligarchs buy it, people get pissed off, and then they say, we need a strong man, and then you get a Putin, right? You can see a scenario where something like this could happen in Iran, and that would be terrible, and would be, I think, an underwhelming outcome for what you all want for your country. So I think just being more measured and not super committed to sort of this kind of free market endgame is important. So again, if you take nothing from my comments today, please be ideological about the what, not the how.
Fantastic. Many of us are free market hawks, so it's a good comment here. And Alex, I get back to you. I remember we had a conversation you had a comment about short-term foreign direct investment through concessions that the government can have and how it can bring know-how and also investment from foreign companies. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm going to offer a controversial view as well, which is that I'm not quite sure that that FDI, or rather the inflow of capital coming from abroad, is a matter of urgency for a new state, a new free state of Iran. First of all, there's potentially hundreds of billions of frozen assets abroad. There's massive oil and gas rent revenues. So it's not actually money that is required. What would be, I believe, interesting in attracting foreign companies, foreign investors potentially, is know-how, is skill set. So what we've seen in emerging markets is telecom licenses, for instance, that were auctioned off. I think that was the case also in the 2000s in Iran, or at least the Islamic Republic was looking into it, and that failed. And here the interesting bit, I believe, is that you have a combination of a skill set, a technology that is brought to a market, as well as revenue for that country's treasury. And you can replicate that model for ports, potentially for highways. And there, I think, as well as for a telecom license, the interesting bit for that form of a private-public partnership is to have a duration on it, whether it be 10 or 15 years, which allows for technology transfer without giving up value in perpetuity.
Do we still have time? It seems we do. So, Puya, I have another question from you. From the viewpoint of the foreign investors, what legal framework in Iran should be reformed first that they show interest? From, let's say, not even foreign, from any investor point of view. Is it credit market reform, or is it tax reform, or private ownership reform? Which one is that?
Yeah, I'm not really an expert on the legal side of it, but yes, like one of the things that the investors look into it is like the very transparent regulatory environment of the host country, to see like what is the ownership, what is the rights in this country, what type of ownership they can have, and then what's the tax system, and then corruption and all of that. So we need a really good regulatory environment, and also access to capital is important for the investor inside, for the entrepreneur inside Iran, also even the foreign investors. But yeah, I can't go into the very specific about that, but yeah, that's one of the main areas that they look into and assess.
And one final question, this is anybody who has very interest or excitement about it. When you imagine you're an investor, you want to go invest in Iran, or you want to start a new business in Iran, what really excites you? What part of the economy you find very interesting to invest or grow there?
I mean, this is 80 million people who are the last 80 million people who have not joined the consumption cycle. So if you think about any company in the world, that's a lot of people who have not done what everybody else has done. And then you take on the other side, on the productive side, you think about the average quality of the Iranian immigrant that leaves Iran, right? So even under the sanctions and the mismanagement of the country, Sharif University produces excellent people that go on to Europe and America and do very well in tech, in aerospace, in business. And I think what you could do in that country in terms of consumption and what you could build there because of the quality of the human capital is absolutely incredible. I think that would be exciting for a lot of people.
Alex?
I would invest in Dour. Joking aside, I think that there'll be massive opportunity in the retail space, which is a story that has worked very well in emerging markets. It's probably because I'm not a very qualified investor, and those businesses are easier to understand.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Our next panel examines the role structural healthcare and pension system reforms play in introducing affordability and stability to Iranian society. First, join us in welcoming Princess Noor Pahlavi for opening remarks on the healthcare crisis facing Iranians.
I'm so sorry. That was a great start. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for this conversation about the future of healthcare in a free Iran. I wanted to start by thanking everyone at NUFTI, the volunteers, panelists, and authors for their tireless work in developing this framework for us to hit the ground running and clean up the regime's mess after their inevitable collapse. I've worked in healthcare in the United States for several years now. Healthcare is not just a policy issue, it is a human right. It is a reflection of how we as a nation value the dignity and well-being of our people. And in a future Iran, one built on freedom, justice, and opportunity, we must ensure that every Iranian, regardless of income or background, has access to high-quality, affordable, and compassionate care. Today, however, Iran's healthcare system is mired in both a fiscal and a moral crisis. Ordinary families are being crushed under the weight of rising costs, while the regime continues to abandon even its most basic responsibilities. Iranians are paying more and receiving less, trapped in a system shaped not by compassion or competence, but by mismanagement, neglect, and corruption. Out-of-pocket payments already make up nearly 40% of total healthcare expenditures, one of the highest rates in the region, and this burden is expected to grow. That means millions of Iranians are one diagnosis away from financial ruin. Meanwhile, shortages of more than 100 essential medications, including life-saving treatments for cancer and rare diseases, have become tragically routine. The regime has failed to secure even the most straightforward pharmaceutical supply chains. As a result, counterfeit drugs are flooding the market, endangering countless lives and forcing patients to gamble with their health simply to survive. Parents are forced to make impossible choices between buying their child's medication or putting food on the table. Cancer patients are skipping chemotherapy because the drug is out of stock, or worse, because they can't afford it. Grandparents are rationing heart medication, taking half doses to make a prescription last the month. In today's Iran, illness can mean bankruptcy. The regime has, of course, left ordinary Iranians to face this crisis alone. This is not just a budgetary failure. It is a betrayal. It's not the result of sanctions. It's the result of the Islamic Republic prioritizing its ideology and its wars over Iran's people. That's why I'm glad that in its very first group, the Iran Prosperity Project has addressed this crisis. The IPP Economic and Social Stabilization Group offers an informed, academic, fact-based vision for rebuilding Iran's healthcare system. It confronts the consequences of decades of inequality, mismanagement, and neglect under the Islamic Republic. It addresses the complex demographic and economic challenges Iran faces, including an aging population and a strained public budget, and proposes reforms rooted in bold innovation and globally tested models. As we prepare for a free and democratic Iran, we must remember the vision my father has shared for decades, that freedom is not abstract. It is the ability to raise a child without fear of preventable illness. It is the peace of mind that your health will not bankrupt your family. It is the conviction that the state exists to serve and protect the people and not the other way around. To bring about this new paradigm requires political change in Iran. But to make that change sustainable requires economic plans like the one set forward today by IPP. Let us never forget, healthcare is deeply personal. Behind every statistic are real people, mothers, fathers, children, who deserve to live with dignity and without fear of financial ruin due to illness. Fixing Iran's healthcare system is not just a policy challenge, it is a national imperative. If we get this right, it will send a powerful message that the new Iran values life, fairness, and the well-being of every citizen. Thank you again to our author and our panelists for your vision and expertise, and to all of you for being part of this vital conversation here today. Sorry I was late.
Thank you to Princess Noor. Next, join us in welcoming quantitative finance analyst at Bank of America and author of the 5th and 6th papers, Dr. Payam Alipour, to present his and IPP's findings and research.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm going to talk about both pension and healthcare reform. And the two parts of my presentation are going to follow a similar outline. So we'll start with some basics for both subjects. Then we'll talk about the current state of affairs in Iran. And after that, we'll share our long-term vision for reform in Iran. And finally, we'll describe the transition process to get there. Okay? So there's actually a common theme to both of these topics that is caused by Iran's rapidly aging population, okay, which is due to its dramatically falling fertility rate, as you can see here, and also continually rising life expectancy, right? And as the population gets older and older, this is, of course, going to put severe pressure on both of those systems, right? Both pension and healthcare. So there's a common theme here. Now, I'm going to deliver the punchline first, okay, by talking about our long-term vision, and then we'll get into the details, right? So here's our pension proposal. For pensions, we want to switch eventually to a fully funded defined contribution, or FDC system. It's going to have a 12% contribution rate, and the split is going to be 5-5-2, including a 2% contribution by the government. This 12% is very similar to existing FDC systems in Australia, Denmark, and Israel, and actually a bit higher than Chile's 10%. And some people argue that one of the reasons that the experience in Chile was not maybe as successful as people had hoped was that the contribution rate was not high enough. So, we're going to make it a tad bit higher than that. And these contributions are going to be invested in globally diversified financial assets, and people will have choice, okay, over who manages those funds, those investments. There will also be some so-called nudges, right, lessons rooted in behavioral economics, to basically encourage more participation and encourage more saving, more participation in this program. Now, upon retirement, those investments will be either fully or partially annuitized to provide retirees with a steady stream of income, right, and protect them against further risk. And for contributors to the FDC system, who nevertheless had low lifetime earnings, and as a result, their savings are not high enough, right, to support a minimum standard of living in retirement, they will qualify for regular income assistance. Okay? So how about our healthcare proposal? Our healthcare proposal is going to be based on medical savings accounts. It's going to be a market-driven model inspired by Singapore, which also has MSAs. It's going to have an 8% contribution rate, again, including a contribution by the government. The provider network is going to be largely, private to encourage competition, and prices will be largely market determined. We will have targeted income-based subsidies to cap the spending on the minimum benefit insurance package to 5% of every individual or household's income. And this is inspired by the existing system in Switzerland. Okay? And then contributions to MSA and enrollment in insurance will be either mandatory or, we're going to auto-enroll people and allow them to opt out later. This depends on how paternalistic we want the government to be. So that's a debate for another day. Okay, but we have both of these options. Okay, so let's start with pensions. Let's cover some basics and terminology first. So there are three basic objectives to any type of pension policy. One is consumption smoothing, and that is captured by the replacement rate that the pension plan offers. Okay, the replacement rate is the ratio of your pension benefit to your pre-retirement income. Okay, and on average for OECD countries that is 61%. In Iran, as we also see later, it's 83%. Okay? The second function is insurance against outliving your retirement savings, right? In other words, insurance against longevity risk. Okay? And that function is served through annuities. Finally, you have the poverty relief component, and that is usually captured by giving low earners a higher replacement rate than the average worker. Okay, so in the OECD, for low earners on average, that replacement rate is 73% as compared to the 61% for the average worker. Okay? Now, there are a number of dimensions along which we can classify pension systems. One is defined benefit versus defined contribution. Okay, so in DB systems, benefits are exogenous, and then contribution rates are kind of endogenously determined to match those payouts, right? Whereas DC systems are the opposite. Okay, another way to classify them is paid versus funded. All right, so pay or pay as you go means that pension benefits are paid out of contributions by current workers, right? Whereas funded means benefits are paid out of accumulated and invested funds. Okay? Now, under certain assumptions, a PAYG system gives you a rate of return on your contributions that is almost equal to the growth rate of the aggregate economy, okay, or big G here. So to get a perspective, big G for the US is about 2 to 3% per year, right? And that big G itself, of course, is a function of population growth as well, right? So you can already see that as fertility rates fall and population growth rates fall, okay, PAYG systems start to get into trouble, right? For funded systems, what's the rate of return? Well, if you, for example, assume that it's fully invested in US equities, right, the rate of return that you can get, that little r there, is about 9 to 10%. That's real return on the stock market, right? So in the long run, now, in Iran, the short-term dynamics could be a little different, but what we care about is the long run, okay? And in the long run, you almost always have that famous R, for those of you who are familiar with Thomas Piketty's work. You have that famous R greater than G equation, which means that funded systems give you a better return, right? Give pensioners a better return on their investments and contributions than paid systems, okay? And that is one of our main motivations for wanting to switch to funded systems. So right now there are 17 pension funds in Iran that cover about 75% of the population. And the largest one is the Social Security Organization, which covers about 54% of the population, followed by the one for civil servants, okay? And there are other ones for armed forces and the rural population and so on. Now, these pensions are mostly DB PAYG, okay? They are partially funded in the sense that they do make some investments, right? But their investments do not yield that much, right? So they're mostly DB PAYG. And the present system suffers from a lot of issues. So it's overly generous, at least on paper, right? But that's actually kind of paradoxical because that generosity makes it unsustainable, right, and results in a funding deficit. And to fill that gap, the government starts printing money, right? And that creates inflation, right? And reduces the standard of living of everyone, including the pensioners, right? So on paper, it's overly generous, but maybe not in reality, okay? It's also highly fragmented. As you saw, 17 different pension funds, and that raises issues with mobility and fairness. It is poorly governed. It encourages non-compliance, and so on, okay? So it's a long list. I'm going to focus mainly on the SSO, right, because that's the largest fund. The total contribution rate for the SSO, and remember that SSO also has a health insurance and unemployment insurance part, right? We'll get to those later. This is just the pension part, okay? The pension part, the total contribution rate by employee, employer, and government is 21%. Government share is 2%, and the government often doesn't pay it right away, okay? So this actually is one of the highest rates in the Middle East and North Africa region, all right? And that is one of the factors that causes non-compliance with the system, okay? The formula for calculating the pension benefit is this factor of 1/30, which is also called the accrual rate, okay, times the number of years that you've contributed to the system, times your average earnings over the last 2 years of contributions, right? So this last 2 years is also highly unusual. Most countries in the world either use lifetime or say at least 25 years, at least, okay? This is also another factor that causes non-compliance, by the way, okay? The accrual rate, that captures basically how much extra you get, right, in pension benefits for every additional year that you contribute, okay? And at 3.3%, it is also much higher than other MENA countries, right? 1.5 to 2.5%. And as a result of all of this, the average replacement rate is 83%. Remember, OECD, the Club of Developed Countries, is only 61%, all right? So these are all of those, generosity on paper components that I was just talking about. Now, the early retirement is a huge issue in Iran, right? So the average effective age of retirement is about 51, okay? And that is because until recently, basically, legally you could retire as early as 50 if you were a man, or 45 if you're a woman, or even earlier in some special cases, right? Now compare that 51 years of the average retirement age with life expectancy, which is about 76 to 80 years and growing, right? So this, of course, causes a huge problem with unfunded and growing liabilities in the system, right? And the government, recognizing this problem, actually in 2023 raised the retirement age for men only to 62, okay? But that is still lower than the OECD average, which is about 64, okay? And here is what Iran's population pyramid looks like right now versus what it will look like in 2050. So you will just have a larger and larger number of older people who have to be supported by a shrinking number of young workers. Okay, so now, having replacement rates that are close to 100%, right, and support ratios, the support ratio is the number of contributors per pensioner, okay? Support ratios that are below 1, all right? The CSPF and the Armed Forces Pension Fund are already illiquid, okay? Basically, 90% of their funding just comes from the government. Contributions and investments don't pay for it, right? And they are consuming 62% of the government's social welfare budget already, okay? SSO with a support ratio of 4.2, which is not considered perfectly healthy, but it's still not that bad, okay? This is still liquid, but because of its long-term unfunded liabilities, it is insolvent. So by some calculations, the present value of its unfunded liabilities is about 220% of Iran's GDP. And by the government's own projections, right, the funding gap of Social Security alone by 2055 will reach 15% of Iran's GDP, which is equal to the entire government spending in Iran, right? And by 2090, it'll reach 50%, okay? So they're all in a dire situation. Now, what is our long-term plan? So first of all, let me say that there has been a worldwide movement toward this model that we just talked about, toward a move toward FDC systems, okay? So Iran will by no means be unique in this. So the 12% total contribution rate will be will go to mandatory individual retirement accounts, or MIRAs, right? And be invested in various assets, right? We already talked about this. So the government contribution, unlike the 2% government contribution that we have for Social Security right now, this is going to be a flat contribution, right? It's just going to be a flat amount equal to 2% of the national median wage, because we don't want the government to subsidize high earners, right? There's no fairness justification for that, basically. So it's going to be flat. And we put this here partly to address the demand to redistribute oil rents, which we believe will exist in a future Iran. And we will make it conditional on the individual contributing to the MIRA system to basically encourage more compliance, right, with the system. So again, investments will be annuitized upon retirement, and this, again, can be either mandatory or we can auto-enroll people with it with the option to opt out. And then if someone's lifetime contributions are not high enough to generate an income that is above the poverty line in retirement, then they will qualify for regular anti-poverty relief. But this option will be open only to those who contributed to MIRAs during their working years, because we don't want to basically destroy the incentive to invest, right, in your working years and just be reliant on this program. So it'll be only available to those. Another way of encouraging compliance with this system. How about the transition process? So most countries that switched to FDC had the government honor its obligations to existing pensioners, right? And that's what we're planning to do as well. But in those countries, this generally involved issuing new debt, new government debt, right? And that debt, of course, has to be paid out of additional taxes, right? on current and future workers. So that raises the question, does this really make future generations better off, right? Given those differential returns on investment that we talked about earlier. But fortunately, in Iran, we don't have to think about this too hard because Iran has massive natural resource rents, right, that can be used to fund this process without relying on heavy and distortionary taxation, right? And by the way, there will also be additional revenue available through privatizations to the government, okay, which can use to finance this process. Let me jump ahead a little bit. So Chile, who went through this process, had to devote about 4% of its GDP to paying those legacy obligations, right? And I don't have precise numbers for Iran because that would require very detailed simulations, but we're confident that it'll be less than 10%, let's say, okay, less than 10% of the GDP. By comparison, oil rents in Iran, in good years, when there are no sanctions, exceed 20% of the GDP, okay? So there's plenty of money, essentially, to pay these legacy obligations. Now, for the transition, we envision a two-phase process. Phase one is going to take 5 years, right? And the kind of main goal during that process, that phase is to minimize the disruption, right? And continue to support existing and soon-to-be pensioners, right? So we'll preserve the core of the old system, but make some parametric reforms around it, okay? We will also prepare the infrastructure for the eventual launch of MIRAS, right? So what about those parametric reforms that we'll need to take to improve the system's short-run finances so it doesn't put too much pressure on the government? Well, one element is going to be gradually raising the retirement age to 67 and then indexing it to further increases in life expectancy, as is done, for example, in Finland, Sweden, other countries. Okay? There will also be some reforms to that benefit calculation formula that I showed you, and these are recommended by the IMF. So the accrual rate will be gradually reduced to 2%, and that wage calculation window will be gradually increased from 2 years to 20 years. Okay, so it will have some beneficial effects even in the short term. And we'll also have governance reform, right? Now, I won't get into this, but one of our panelists later on will cover this subject in more detail. In phase two, then, we will shift people younger than 50 to MIRAS, right? And we will compensate them for their prior contributions to the legacy system, right? Again, out of various sources of revenue that will be available to the government. People older than 50 will stay in the legacy system, right? Because we just don't want to disrupt their lives and their plans too much, right? And they're already 50, right? So they have too short a horizon to kind of save and accumulate and grow their savings. So they will remain in the old system. They will not receive any compensation, but will be paid in accordance with the old benefit formula. Okay? All right. Let me talk about healthcare reform now. So again, first, the current state of healthcare in Iran. Okay, the title for this one I think is wrong, but so on the supply side, okay, the public sector is the main provider, right? And there's also a close integration and somewhat unique worldwide integration of medical education and healthcare provision. In fact, both of those are under the same ministry, okay? There is something called the Iranian Medical Council, or IMC, okay, which licenses medical professionals and sets private sector prices, right, that everybody has to follow, okay? And by the way, these prices are sometimes referred to as tariffs, not to be confused with import tariffs, which are a different thing, right? There's something else called the High Council of Health Insurance, which defines the minimum benefit package for insurance and also sets prices or tariffs that insurers A, and B, public hospitals and medical facilities must follow. So there's two sets of tariffs, and we'll return to this. On the financing side, total coverage is above 90%, and about half of that comes from Social Security, right? So this is the healthcare component of Social Security, which also had a pension component, right? And the other half is something called the Iranians' health insurance, which covers groups like government employees, students, and so on. Social Security insurance is mandatory for all private sector employees and employers, okay? And the contribution rates for these programs range from, say, 7% to 9%, okay? And that includes a 1% contribution, again, by the government to Social Security, all right? Okay, again, the title for this one is wrong. So what are some of the problems with the current system? Many, right? But a number of those are barriers to competition in the provision of healthcare, distortionary price controls, again, fragmentation, limited choice in health insurance, and so on. Okay? Now, before we talk about our reform proposal, we have to talk about the topic of moral hazard or overutilization, okay? Which is a problem that every reform plan has to address. And moral hazard really afflicts all insurance, right? In the case of health insurance, empirical evidence for it comes from two of the largest experiments that were conducted in the history of social sciences. One was the Rand health insurance experiment, which started in the 1970s and lasted into the 80s. The other one was the Oregon Medicaid expansion experiment, right? Both conducted in the US, okay? And the interesting result from these experiments is that people who are on insurance plans that pay for 100% of everything, right? They consume a lot more healthcare than other people without getting any tangible health benefits from it, okay? So people tend to think that all healthcare matters are questions of life and death. Not so, okay? The empirical evidence doesn't show that. Not only that, they also take more risks, okay? So here's an interesting factoid here for you. In the Rand health insurance experiment, people who had the full insurance, they were 25% more likely to end up with bone fractures and dislocations, and 35% more likely to be hospitalized for substance abuse. Okay? So we have to deal with this problem, right? And of course, the traditional solution to this is cost sharing, right? Things like co-pays, co-insurance deductibles, things that everybody tends to hate. But they serve a necessary function, because if we don't have those, everybody will just spend more and more, consume more and more, and the premiums for everyone will rise, right? Now, on this chart here, I'm showing the share of out-of-pocket expenditures on healthcare out of total healthcare expenditures, right? And just two things that you may notice. One is this group of countries here, South Korea, Switzerland, Singapore. As you'll see, those are countries that we view as models. They have fairly high out-of-pocket rates, around 30%. Okay? The US, oddly, is at the bottom of that list, and that is one of the major problems that we have here. Now, Iran is at 40%, but the crucial thing is that that's not by design, as we'll see. So it's actually a result of certain flawed policies, right? And what we plan to do is we'll fix those flaws, but we will maintain an element of high OOP to encourage cost control. Okay? Let me skip this. So healthcare around the world, there are broadly three categories of healthcare systems around the world. Single-payer healthcare systems feature both public provision of healthcare and public health insurance, right? So that is your Canada, UK, Scandinavian countries, Spain and Italy, so on. The second group is Bismarckian, countries that follow the Bismarckian model. And provision is mostly private in those countries. Health insurance, while it can be nominally, non-profit private, it is practically public. Okay, so that's Germany and France and so on. And ultimately, we have market-driven countries in which, again, provision is private. Health insurance, you actually have no country that in which insurance is totally free of government intervention. But you could say that it's less than the other two groups, right? And that is your Singapore, Switzerland, the US. Okay? By the way, there's some exceptions like South Korea, which combine single-payer insurance with private provision and high OOP spending. Okay? Now, one thing that you can notice in this figure, which shows total health spending as a percentage of GDP, is that Denmark and UK, look at Denmark and UK, right? Those are single-payer countries that tend to spend less than their counterparts, right? But market-oriented systems with high OOP, they tend to do the best, okay? So how have single-payer systems limited their expenditures? They have mostly done it through things like gatekeeping, capping physician incomes, limiting investment technology, and that has had some negative consequences, right? Rationed care, long wait times, preventable deaths, and so on. Okay? On the other hand, countries with market-oriented healthcare and high OOP have also accomplished that goal without, any of those unintended consequences, right? And life expectancy is by no means a perfect measure of the quality of a healthcare system, but you can see that, the three countries that we're talking about as potential models, they're right there at the top of the list for life expectancy around the world. Okay? And by the way, prioritize equal access, right? But contrary to popular belief, they don't deliver that well in practice, all right? So for example, people with low socioeconomic status face significantly longer wait times in Denmark, okay? Life expectancy inequality between the rich and the poor in Norway is almost equal to that in the US. Practically no difference, okay? And also when it comes to things like medical tourism from Canada to the US, right? Canadians who come to the US because of the long wait times that they're facing, who does that primarily benefit? Rich Canadians, right? So for these reasons, we don't think single payer is a good plan for Iran, right? Now, let me quickly get to our proposals, our long-term proposal. So we will combine, one of the slides is missing here. We will combine medical savings accounts with high OOP insurance. And for subsidies going to health insurance, we will follow the Swiss subsidy system, okay? So in Switzerland, if the cheapest offered minimum benefit package costs more than 8% of an individual's income, the difference is paid by the government, okay? So we're going to do the same thing in Iran, except we're going to set that threshold to 5% of income, all right? We will abolish all price controls, okay? Those that are imposed by the High Council are too low. Those that are imposed by the IMC are too high. Okay, we will abolish both of those. And that is going to solve a whole bunch of problems, which unfortunately I don't have time to get to right now. We will also do some supply side reforms like abolishing pharmaceutical tariffs. There is a point system for obtaining a license to practice in a large city, right? So we'll partially preserve that, at least in the short run, because we don't want urban-rural disparity in healthcare access to explode. But we will reduce the location specificity of those licenses because it creates local monopolies, right? And there's more, including quality control, which our panelists will cover. And let me just say something very briefly about our transition plan. Of course, we have a very detailed plan, but I'm just going to give you an overview. So during this transition period of 5 years, during this entire period, the government will continue to do certain things, right? So one is it'll continue to run the IHI plan, which is run by the government right now, okay? And it'll also enforce the mandate for participation in Social Security insurance. And that is because during this transition process, we can't allow young people on that plan to immediately leave, because otherwise the plan will collapse, and then old pensioners will be left out in the cold, right? So, through a step-by-step process, basically, we will transition the IHI population to the new plan first, right? And once everything is in place and we have a successful demonstration, then we'll basically eventually allow everyone to switch to that plan that we're envisioning. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Alipur, for the presentation. Now joining us for this panel are Professor of Surgery at SUNY, Dr. Reza Saeedi, Tech VC investor Puriya Mojabi, Managing Director of Middle East Risk Consulting, Sara Bozubandi, and CEO of Ahura Healthcare Corporation, Nikon Khatibi. This panel is moderated by Dr. Payam Alipur.
Okay, many thanks to our esteemed panelists. I'm gonna start with Sarah first and ask her a question about pensions. So, Sarah, can you tell us a little bit about issues with governance of pension funds in Iran?
Thank you very much. Allow me just to get the Middle Eastern exchange of pleasantries out of the way by thanking Nufti for organizing this event and thanking all of the contributors and all the panel speakers and organizers for all the hard work that they put into this event. I think one of the key themes that became very obvious throughout reviewing your paper on pension system and listening to all the contributors for that matter this morning, it became very obvious that one of the major challenges that we're facing today in Iran is the issue of governance. And we started off our day with a very moving video about having a vision, having a visual image about the future of Iran. And I think what I see as a key challenge for the pension fund system and pension system in Iran as a key governance challenge is lack of a vision that is focused on shaping and forming a pension system that deals with old age crisis, a system that is dedicated and designed to create a pension system that is sustainable, it's efficient, and it is fair. Of course, being in DC and just sitting across the World Bank, you can't just make a comment about issue of governance without paying respect to some of the guidelines that, for example, the World Bank has created back in the 90s, and then they revised it in 2005, about the 5 pillars of a pension system, right? Pillar number 0 is the universal basic system. It's to address poverty. Pillar number 1 is mandatory public pension. Pillar number 2 is mandatory private pension. Pillar number 4 is voluntary private saving. And pillar number 5 is the informal system. In Iran, unfortunately, the first pillar, which is the universal basic, is half-heartedly there. It's not efficient. It doesn't really address the issue of poverty, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been dealing with this widespread question of poverty, especially amongst the pensioners. Pillar number 1, as you highlighted in your excellent presentation and in your paper, it has its own flaws and problems, specifically, with the contribution system and so on and so forth. Pillar number 3 and 4 are non-existent because we don't have any private pension scheme in Iran. And the last one, which is the informal one, which is the traditional sort of a very important integral part of our Eastern culture, which I personally I think it's something that we should really take pride of, is the informal support of us as the working age population, the younger Iranians, for our elderly people. That is diminishing in Iran, simply because, you know, all those sad stories that was said about budgets and inflation and so on and so forth, because even younger generations can't really afford to look after themselves, let alone looking after their elderly parents. So all of these, I strongly believe that boils down to the question of government budget. It's interlinked with monetary policy, it's interlinked with fiscal policy, it's interlinked with foreign policy. Once you do have governance model that is willing and aware and dedicated to choose these approaches, then you would be able. Sorry, I just brought this for you earlier. By the way, I forgot to give it to you. It's very difficult to address these challenges. Now, I don't want to take more time because once I start speaking, it's a little bit hard to stop me from speaking. But I will offer some specific points about how to address this question of governance in the next round.
And we'll cover that in the next round if you don't mind. So I'm going to follow up with a question to Dr. Saeedi. Dr. Saeedi, can you tell us about issues with quality control in the Iranian healthcare system?
ممنون پیام جان. من اولا بگم همچون که پسرم میگم من انگلیسی بلد نیستم. فارسی جوابتون رو میدم چون یکی از المان‌های مهم هویت ما زبان فارسی هست و 2 هفته دیگه ما بزرگداشت فردوسی رو داریم. من اول تشکر میکنم از نفتی و پروژه IPP که مسئله هلتکر رو آوردن به یکی از مسائلی که اینجا بحث میکنیم. ولی اون چیزی که شما بحث کردین پیام جان عمدتاً درباره هلتکر اکونومیکس بود. همونجوری که گفتن یک نظام بهداشتی و سلامتی المان‌های مختلفی داره که یکیش اکونومیکس، یکی شما اشاره کرده گاورننس. این خیلی مسئله مهمی هست. و همونجوری که پرنسس نور، واقعا من تبریک میگم به شما، خیلی زیبا شرح دادین مسئله بحران نظام سلامت در ایران رو نشون میده که شما چقدر اشراف دارین به این و جا داره که من به والدین شما تبریک بگم. واقعا من خیلی شگفت زده شدم از این شما گفتین و واقعا سیستم بهداشت و درمان ایران متاسفانه در آستانه فروپاشیه و من اینجا میخوام این ایده را ارائه بدم که خوبه که IPP در این زمینه بیشتر کار کنه. شما کار خیلی خوبی در زمینه اقتصاد سلامت کردین که البته من یه سری انتقادهایی هم به اون دارم که میخوام براتون بگم قبل از که وارد بحث بشم. ولی دوستان من دیدم اشاره کردم مسئله ایجینگ در ایران مسئله مهمی هست. ولی من میخوام به شما عرض کنم که 6% جمعیت ایران بالای 65 سال هستن و این داره زیاد میشه. از اون مهمتر ما مسئله burden of disease رو داریم. میدونین 2/3 جمعیت در ایران زیر 40 سال هست. ولی بسیار این افراد به علت بیماری‌های مزمن دچار پیری زودرس و فرسودگی شدن. به عنوان مثال سن بروز سکته‌های قلبی و مغزی در دنیا در دهه 7 هست، در ایران دهه 5 هست و این یه مشکلی هست و باید خیلی در هلت کر به نظر من برای آینده ایران سرمایه گذاری کنیم، چون الان به یک مسئله امنیت ملی مبدل شده. جامعه ایران لحاظ جسمی و حتی روانی میزان بیماری ها درش خیلی زیاد هست. اون پروپوزالی که مثلا به عنوان بسیار شما ارائه دادید درباره out of pocket expenses یا medical saving، شاید میشه پیش بینی کرد که شاید در مثلا بعد از فروپاشی این نظام اهریمنی شاید در 10-15 سال بشه اجراش کرد. ولی همونجوری که پرنس نور به خوبی اشاره کردن، بسیاری از افراد و خانواده اصلا دچار بانکراپسی شدن به این. برای در آینده ایران حداقل من میتونم بگم که در کوتاه مدت و یا میان مدت باید ما خیلی در این زمین اینوست کنیم. این به عنوان مثال شما نشون دادید که 6% GDP در ایران الان به سمت هلتکر میره. آمارهای این آماری که نشون شد 2019 بود، آمارهای جدید از این هم پایین‌تر رفته و این مشکلی هست. و بابا برای اگه واقعا میخوام یک ایران سربلند و شکوفا داشته باشه روی این سرمایه گذاری بکنیم. برگردم به اون مسئله شما که درباره کوالیتی گفتید، این مسئله خیلی مهمی هست. متاسفانه ایران در این زمینه کار عمیقی انجام نداده، به علتی که تمام مسائل رو به صورت ایدئولوژیک و امنیتی نگاه میکنه. به عنوان مثال در امریکا رو من خدمتتون عرض کنم، ما رگولیتوری بادی های متعدد داریم که روی مسئله رگولیشن کوالیتی خیلی تمرکز داره که مطمئن بشه که هلت کیر سیستم یه سیستمی هست که سیف هست، افکتیو هست، افیشنت هست، اکویتبل هست و میتونه آوتکام خوبی رو در نهایت برای جامعه مهیا بکنه. و ما لازمه که در آینده ایران بتونیم این سیستم ها رو ببینیم، مثل سیستم هایی که در اینجا از شما شنیدید، مثلا CMS، FDA، Joint Commission. و باید این سیستم ها رو ما در ایران بتونیم پیش بینی کنیم که میتونن همین پروژه IPP در هلت کیر ریفورم در ایران میتونه خیلی روی این کار بکنه. و ما ایرانیان رو به صورت برجسته در امریکا و خارج از امریکا در داخل ایران داریم که میتونن ما کمک کنن که بتونیم یه سیستمی رو طراحی بکنیم که نه تنها لحاظ کیفیت ولی لحاظ کمیت هم یه سیستمی باشه که شفاف باشه، المان‌های مختلف یه هلت کیر سیستم رو اکاونتبل قرار بده و الان ما اون رو نداریم و باید این نگاه رو عوض کنیم. ما نباید به هلت کیر یک نگاه چطور بگم سیاست زده، ایدئولوژیک زده، حتی اقتصاد محور داشته باشیم. باید با یک نگاه انسان محور داشتیم، همونجوری که شما به درستی اشاره کردیم به این. و من امیدوارم که ما بتونیم در این پروژه IPP بتونیم افراد بیشتری رو انگیج کنیم و بتونیم روی این هلت کیر ریفورم کار بکنیم. منم منظور درستم سوال شما رو فهم کنم.
بله 100% و حالا توی راند دوم میرسیم به شاید یه سری جزئیات پیشنهادهایی که شما دارین برای مسئله کوالیتی کنترل و این چیزا. Okay, so I'm going to go to Puriya and Nikon now, and I'll ask them to talk about two specific areas of healthcare. Puriya, given your background in the startup world, what can you tell us about the mental health crisis in Iran?
So, hello everyone. I'm Puriya and I'm coming from the startup venture world. Mental health is really close to my heart. For the last 8 years, I dedicated my life building digital, emotional, mental well-being platforms. I founded a company called Supportive 8 years ago, and we became the fastest human-led support network in the United States, connecting people with struggle to human-led support in less than 30 seconds, 24/7 around the clock. I want to share my perspective. I want to break it down into 3 categories. One, especially for the future of Iran, accessibility and affordability. Accessibility is really challenging because you have the traditional, I'm going to make an appointment, go to an office, and it's really difficult. Clinicians are busy. It's really hard to make an appointment. It might take you weeks to see someone. Then we have the digital aspect where you have telemedicine. You can talk to a doctor online. The complicated thing about mental health is telemedicine is typically 9 to 5 during business hours, but mental health struggles happen after 5 p.m. We analyzed the traffic on our platform. Our traffic peaked after 9 p.m., went all the way up to 1 a.m. There is no one to talk to. There's no doctor online. There's no one that can actually address you.
By the way, do we have suicide hotlines in Iran or something like that?
I think recently they've started something. I don't know how effective and efficient it is, and I don't know how long you have to wait, but there is something now.
Okay. They may just tell you that it's a sin to commit suicide, and you shouldn't do it.
Don't do it, yeah.
Don't do it.
But I want to, that's a
You'll
really
go to hell.
That's a really good point because you're suicidal, you're actively or passively suicidal, you have a plan, but then there is a lot of struggling before you get to that point. And that's where we came in. We wanted to prevent, we wanted to help you not get to the point of no return. And that's a huge area as well, and especially in the digital side. The affordability, so accessibility, you have to have something that works around the clock. We had operations in 20 plus countries to make 24/7 support happen. If you wake up with a 3 a.m. with a panic attack, we were there. If you can't sleep because you're stressed and anxious, we were there. It's midnight. The affordability, clinicians are expensive, right? Even if you have insurance, you have to pay a lot of money out of pocket. A lot of people don't afford that, especially if you have kids and family. You really don't have the money to spend on the clinician side. What we did to battle that was with our Stanford advisors, we created an academy. We recruited psychology students out of Berkeley, Stanford. We trained them for 3 months, 100 days, and then they became peer support specialists, and they could handle struggles like relationships, breakups, caregiving, parenting, and we triaged the higher acuity needs to clinician. And there is a huge clinician shortage, by the way, especially in Iran. We don't have a lot of clinicians, and the clinicians we have are already busy. So it actually helps balance the load if you have trained psychology students and tap into that market, and then triage the higher acuity needs to the rest of the. My second point is on stigma. Mental health is the only side of healthcare that has huge stigma, right? In the United States, there is big stigma. When I worked in Germany as part of Digital Health Berlin startup ecosystem, there was even more stigma. Iranians are proud. We don't talk about stuff. And we just bury everything inside. But I want to make a point that in the future, we all come in, Iranians inside and outside the company, and we try to heal together with 40 years of trauma that we've gone through, and we shouldn't be ashamed of talking about it, and there will be no judgment. One of the things we did with my company is we made everything anonymous. So you come in, talk, vent, and tell everything that you need to say. My third point is on what I call hyper precision. It is personalized, this care, this future mental health platform, but it is also culturally aware. In the United States, less than 19% of therapists or clinicians are people of color. So if you're a minority, you don't have options. In Iran, this is even more complicated. We have such a beautifully diverse ethnic group. We have Azeris, we have Baluchis, we have Arabs, we have Gilaki, we have Kurd. And each of these sort of segments of the population need culturally familiar support. And that's where I end my talk.
Thank you so much. And Nikon, can you tell us about what's going on with substance abuse in Iran?
Absolutely. So I'm going to give you 3 take-home messages today that I want you to take home, tell your friends, tell your family. So 3% of Iranians battle with an opioid addiction. 10 to 15% of Iranians battle with an opioid dependency, in part because it's self-treatment for mental health, anxiety, depression, trauma. Why is this important? Number one, because a healthy Iranian is a thriving Iranian. That affects your economy, that affects your family responsibilities, that affects your social and religious responsibilities.
A quick question. How do you distinguish dependency from addiction?
Great question.
Like, what's the clinical definition?
Addiction is going out of your way, whether it be illicit, prescription, to get that medication, get that drug into your system. Whereas a dependency is something you use every day to be able to function. And so this is huge for a population of, 90 million Iranians. That's a huge workforce. That's a huge family issue that you have to be accountable for. The third take-home message I would say is, number one, this is fixable. If the First Lady here will take it as her agenda when she goes to Iran, it would be great to see we create a number of wellness centers throughout Iran. That includes 3 components. Number one, a site for mental health, a site for medication treatment, but more importantly, the third component has to be a housing component to it. There are millions of Iranians who are battling with homelessness, abuse, rape, sexual assault, physical assaults. They can't leave their husbands because they have nowhere to go, so they turn to drugs. So by having housing available at these wellness centers, these women can leave their homes and know that they have somewhere stable to go to get treatment, number one. Number two, national security. 90% of the world opium comes from Afghanistan, our neighbors. We have to secure that border. America wasn't able to do it with Afghanistan. We did it under the Bush administration. We tried burning those fields. We tried teaching them to build or to grow saffron. That didn't work. We have to secure the borders to prevent drugs from coming in. Number two, we have to prosecute and hold accountable government and non-government individuals who want to spread opium throughout the country. And number three, through the First Lady's initiative, it has to be wellness centers with the housing centers connected to it to be able to address this opium crisis. When you do that, you'll have thriving Iranians who can really do great things for our country. And really, this public health emergency has multiple implications. Economically, pensions, we talk about anything in Iran. If you don't have healthy Iranians, you can't function. And it's going to take the first 100 days are going to be instrumental. You can fix it, you can turn it around through a couple executive orders. I promise you to be successful. But those are my 3 take-home messages. I hope they resonated with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, saffron, by the way, has been shown to have mental health benefits. So if President Bush's plan had worked out, it would have been 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
It does, but I think the farmers learned that they can make more money growing opium than they can growing saffron. So we have to be smarter about that, and we have to secure the borders, block the spread, and provide the necessary treatments and housing to be able to combat this crisis. And then hopefully we can have a thriving Iran.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Now for the second round of questions, I'm going to go back to Sarah. Sarah, can you talk about some specific proposals that you have for improving the governance of pension funds in Iran?
Yes, sure. Looking at the main pension funds that you also covered in your paper, for example, the Social Security Investment Organization, you'd see that it is formed of a major holding with very diversified under management assets, from oil and gas to retail to supermarket to pharmaceutical, you name it. But in reality, what happens is that most of these assets are non-performing, which means less than 10% of the obligations of this fund is coming from the investments of its own assets. The rest of it is coming from the government budget, hence printing out money, fiat money, boosting inflation, pushing people more into poverty, right? So how does that happen? Through 4 main issues. The first one is that appointments and governance style is very much politically affected. You do not have an independent board. Management rotation is quite high sometimes. As of 2023, the organization, for example, had 5 CEOs change over the course of 3 years. So that's for consistency point of view is also quite a disaster. But it shows that.
By the way, do they have incentive pay for these CEOs or no?
Well, who knows? Because transparency, data, and non-existence. And I'm going to get into that. But I'm sure that these positions come with immense amount of perks and privileges because, for example, in some cases, we had, during Ahmadinejad's presidency, one of the most notorious Islamic revolutionary judges was sitting on top of the organization, right? Qazi Mortazavi was the head of the organization. He had nothing to do with investment or finance whatsoever, but because he was an insider, he was offered this privileged position in order to receive hefty, handsome paid bags for his services, right? And I think one of our speakers this morning mentioned that we had 40, if I may allow myself to sort of add to your point, it's not 40 years, unfortunately, it's 46. But we have more than 4 decades of putting people in positions based on ideological affiliation rather than merit. So we want to regain that through making this governance structure non-political. So we have different models across the world. We have directly elected models by the recipients. We have models that have obligations to report to the parliament, but they are based on their performance, based on their career, and so on and so forth. So you have a whole basket of different options, but the main focus is to make it non-political. The next question is transparency. unfortunately, it comes in every context. Colleagues mentioned this morning that we work on the data that is produced by people that we don't really trust them, unfortunately. So transparency, production of data, sharing data is extremely important. So long as you do not have regular reporting, you do not have regular accessible data by public, by the beneficiaries, to be able to scrutinize it, to be able to fact check it, the governance issues are going to remain in place. The next issue is accountability. Who is going to be responsible for all these issues? If you do not have independent, regular auditing system, then it's very difficult to have an efficient governance system. At the moment, there are on paper, for example, some auditing system, auditing processes, but they all are internal. Nobody looks which book, how performs which company, and it's very easy to massage these numbers, to make up stories, to cover up. And last but not least is engaging beneficiaries through unions, through town halls, through allowing them to participate in online forums, online platforms. Again, for these mechanisms, for these tools, there's a whole host of possibilities. My wonderful fellow panelist comes from tech background. I'm sure these guys have plenty of tricks in their sleeves to pull out for creating such platforms to maximize engagement, because it's very, very important. Thank you.
Can I add on that? Because I think since you brought up transparency, I think Puriya and I would agree that we have to be very transparent in the sense that Iran's natural resources haven't changed in these 46 years. It's a very wealthy country. So providing basic healthcare to every Iranian should be a basic right in Iran. We shouldn't have to charge them. We shouldn't have to pay co-pays. Everybody should have basic healthcare coverage in Iran. It's simple and it's done. And there's so many ways to streamline it with people like startups like Puriya and so many other people who can create startups to bring the cost down, but I think having that coverage is super important. Let's be real.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move back to Dr. Saeed. And Dr. Saeed, in the interest of time, you might have to, summarize your answer a little bit. Sorry about that. But how would you design a quality control system for healthcare in a future Iran?
فکر کنم در درجه اول باید یک سیستمی باشه که مستقل باشه. وابسته به هیچ دولت یا هیچ گروه سیاسی یا ایدئولوژیکی نباشه. یک گروهی باشه مستقل باشه، گروهی باشه که بتونه اون دیتاهایی که ما احتیاج داریم که بتونیم کیفیت کار رو بررسی کنیم رو به صورت شفاف بررسی کنه، گزارش بده به مردم. این خیلی مسئله مهمی است که بتونه گزارش شفاف به مردم بده، مردم رو اینوالو کنه. یه سیستمی باشه که مردم رو اینوالو کنه در این پروسس، بتونه مطمئن باشه که ما در آینده ایران یه سیستم بهداشتی و سلامتی داریم که سیف هست، مؤثر هست، افکتیو هست و با مردم راست هست و میتونه مطالب رو بهشون ارائه بده فرای هر گونه که چه دولتی سر کار باشه، چه حزبی سر کار باشه. فکر کنم این خیلی مسئله مهمی هست که در آینده ایران ما بتونیم یک نهاد مستقلی رو طراحی بکنیم که بتونه کیفیت ارائه خدمات بهداشتی و درمانی رو در ایران به طور مستقل به مردم ارائه بده.
Okay, thank you very much. And one last question for Puriya. Puriya, tell us about the potential for personalized health apps in a future Iran.
Sure. I quickly want to second what Nikan said. I think Princess Noor also pointed to this. We need everyone free access to healthcare. It is a human right. So I do love what you brought up. So for personalized medicine, I was lucky to work at a healthcare startup early 2000, around the time 23andMe was coming out with the DNA analysis. We use DNA, blood test results, physical activity, diet, and we try to assess risks for cancers and chronic diseases. Company was sold later on, but we started another one, took it a step further. Now that you have all these data channels, DNA, microbiome, Fitbits of the world, wearables, everything else, how do you figure out supplement packages and how you figure out diet regimens? So we started selling that, kind of added e-commerce to healthcare. But I again have 3 points on this. I'll be super fast. The first one is a open API comprehensive data channels from your DNA, blood test result, diet, physical activity. All of these things come in open AI. I'm done. And then the second one is the empowering physicians. University of Washington says after 5 years, everything you've learned in medical school has expired. In 73 days, the amount of healthcare knowledge has 2x'd. So we need systems where we constantly engage our physicians, empower them with new knowledge so they can serve our patients better. And the third one, again, is everyone's talking about AI these days, is the personalization. I don't think AI will replace humans and our physicians. I think AI will turn every doctor into the best doctor they can be. So AI will digest information and empower a doctor in a remote area of Iran to be the best doctor, for example, a doctor at the MIT level. To me, that's the future of personalized medicine for users, patients, and physicians combined.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you all for this excellent panel. We now invite you to join us for a light lunch. Take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor to have the Crown Prince of Iran as our keynote speaker to lay out his vision for the Iran Prosperity Project and its role in shaping the future of a free, prosperous Iran. Please join us in welcoming the foremost architect for democracy, peace, and prosperity, a symbol of hope for millions of Iranians at home and abroad, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
Thank you. Sepas. Sepasguzarm. Merci. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm glad everybody grabbed some lunch, so you're ready to focus on the second half of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear compatriots, it is a great pleasure to welcome you today to the unveiling of the Iran Prosperity Project and its first group of papers. I stand before you not just with hope for our homeland's future, but with pride in the extraordinary work that has been done to bring this vision to life. For far too long, conferences about Iran's future have come and gone, often with fine words, but little substance. Today is different. Today we are not gathering to simply talk. We are here to present real work, to present the result of months of careful research, planning, and dedication by a team of some of the brightest Iranian minds working together for one purpose: Iran's rebirth. This is a project built not on slogans, but on solutions, not on vague promises, but on detailed plans. Each white paper, each proposal is a step towards a free, stable, and prosperous Iran. And importantly, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. Today, we are unveiling the first group of papers. But these documents are living documents. They are open for expert feedback, for ideas, for improvements. We invite Iranian professionals from all walks of life to contribute, to refine, and to strengthen these plans as we move forward together. We all know the regimes ruling Iran today is weak. It clings to power through fear and violence, not legitimacy. That weakness is why we must be prepared. When the moment comes, it will not be enough to merely celebrate the end of tyranny. We must be ready to build. At the call of my compatriots, I have stepped forward to lead the transition after the fall of the Islamic Republic. When I did so, I stepped forward not just to lead Iran to democracy, but to lead its return to prosperity. Today, with the unveiling of the first group of IPP, I am offering an economic roadmap, a plan, so that from day one, we can begin to work of rebuilding Iran stronger, freer, and more prosperous than ever before. Make no mistake, our first goal is to restore prosperity and dignity to the Iranian people. But there's also a message to the world. A free Iran will be open for business, not through false promises made by corrupt regimes, not through short-sighted deals that enriches dictators, but through real opportunity, opportunity for investment, opportunities for partnership, and opportunity for shared success in the rebuilding of a vibrant and democratic nation. This is the only true way forward for Iran and for those who seek to be part of Iran's future. I thank you all for being here today, and I thank especially all those who have worked tirelessly to make this project a reality, particularly Nufti and the IPP architects, authors, and management team. I look forward to the conversation ahead and to the bright future we shall build together. Thank you.
Our sincerest gratitude to the Crown Prince for graciously delivering our keynote address. Please join us now in welcoming Washington correspondent for News Nation, Alina Shirazi, to moderate the Crown Prince in today's Fireside Chat.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for doing this Fireside Chat. I told you earlier it's minus the fire, but we're still here together talking about this. I think it's so important what you said as well. When we talk about Iran, we are always talking about the past and we talk about the present, but the future is something that, we don't talk about as much. And so I think that's the importance of the Iran Prosperity Project. And to that point, I wanted to talk to you about, you said this is different because this is actually rooted in concrete plans. So can you talk to me about that, go into that, and also how you've seen this evolve? Because this is a evolving project and discussion.
Well, first and foremost, I would say that the only way you can get to a better future is to start with a proper vision and to be able to convey this vision in a sense that the average person will understand in terms of a roadmap of how exactly are we going to get there. For years, I've been struggling with how can we create as much cooperation and unity for those who stand against this current regime as an alternative to this religious dictatorship to have a truly secular democratic future. And we all know that we are quite diverse in terms of opinion and political ideas, but when it becomes a matter of national interest, I believe that there are things that are above our political differences that unites us for a common purpose. And to have a nation that has faith that they can achieve that future requires that all hands on deck be present. And this is what I've been trying to do, to try to mobilize everyone. And beyond just the obvious, when we say democracy, human rights, liberty, which is motherhood and apple pie, as they say here, but does it necessarily put bread on the table? How are we going to get that part done? So for years, I've been thinking parallel to whatever we're doing politically, what can we do to actually bring about the kind of talent, know-how, and competence that it takes to provide solutions to the problems, to remedy all issues that we are facing. And I started with the idea that perhaps by mobilizing at first different experts in their own lane to propose whatever they think will expedite the process of bringing our country back on par in all the areas that we have already started to talk about today, from healthcare to environmental issues to economic issues and so on and so forth. The number one issue, of course, is immediately after the collapse of this regime, we'll be entering a very sensitive phase. And that perhaps is the most critical aspect of addressing the crisis first, to be able to have a stable outcome and not have an implosion that leads to more chaos or instability. So the first priority was, and the first phase of IPP was to focus on the immediate future, which is why the first round of focus has been, how do we stabilize the situation first, to then be able to address the midterm and then ultimately the long-term prospect of this roadmap. So we are here today in this first phase of addressing the immediate and be prepared, because the whole idea was to have not only the plans, but to know that there is an actual way of immediately hitting the ground running. I didn't want us to get to the situation that now we are faced with a change of regime and start scratching our heads and say, well, now what do we do? But to have an actual plan ready to go. And of course, as you know, everything depends on how many resources we can collect. So at first, we have volunteers who have dedicated their time and work to it. I hope we can expand on that, get much more participation, and we welcome all the experts to come in. And of course, to have more resources to conduct more conferences, more seminars, and to be able to fund a lot of this because, as you know, we're not depending on any government budget or funds, but this is mostly coming from private support. So I think this kind of interaction is important to make sure that we can get IPP up and running and get much more out of it. This is just, as I said, the beginning of the process, and that's where we are right now.
And you said all hands on deck. So you see regular, everyday Iranians inside and outside of Iran being involved in this.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole philosophy that I've had in terms of my political vision is that what will be different in Iran's future is we're talking about participation, as opposed to a passive society that has always been accustomed to depend on government to do something for them. It's a two-way street. Government has to serve the people, but people also have to assume their share of responsibility. Let me give you an example. Let's say we are trying to fight corruption. Let's say that we have the best legal system in place. But is it sufficient to address the issue? Because even if you have the laws, if you have a corrupt police officer or customs official or judge, how are we going to address that if society itself is not willing to pay bribes anymore to survive? Because this regime has created a climate of distrust. For survival purposes, people have learned how to cheat, how to steal, how to lie. This doesn't change overnight. That requires a culture. That requires an attitude that is all based on, do we have hope for a better future, or do we have apathy and don't care anymore, and we're just trying to survive for our own? This is also part of the equation. So what I'm trying to stress here is that it's not just enough to have the plans, the idea, and the vision, and the right structures and institution. Society itself has to be willing to assume responsibility. It takes two to tango. It's a two-way street. So this is an important message to convey beyond the expertise, beyond the talent, but also to invite people to consider this as their own project, to participate in it by knowing that they'll be the first beneficiary of its result, but to understand that we can no longer be passive in modern Iran of the future. Every person can make the difference. As we say in Farsi, qatra qatra jam gardad vangahi darya shavad. That really means a collective action, collective responsibility. So I hope that beyond just what we propose through IPP, the idea, the projects, the expertise, that people understand that if they don't participate and only are there with an expectation, we will never achieve the maximum result that we hope to achieve. And hopefully, this will be an element to create the motivation, go back from a process of distrust and indifference to now, I'm really willing to roll my sleeves and do my share and my part to rebuild our future.
There's always skeptics with everything, right? And you know, the questions of could economic collapse lead to some sort of chaos? How does the Iran Prosperity Project address that specifically?
Well, that's again one of the reasons we came up with IPP, particularly in the first phase, is that through all that research, all that with empirical data, this is not just based on just empty promises that we heard when Khomeini was on his way back, promising free electricity and free water, and all the rest is now for everyone to see. That, as you can see, and you've already witnessed some of it in the research that was presented by our experts, that everything they say is based on actual data, and it's all scientifically based on, as a result of that analysis, what is the course of action. And the only way we can prevent crisis is to, in fact, show that, no, there is a solution to the problem, it's manageable, it's doable. I think the biggest challenge we will face is how soon can Iran come out of this era of sanctions and economic limitations and what have you, so we can have the maximum amount of support to address all the areas that have been discussed today. This is, as I said, just the beginning, but that's really a project that is ongoing. This is why everybody should get involved. And the world needs to understand that even though this is primarily on the Iranian people's back, but they are not alone in this, that the world understand that Iranians are their true partners for a better future, not a regime that has been warmongering and has been the cause for all these mishaps. And that probably will expedite the process of saying, now we know who we're talking about. Now we know who are we dealing with. Are we dealing with a regime that is trying to destroy a country and wipe it off the map of the world? Or are we talking about a nation that says we want to have friendly relationship and cordial relationship with our neighbors, that we have common interest and value system? Perhaps that's the most important issue to understand, that the values that Iranian peoples cherish is the same of the free world, totally and diametrically opposed to a regime that has proven in 46 years how far they are from those values and how much against these values they are. We were talking about transparency in one of the panels. The regime has not just forced a veil on women's head, they have veiled everything else. You don't know what's going on behind that screen. Transparency is the quickest way to earn the people's trust back again. And that goes into implementing all of that in every aspect of what we do in Iran. Transparency will lead people to feel more responsibility and accountability. As I say, it's a two-way street. So hopefully all of this process will be this culture that we hope to very quickly reestablish. And we had that before, by the way. It's not that we're trying it for the first time. But imagine whatever Iran was able to accomplish in the mid-20th century, 10 times more, perhaps 50 times better than what we used to have, because we learn from our mistakes, we adjust, and we use the best possible models that apply to Iran. You talk to Switzerland, to Korea, to other countries, what will work best and will be adaptable to Iran. And I think there are tremendous amount of expertise and experience that will equip us with the best possible solutions to the problem. Some might have to be variables of which government at the time is in charge to make some decisions, but at least the roadmap is there for them to utilize and implement.
Speaking of other countries, foreign investment, Iran in the global marketplace, you know, we all get by with the help of our friends, and other countries are going to be a huge part of the success in that, you know, with Western allies, you know, Israel, Iran, China, Russia, as part of the Iran Prosperity Project. You know, this China, of course, is one of the biggest clients, let's say, of Iran's oil. So how do you see this playing out in terms of the global marketplace in a world where Iran, post-regime, would be free?
Well, I think we can, to some extent, allude to what was existing before the revolution, the kind of relationship that Iran had, also in the field of economics and trade and commerce with the rest of the world. And in fact, how much Iran was viewed as some model to emulate. From Korea to some countries in Africa, they would come and see how things are getting done in Iran. Unfortunately, all of that took a complete downturn as a result of this incompetent and corrupt regime. So I think the vision of an alternative Iran will certainly be a welcome breath of fresh air to many. And I would like to add on that subject that indeed, if you have a 360-degree vision, because let's not forget that in that era, it was a bipolar world. We had the Soviet Union and the communist world versus the free market economy and the free world, and that was sometimes a bit limiting. But I think that in this era where we can see a different way of addressing the issue, how important Iran is strategically, geographically, and where it's located, and the potential it has as probably the most untapped market for foreign investment in particular, something we will drastically need, should invite everyone to look at it differently and to understand that there's a lot of potential for that. And as long as we have a sane, dedicated, non-corrupt, transparent system, that will probably be an element that will inspire them and it will encourage them to consider Iran seriously as the next frontier for getting involved, and that's worldwide.
And I mean, you basically touched on it, but you believe that investors in America, outside in the world, they would see Iran as a very attractive opportunity, to your points, in that post-regime world.
Well, even before we started implementing IPP, I took some time over the last few years to meet with various representatives of the world business community, entrepreneurs, CEOs, and people who basically are doing that day in and day out. And I tried to take the temperature and see what would they think of whether there would be any interest for them, for instance, to look at Iran. And to my surprise, and far beyond my expectation, I noticed that the enthusiasm for that is huge. In fact, I'd like to share with you a little anecdote. Many years ago, I was participating in a conference. It was right after 9/11, so the subject matter was mostly dealing with the aftermath of it. But it happens that this conference was in Beaver Creek in Colorado. And the CEO of the resort that was in charge of the entire process came to me and says, you know what, I would love to be able to come back to Iran and help you rebuild the whole ski resort infrastructure. And I said, how come? He said, well, my father was stationed in Tehran in the mid-70s, and I learned how to ski in Dizin. And I'm sure there are so many examples similar to that of people who have been in Iran, whether they're Americans or Canadians or Swedes or French or what have you, who know how much that country has potential and some kind of a link they have to that country. So it was not a hard sell, to be honest with you. We just have to create the climate and the opportunity. As Ghasseminejad said once, we build it and they'll come. And that's what we're trying to do with Iran.
And real quick to that point, the diaspora, Elon Musk even says, all my engineers are Iranian. He says that all the time, right? How do you see Iranians rebuilding after post-regime, after the collapse? How do you see them rebuilding?
Well, I hope that we can have people like Elon Musk have a Tesla plant in Baluchistan to immediately have an impact. And we promise you, Elon, we won't put it on fire, at least not in Iran.
I think that is it for me. And I know you wanted to give some comments at the very end. So unless there's anything else you wanted to touch on.
Well, as a parting thought, I think the first question in a leader's mind is, what's the mindset of society? Where are people at? Are they happy? Are they sad? Are they confident? Are they nervous? Are they depressed? Are they enthusiastic? And look, when you look at, we talked about suicide in Iran. We talked about so many aspects that is directly tied to having no hope. Well, how do you reverse that? What are the elements that make them conscientious, make them willing to make the sacrifice? When they see that opposite incompetence and corruption, we have dedicated and competent people replacing what it takes to rebuild that country on every aspect of government or private sector. That's the way you reverse people from having apathy to actually say, now we have a real chance. Now it's a true promise. Now we can have faith back in our system. We can trust the government. We can trust the institutions. It's a building process. And that's the quickest way, because my thought has always been, how do we move the needle from hope to belief? All these years, I've heard fellow Iranians coming to me and say, Omid darim, we hope that the situation will change soon. And I said, you know what? We have to move beyond hope. We have to start believing that it can actually get done. We don't lack the resources. We don't lack the talent. All we need is to have the right plan, as well as competent people who will be in charge of responding and be responsible for their country. Concern, dedication, and patriotism is not just a slogan, it's a necessity. You have to start caring about your fellow countrymen. It has to be a system that addresses every individual's rights. That's true. But individuals cannot expect to have progress unless they're willing to think themselves as a collective effort. And if we can institute in people the vision that it can be done, then I think that's the game changer in terms of everything that we are addressing. So what I'm trying to say is that beyond the expertise, beyond the talent, and beyond the competence, which is of course necessary, there has to be also a change in attitude. And I hope that by offering the Iranian people this vision, that it can be done, then people's attitude will change, without which all of this will never pan out. So that's where we're starting, and hopefully we'll be able to generate more and more. And I would say, especially to the members of the diaspora, you have experienced life in free countries. You have understood how the governments are kept in check, how the legal system protects deviation from the rule of law, and so on and so forth. And that experience is invaluable as helping those who be in charge of building our institutions at home, to know that they have your backing, they have your support, they have your knowledge and talent and experience, because that's transferable to the nation. So I encourage, beyond what experts are doing today, to make this conversation as public and as regular as possible. Because the more we talk about it, the more we expand on everyone that can be affected and touched and mobilized as a result. So don't rely only on the efforts of our experts, which is of course a first step. Be engaged, get involved, talk about it. That's the quickest way for us to spread the word. It's a fireside chat without the fire, but guess what? We have to light a new fire, a fire of enthusiasm, a fire of hope that will transform us to people that say, hey, you know, we're not lacking the potential. We have it. It's only a matter of time before we get it done. That's how it gets started. And I hope that I was able to convey this message today, and of course, as we go along in the future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful fireside chat. Our next panel, Security, addresses the essential reforms and restructuring needed within Iran's military, political, and security and intelligence sectors following its liberation to ensure alignment with democratic governments, civil oversight, international norms, and lasting prosperity. Please join us in welcoming FDD Senior Fellow and former Israeli National Security Advisor Eyal Hulata, Senior Director of FDD's Iran Program Behnam Taleblu, and Nufti Vice President Kamran Khansarinia as speakers for this panel, which will be moderated by Nufti Senior Policy Analyst Andrew Galili.
Hello. Welcome to this afternoon's panel. Today, we're going to go over some of the more urgent, timely questions about a transition in Iran, focusing on how to neutralize the regime's security forces while maintaining and reestablishing a security establishment, managing sensitive military assets such as the ballistic missile arsenal and, of course, the nuclear program. And then we'll get into discussing how a democratic Iran can reassure regional partners and neighbors of its intentions, preventing instability and foreign interference after the fall of a regime. So we'll start with Behnam and Cameron. First, I want to ask, why is this topic so important? And then if you can get into what are the concrete steps necessary to neutralize the regime's existing security apparatus while maintaining and safeguards and establishing necessary political institutions. Of course, a successful transition away from the regime's security-focused governance will be essential to this rebuilding process. So if you could get into that, please.
There we go. And this is all in 1 minute and on the record?
You have time. You have time.
It's a tough act to follow, especially after the Crown Prince, and thank you to Nufti for hosting this very timely event on the future of Iran, because we've long suffered from an imagination problem, the lack of imagination, the lack of creativity, the lack of that belief, as Shahzada just mentioned, to think of something else and to help make the policymakers, petition our policymakers, because we do live largely in democratic societies, to envision something else rather than these paradigms we hear today, bad deal, bad war, things of that nature. And one of the major impediments, realistically, not ideologically, that we face is the costs of transition. So before we get into that laundry list, and I will hand it over to my friend Kamran in 1 second to begin to talk about how to do that, this is not selfish, but I do want to stress the importance of this panel. Without the proper transition and without a managed transition, everything else here is for naught. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Everything else here will be for naught. We live in the Middle East, or ancestrally we have roots in the Middle East, better put. That is a situation, that is a place, with the exception of some places, that can get and has gotten from bad to worse. You have to plan, you have to have a plan B, C, D, E, F. I'm glad there is the pre-planning being done by IPP today, but we have to think and speak honestly and daringly and long and hard about taboo subjects, about military force, about conscription versus ideological volunteers in some of these security forces. We have to talk very hard about things that we've seen in other authoritarian societies in managed transition, like Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, be it Brazil or Argentina or South Africa as models. We have to think very critically about the kind of society that you want to create, because the way a transition happens, limited strike, regime dissolution, popular uprising, popular revolution, major foreign interference, state protests plus foreign support. Whatever vector you have in your mind over dinner or tea over the past 40 some odd years, you've discussed, you've thought of, you've wanted, you've feared, we have to have those conversations now openly and honestly, and no more filters. Because without a proper understanding of the management process for a transition and what could happen and what could go wrong, I stress again, everything else could be for naught. This is not to dissolve the hope, but this is to make sure that you can move from hope to belief. Because if you don't have a blueprint of the current situation, if you don't know what is worth fighting, killing, and dying for, you will not get out of this management process the right way, and we might not have an Iran after this. That's the stakes. So forgive me for being so serious on such a hot day and otherwise such an inspirational panel, but that's why I'm stressing this, because this is what the Islamic Republic is dangling against us. The costs of managing this transition, making you, just like the Iranian people in Iran, look to their left, look to their right, the dangling of the Syria model, Assad or we burn the country. You know the things they say. But you also know the costs of the Islamic Republic staying in power, because it also is leading to the dissolution of Iran. So that's why the proper planning, the proper contingencies for such a transition is critical. And at the heart of that, in my view, talking to friends here who are largely like-minded and working and coordinating and talking with folks like Nufti, and thanks to the leadership of Nufti, one of the best ideas that has come out is not just maximum pressure, is not just maximum support. It's something you've heard from the Crown Prince himself, marrying these two things with a third thing, which is maximum defections, winning over, neutralizing the security forces, because otherwise we are unfortunately talking about a very messy proposition.
Thank you, Behnam. That leads into what I wanted to get to next with Cameron, which is, as these concrete steps begin to be taken, how important are the policies of maximum support and specifically encouraging defections, and how do you manage the risks that stems from neutralizing a security force and the personnel that comes out of that?
Well, first of all, welcome to our friends from FDD, and thank you so much for being with us, and thanks to all of you.
Before I answer your question specifically, I just want to say how pleased I am with the IPP team for not only tackling the first group, which they presented to you this morning, but for already getting underway on group 2, of which security is a critical part. The governance transformation that IPP is preparing for, you'll hear about not only in this panel, but in the subsequent panels today. So this work is already beginning. So luckily I have a bit of a cheat sheet that I can use to answer your question because the experts are already starting to put it together. There are two critical things I think that have to be done in the lead up to the transition itself policy-wise. One is inside Iran and one is in relation to Western policy. So when it comes to Western policy, I think first of all, it's recognizing that the solution to Iran is an Iranian solution. It's not a Western imposed solution. I think that the people in the Middle East have learned that. Americans have learned that. Perhaps not all American policymakers have learned that. But most Americans, I think, recognize that simply taking a model that necessarily works in the United States or elsewhere and forcing it onto any country, particularly a country with 2,500 years of civilization like Iran, is a recipe for disaster. In the past 2 decades, we've seen the United States get bogged down in messy quagmires in the Middle East, perhaps with good intentions, but with methods in which they tried to force or choose their own candidate, whether it was getting rid of Zahir Shah in Afghanistan, whether it was forcing in their own man in Iraq. So first of all, Western policy has to recognize that the change, at least the change that we seek, and Behnam talks about multiple theories of change, the theory of change that we advocate and we think will have the least costs both to Iranians, the region, and the world, is an Iranian process, one that's led by the people of Iran in which they're supported, not in which they're dictated to or decided for or on behalf of. So it's important that people in Washington, in the media, recognize that we're not looking for U.S. troops on the ground. We're not looking for American boots. American blood doesn't need to be spilt to solve another crisis in the Middle East. The people of Iran have voluntarily and far too often spilt their own blood to bring about this change. And what they deserve is our support. What they deserve is pressure on the regime. So we don't need American decision makers or other European decision makers to set what the future of Iran will be, because there's a lot of fear mongering about that right now. That if you don't pressure the regime, then it's going to, or if you do pressure the regime, it's going to lead to war. Or if you do support the Iranian people, it's going to be another quagmire like Iraq or Afghanistan. Those are blatant lies. That is Qatari propaganda. That is the money of billions of dollars of Qatar and other terrorist states pouring in to American media, public institutions, universities, pushing their own propaganda. And it couldn't be anything from further from the truth. So that's the first point. The second point is related to inside Iran and specifically the point of defections. There's also a lot of fear-mongering about this by some, I think, Iranians, some activists or others saying, "Na mibakhshim, na faramush mikonim." We will neither forget nor will we forgive. If we are to try to transition Iran from the dictatorship and the bloodletting of the Islamic Republic and follow it up immediately with more bloodletting, I mean, the prince has told us for nearly half a century now that simply won't work. All you have to do is look at other historical examples to see that if your immediate first step will be to round every cleric up and hang him from a tree, as much as I'm sure many of us might like to see that happen, that's not necessarily a recipe for sustainable democracy. We have to be able to bring people from the regime's security establishment to the side of the Iranian people, have them not turn their guns on the nation, but turn them away from the nation and refuse to slaughter Iranians in the street. And that will be uncomfortable at times. That will require people who have done some bad things in the past, people who have stolen the nation's money, to be at least temporarily brought to be part of the solution. Because it's very easy to emotionally say, we're going to find them all, we're going to round them up, we're going to kill them all and throw them in jail. But the real way, in my view, and I've learned this from the prince, to honor the sacrifices of Sarina, who we saw this morning, or Massa, or Puyo, or Navid, is not to have bloodlust, but it's to honor their memory by letting
the people who would have been their age at some point live in peace. And we won't be able to have that peace in Iran or in the Middle East or with other countries if we go into this cycle of vengeance. So it will require sacrifices, difficult decisions to bring some people who have done bad things and been on the wrong side of history to come to this side if we're going to win with that less costly means of transition.
Thank you. You both mentioned Syria, and I want to get into some lessons on what's happened in Syria towards the end. But Eyal, first, I want to turn to you for countries in the region, specifically Israel, will, of course, be seeking reassurances from a future Iranian government. Can you broadly speak about what are some key reassurances you or Israel or other countries in the region would be looking for, and what specifically might concern you to see, whether it's armed forces, ballistic missiles, loose nuclear material, just broadly?
First, let me start by saying that I'm honored to be here. It feels like I'm among an extended family. My ancestors immigrated from Persia, from Jarahum and Shiraz area. Elina, who knows, maybe our ancestors were neighbors sometime 100 years ago. And I'm honored to be here side by side with Nufti and the Crown Prince and friends in FDD in doing so. Because there is it's a big task ahead. I will answer your question and then give another comment. First, I mean, when we in Israel look at what Iran could look like, then of course there is the dream, which I'm sure we all share, that a person like the Crown Prince will be able to come to Iran for a transition period, create a unified democracy that will grant the rights to the minorities and harness all of the quality and talent that there is in this wonderful nation. Maybe some of the diaspora will come back to help build this country when something like this happens. This is how the dream will ultimately fulfill. But this is not the only optional outcome that will come from a regime collapse, right? And I think that what you've said before, and I won't repeat, just strengthen, for the outcome to be like that, the movement needs to be very, very capable and ready. Because it, obviously, you mentioned Syria and other instances. When we look at what happens to countries that collapse in a region and the regime is overthrown, of course, they're not well educated and civilized like the Iranians. There are other countries and nations in them, but you know, it is hard that the result will not be that the second strongest man in the country will take the country under its control with the power of the arms. And in the case of Iran, there are so many of them that just stand in line, right? IRGC. So, okay, Qasem Soleimani isn't there anymore, but, you know, there are others with some capability. So I think the importance of preparing well is indeed so. And my response to your question, of course, depends on what will be the outcome. As you all know, until 1979, the relationship between Israel and Persia at the time, or Iran before the revolution, we were strong allies. I have friends who were born in Iran because their parents participated in assisting your security establishment or the industry or infrastructure, water industry, building industry. So many Israelis have served significant amount of time in collaboration with the former Iran. I wish this could resume quickly. And if that resumes quickly, and if Iran in the mindset will devote its resources and attention for the prosperity of the people in the country, other than for building an arsenal that will serve to arm or support our enemies, then of course all of this can happen. And all I can say is that I'm sure that Israel will support that end but we'll also be very, very careful to see that other things do not happen. Israel, I'm sure, I mean, you all must know that Crown Prince left. I would have said it even if it was sitting here, but the Iranian nuclear program did not start with the revolutionary regime, right? The first seeds of that program backdate to different phases. I don't know what will be the attitude of that. I know that Israel will not be only welcoming, but also supporting and helping a regime that will be attuned to the people, to the prosperity of the region, to the collaboration across the region to bring peace for a change to our peace of world that we deserve so much. And I truly hope that it will be the outcome, and I truly hope in our lifetime we get to support and help this to fulfill.
Same, thank you. I'll turn back to the Iranian side of the panel. We'll go back to the transition process a little bit. I want to talk ballistic missiles, armed forces, and the nuclear program. So starting with ballistic missiles, as you know, Borghan, the Islamic Republic currently maintains the largest, most sophisticated ballistic missile arsenal in the region. How should that arsenal be managed post-regime collapse in a free, democratic Iran? What are the options? Is it dismantlement or converting to a transparent, defensive process? What are the options, and what should the incoming potential regime do?
All the easy questions, Andrew. What the? Obviously, the future defense doctrine, the future procurement of defense technologies, the retention of defense capabilities should be up to, and ideally is up to, the democratically elected leaders of Iran, period. Now, sitting here in the West, born and raised in the West of Iranian ancestry, what I have to tell you is it is one very noticeable thing picking up on a thread that Eyal left off and then pivoting to the actual weapon. And that is power, particularly Iranian power. What a responsible, legitimate, secular, nationalist, democratic government in Tehran ought to do is to make sure that the fear of Iran's neighbors, of the West, of status quo powers around the world, is not of Iranian power. That is the number one fear, that they ought not to fear a strong, capable, defensive Iran. That instead what they ought to fear is a weak Iran that can't protect itself, that could become a playground for many of the other issues that we've seen for many years now across, unfortunately, the failed states and failed societies across the modern Middle East. How that relates to power and weapons is quite simple, because before 1979, Iranian power and Iranian weaponry, Western-supplied American jets, for example, was used to support the forces of the status quo. Since 1979, that power and that weaponry in whatever manifestation, okay, now after the revolution, not necessarily jets, more so ballistic missiles, they began to procure during the Iran-Iraq War, Syria, Libya, North Korea, scaled up, Russia, China, now they produce, procure, proliferate, and even sell these weapons. Iranian weapons are showing up on multiple continents around the world, drones in Venezuela, ballistic missiles in Russia, you name it, these guys are trying to move into those markets. What a responsible, democratic, representative, secular, liberal, nationalist government should do is to remind people that Iranian power can be wielded in the region and in defense of its own interests as a force for the status quo, as a force for stasis, not as a force of revisionism. Because those are the ends, whatever the weapon, drone, missile, what have you, those are the weapons that are being used to revise the status quo that play on the security anxieties of Iran's neighbors, of the West, and in all of the status quo countries. So even though you asked a military question, the first way you begin to solve that is diplomatically. To diplomatically disarm the concerns that any, again, neighboring country, Western country, pro-status quo country would have about certain capabilities. From that will flow something technical. I think if you do get a liberal, nationalist, representative, democratic Iranian government, what that could actually beget is lots of arms control conversations. You can actually, rather than have an Islamic Republic of Iran, which is hedging towards a nuclear weapon, spooking an American partner in Saudi Arabia, spooking them to go towards domestic uranium enrichment, imagine if Iran was the standard for the rules in the region with which you be applied. Then you can take the positive standard and then have your Western partners workshop that to begin to give Iran's newfound Western allies leverage to say, hey, other Western partner in the region, don't do this bad thing, don't build this capability. With respect to missiles, certainly I think some classes of projectiles, if you're asking me as an independent observer still sitting here in Washington, certain classes ought to go. There are certain international standards, I won't bore you with them, for the missile technology control regime that has a certain payload, that has a certain range. Iran could be the beacon of saying, in this region, you can begin, for example, in the Persian Gulf. In this region, countries who produce these weapons don't exceed these ranges, these thresholds, these limitations. And then you become the gold standard. And then you lead by the power of your example. You don't lead with a proxy, you don't lead with arms proliferation, you lead by the power of your example, and you have everything you need to make sure that no one messes with you, but that you are the shining city on a hill. This is not about can Iran have a defense policy. This is the ends to which that defense policy is arrayed. And good diplomacy is the first stop towards making sure that a newfound Iranian government can defend the national interests, both in word and in deed.
Does that apply to the nuclear program as well?
I think it ought to apply to the nuclear program. If you're asking me again, sitting here still in Washington as an independent observer in the West, at FDD we've come up with a theory for if these, unfortunately, as they seem to be going, nuclear negotiations continue with the government of the Islamic Republic, why dismantlement has to be the case, right? Dismantlement, one reason why we're pushing for the theory of dismantlement, even though in the future civil nuclear power ought to be something that the Iranian people have the right to explore, just like they have the right to explore energy, just like they have the right to explore solar, gas, whatever. I'm not interested in the type of electricity generation, nor am I skilled enough to comment on it. What I am interested in, however, is making sure that the way the regime pursues this generation doesn't cause more concerns among Iran's neighbors that end up putting needless pressure on a newfound nascent, almost like a flower or a sapling of a new democratic government in Iran. Because the last thing you want is to have people have the same fears of a new Iran that they would of the old Iran. And with dismantlement, that's one easy way that you can get rid of that. And the bonus, if you actually go for dismantlements before you have a regime change in Tehran, yes, I just used the RC word in Washington, the bonus of dismantlement is you don't have to worry about a gigantic dispersed nuclear program being a gigantic AQ-Con network on steroids in the collapse of central authority. Because there are organs of many governments around the world whose job it is to assess risk and manage risk. And one of the reasons, we have to be honest, many Western governments have not gone after regime change is because Iran has increased the risk by producing more missiles, by producing more drones, by doing uranium enrichment, by having more nuclear facilities on their own soil. They are insuring themselves. They're saying, hey, if you decapitate me, if you topple me, this could just become loose nukes on steroids. So this is why we're pushing for dismantlement. This is why we're pushing for monitoring and verification. This can actually help you with that first concern I said, which is how will you manage the transition?
That's a very important point, that they're increasing the risk, and all of the conversations we're having here is trying to lower the cost to counter that. Cameron, if you have anything to add to any of that?
I think there's two things I feel like I'm often just correcting the record and not answering questions, but other people's false records or narratives. The first, and Behnam alluded to it, is another myth that is repeated in the media and Washington, is that somehow the Islamic Republic's foreign policy or regional policy is something of a continuation of the foreign policy Iran had under the previous government, under the Pahlavi dynasty. I hear that argued by surprisingly, quote-unquote, serious people, because they say that just as the late Shah was pursuing Iran's national interests, so the Islamic Republic is doing the same. I think it's very obvious that that's not the case. We can go example by example. Iran, its state infrastructure, its armed forces under the Islamic Republic are not that of a normal country. The IRGC that everyone loves to talk about does not even have, despite what some people who claim to be journalists think, have the word Iran in its name. It's not the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The word Iran doesn't even come, I think, until the 7th clause of its charter, and it's some throwaway thing that some cleric said, hey, we should probably put the word Iran in here because people might get pissed, as if they could read. But the point is, it has nothing to do with Iran in the first place. It's not about defending Iran's territorial integrity. It's not about defending Iran's borders. It's not about protecting Iran's national interest. It's about guarding the interest and advancing and exporting the revolution. Sudur Enqilab, or the exportation of the revolution, is a commandment of the Islamic Republic's constitution. It's not a tactic that's used from here to there. It is a directive from Ruhollah Khomeini to future leaders and affiliates of the Islamic Republic. So to in any way say that there are similarities or that the regime is just pursuing Iran's national interest, we have to go point by point and show why that's not the case, not only to correct the record, but because it's important and instructive for the future. Because as Behnam said, and as they all alluded to, any normal government that comes to power in Iran with seeking the national interest would do things almost diametrically opposed to what the Islamic Republic has done. Anytime that Iran, under the late Shah, had a presence in the region, it was at the invitation of other countries. I mean, right now, quite ironically, the Omanis are playing a critical role, as we know, in hosting these so-called negotiations between the Trump administration and the Islamic Republic. Well, Sultan Qaboos wouldn't be sitting on anything except sand if it weren't for the late Shah of Iran, who at his request came in to crush a communist revolt. But Iran under the late Shah was not looking to gain territory. It wasn't there to radicalize local populations to become militias like it does with Hezbollah or Hamas or any of the groups. It was there to defend peace, as you said, Behnam, to defend the status quo of the region against a communist revolt. That is what we would look, I hope, to a future normal, secular, democratic Iranian state to do. And in fact, I think it aligns perfectly with President Trump's America First policy. It aligns perfectly with President Trump's desire to no longer have endless wars. If we have a strong, secular, democratic Iran in the Middle East that can be partners and friends with Israel, with the Saudis, with other countries in the Persian Gulf, then America doesn't have to constantly send its troops, its treasure to be killed, to be wasted in countries in the region that people don't know where they are or don't know why they're there, and that's reasonable. Americans shouldn't have to worry about their children going off to some random country in the Middle East where they may not have so many interests, but allowing that void to be there now only allows the Islamic Republic to fill it. However, if there were a normal Iran, to be a peacemaker, to be a peace builder in the region, we wouldn't have any of those worries. And so I think that the Iran that we all seek, and the Iran that the second part of the IPP project is preparing the transition for, will look to institute the necessary post-Islamic reform, Islamic Republic reforms to ensure that we can show our neighbors exactly that, and that's what we mean.
The fallacies you mentioned remind me of the assertions that Iran, the regime in Iran is not trying to build a nuclear weapon at the moment, despite enriching 70% higher than they would need to for any civil nuclear program. And I think leads to what many of us have long argued, which is that the only long-term, permanent, real solution to the threat emanating from Iran, specifically the nuclear threat, is a free, democratic Iran and a new regime there. A deal kicking the can down the road does not solve that long term. Just sticking on the transition for one more question, we spoke ballistic missiles, we talked nuclear program. On the armed forces, which is a slightly probably different process than those two, how do you maintain and transform the military and intelligence institutions into transparent ones that respect civil liberties, that still serve the region, the national interest, while we're talking about neutralizing the security state?
let me say briefly about what IPP is doing before you all give your expert views. So again, in the second group of IPP, which is governance transformation, just as we did in the first group, the team or the experts, thank God not me, but people who know what they're talking about when it comes to this, will be looking at a variety of case studies over time, post-collapse transitions in different countries. How were armed forces, how were domestic security operations, how were police forces transformed? In the Iranian case, as I just alluded to, with the existence of this parallel military structure from the National Army of the IRGC, the task is quite difficult. Does one dissolve the IRGC? Does one make the two into one national force? Are they dismissed? The Crown Prince has talked, as you probably have all heard, numerous times about not repeating the mistake of the de-Baathification process in Iraq, which sent tens of thousands of young, angry, armed men back home to become ISIS or other militia groups. So the process that the IPP team will take is studying those different transitions, those post-collapse scenarios, what went well, what didn't go well. So I can't speak to what results they'll find, but that's at least the process that the IPP team will take.
I think what is important to remember in that, and Your Highness specifically, I think important to say this in your presence. For any of this transition to succeed, I think the cornerstone will be the ability of the future leadership to win the hearts and minds and imagination of the people of the country, I think, as you so eloquently said before in your remarks. Because even today, unfortunately, clearly there's a majority of the population in Iran, according to the polling that we're doing, that despise the regime and would want a change immediately. But there's still a substantial part of the citizens of Iran today that are either radicalized or just in support of the ideology, and they will not all disappear in a snap of fingers. His Highness, I think you've said this right, and I think you're very thoughtful and deep in your thinking about this. And the question will be how fast and how many of them can transform to be the core of a new protective force with alliance to a leader that aspires for a thriving prosperity country. Not many of the transition countries in the Middle East were able to do this. So many of them have failed. And I think the process, Cameron, that you said, to learn from the experiences, and as I said before, I mentioned the different countries and the different peoples are not the Iranians with a deep, thoughtful culture. I think you will start from a better starting position. But the challenges will be there, and I know that you know them. So I think to think about transitioning of thought, understanding that some of those people align with the leadership at the moment, with the supreme leader, just because they have to, either because they're afraid or they know nothing else, because the country is so young and so many of them have been born only after you had to go to exile. And to think about how to harness that motivation, I think, will be crucial to the success. But together with that, to identify those who will never transform, will never give a chance to anything else, and will always be there to try to turn Iran back into darkness. This is going to be a very difficult task, and as I said before, in whatever circumstances, I do not speak on behalf of my country, but I sure I am. We'll be there for you to help you in that process.
Just a couple more questions. We've alluded to Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan a little bit broadly. Can we talk about what are the key lessons learned from what's happened in Syria and drawing upon the lessons and more broadly from Iraq and Afghanistan, what are some institutional frameworks and strategic priorities for a new government in Iran to take to avoid perceptions of insecurity, to avoid the regional actors feeling the need to intervene militarily? Vietnam? Another easy one for you.
Yeah. Actually, just the last question, if we had to put a model, and correct me if you think it's wrong or it's too small, And again, I'm not a decision maker, but just looking analytically at the cases, a very important one comes to mind during the Cold War in the 60s and 70s, which is Israel's covert assistance and training to Singapore. The kind of training that could exist. I know there is an Iran example as well with Israel, but let's start fresh, let's start anew. If Iran is developing a more lean, modernized armed forces, there's a lot that the nascent or newer Iranian armed forces, if trimmed down, if not conglomerated with what's left of the conscripts of other forces, could learn. Not from Israeli command, but Israeli advice. That's just one example. Again, I'm not here to decide what is the best, but I'm here to say what are the options, what has and hasn't worked in history. There are examples when you do take a militia and integrate it into an army and it works totally fine and you co-opt them into the national cause of the army. And then there's examples when you take a militia and you put them into the army and then they become the Trojan horse against the army and then they take the army towards their own ideology and they use all of the armed forces against the nation state. So we have examples on both sides of the aisle. I think it's imperative for the folks engaging in the transition and especially the opposition to be aware of the models and the examples that they're choosing, the pros and cons of every example. There is no cookie-cutter example in history, and certainly there will not be a cookie-cutter example with respect to what replaces the Islamic Republic of Iran. And just because you mentioned Syria, Andrew, and not to continue to make this conversation boring, but I believe it is important to stress the details. The thing that comes most apparent to me about Syria is that it is totally possible to have a revolution turn into a civil war that ends up fostering so much foreign intervention, and then because the commitment of the initial protesting secular national democratic forces to some kind of broad form of patriotism is so great that they, after such a long protracted period, will have to settle for something like a rehabbed Al-Qaeda guy. If not only potentially not even rehabbed Al-Qaeda guy, just the Al-Qaeda guy who's done a close shave. And what a tremendous loss that would be to the movement, to everyone in this room, to the opposition, if it is musical chairs with the IRGC. If it is the debate over free, I'm just shooting names out here, but if it is between the kleptocrats of the era of Rafik Dust or the younger kind of more elite transnational shoppers like the children of Ghalibaf, like what a loss it would be if we had to settle for which militarized autocrat with foreign bank accounts do you prefer after that. And that's why in the pre-phase, in the now phase, the bridges that can be built from the opposition to the bodies of these forces that can actually neutralize them, that can actually, perhaps better word, activate their nationalism rather than their penchant for penny pinching and having to, fight to retain their social status or their economic status relative to people of equal command. Activate them to see the flag, or the future flag ideally, as more than a 3x5 piece of polyester. But that's the thing worth defending, not their foreign bank accounts or not their kids' apartments, unfortunately, in many Western countries these days. So the kind of outreach from the opposition, and again, this is an area where I'm weakest, but if you remember one of the phrases that activists in the street in '78 used to say to conscripts of the Imperial Army, because there was no riot control forces, it was just conscripts, they would put carnations, if you remember, in the barrels of the guns, in the barrels of the rifles. They would say, "Ma beto gol midim tov ma gulule." We give you flowers, you give us bullets. That neutralization, we need to think long and hard about what is the neutralization that we can do from a distance to the apparatus of repression and suppression in Iran, and what are the things already kind of on the dark web, already kind of among active Iranian protesters on the streets across the 150 protesting cities, towns, and villages from 2022, 2023, that we saw them do, that we can learn from, that we can amplify, that we can point out to our representatives, and how can we paint a pathway that isn't that tree-lined avenue that Kamran said at the beginning of our conversation.
Eyal, quickly, we'll get to Syria, and I want to stay on Syria with you, but on a positive note as we get to the end here, Israel, the current Israeli government, Prime Minister Netanyahu, have been very clear in distinguishing between the regime in Iran and the people of Iran. As we talked about lessons in Syria, transition, fall of the regime, if you could also answer, do you see a world in the future, a free Iran, where there's a military cooperation, military alliance between, or defense cooperation between the two nations?
I think the proper response has nothing to do with Syria, nothing to do with Netanyahu. The answer is yes, because as I said before, we aspire to an Iran that sees value in collaborating with Israel rather than wishing for its eradication. An Iran that is based on these principles can go back to have even far stronger relationships than were before 1979, because it was difficult back at the time for Iran to recognize Israel overtly, and everything was done under the fields, but so much has changed. We have normalized with so much of the pragmatic Sunni world. Why not have this with a country that is all based on intellect and deep tradition rooted in the area? I think there are many things to learn from what is happening in Syria. I would want to just say that if these conversations will lead to drawing conclusions from happening there, it meant that something went terribly wrong in the transition of this country. Because the runner-up of Iran is nothing like a former Al-Qaeda, maybe also a pro-Even Al-Qaeda, and Your Highness, your shave is far better than his. And I think that this is something to remember. This is not something to aspire for. This is not just a transition of power from one thug to the other. And the fact that this one is not close to the Iranians, is of course in favor of us, because it prevents the armament of Hezbollah. But what I usually unfortunately say about Syria, that this is a case where the enemy of your enemy is not your friend, not necessarily your friend. So there is nothing similar that I think should be aspired from this case. I truly hope that when the transition happens in Iran, this will show how this is done well, in civilized manner, based on true vision of good future. Nothing like what we've seen since the so-called Arab Spring. There is nothing springly about it, but unfortunately it is very, very Arab.
I think that's about all the time we have, unless we have some closing remarks. Please.
Just something that Behnam was saying, I think it's important for everyone to realize. Part of the reason why people felt encouraged enough to put a carnation at the tip of the soldiers' guns was their knowledge that my father was not prepared to fire on his own people. In fact, he had given strict orders to the military not to fire on people. And that calculation was in the mindset of the revolutionaries. They knew that. Different to this regime that with impunity will not hesitate to order fire. Having said that, we should still stick to the discipline of non-violent civil disobedience as a method of change. Why is that important? Because the way we can neutralize is the idea not to repeat the de-Baathification process, with a simple principle that those who don't have their hands soiled with the blood of their own people should survive regime change. So we need to minimize the resistance at the very end. We're not going to disappear quietly, but it's far more of a manageable task than having to have street fights and civil war and guns spread all over the country and vigilantism, which will never lead us to stability and liberalization. Just want to make that note.
Amen.
May I add one, please? May I add one thing, sir? The very last thing, which is to the Prince's point, and I touched on it earlier, and Behnam talked about having difficult conversations and difficult truths. The Crown Prince has, as you've all heard, talked so many times and so frequently and so eloquently about the necessity of defections, just as you reiterated now. That's a very difficult thing to do, but you're a very principled man who is willing to say difficult things, difficult truths sometimes. I think there's a responsibility on everyone else, particularly on Iranians inside the country and the diaspora, not to have the Crown Prince being the only voice saying this. I mean, the military, the armed forces, even the IRGC have to hear this from their neighbors, from others, not just from the leader of this revolution and the transition leader, but from others. And how many times do you go on, X and see, I don't know, so-called activists or people attacking the Crown Prince for reaching out and trying to bring people from the Islamic Republic's armed forces, from the IRGC, to the side of the people. So if he's taking this difficult, principled stance, I just think it's on all Iranians to not let him be the only one making that argument, and to reiterate what he's saying to others, because I think, as we all agree, the facts will prove that's the only way we'll be able to achieve this transition peacefully. So let's not let him be the only one making this case.
That's the end of the panel. Thank you all.
Thank you all for the excellent panel. Our next panel, Water, examines how following an Islamic Republic that has severely degraded Iran's fresh water supply, a liberated Iran will need to implement cohesive policies to secure sustainable access and efficient usage nationwide. Before the panel begins, please join me in welcoming Water Resources Engineer Mehdi Ketabchi, who will deliver brief remarks on his and IPP's findings and research.
Thank you all. And is it gonna be a kind of presentation, or I was not sure about the Kamranja? No presentation, right? Yeah. And thank you, by the way. Thank you all for joining here. Thanks to Mufti members for inviting me, and thanks to the Crown Prince for paving the way for this valuable session. There has been some great discussions and valuable papers on different topics, on economy, on budget, on healthcare. But the reality is that, unfortunately, we all have a very bad news for you all. Without water, none of those matters. We have seen from Lake Urmia to Bakhtagan Lake, from Lake Hamun to the Karun River, from Gorgan Bay to Gafkhuni wetland. We have seen lakes dried up, wetlands dried up, rivers dried up, and our groundwater resources have been aggressively withdrawn from its last droplets. Due to this, during the last almost 5 or 6 years, we have seen several countrywide protests or social unrest across the country against this mismanagement, or I would say plunder of water resources by the system. And surprisingly, by many other people in abroad, but not surprisingly by the people inside of Iran, that all of those people, after just one day or few days of protests, they mentioned directly the supreme leader or the system directly. They know that the problems are not just technically, or there is no technical solutions for these problems. They know that beyond the mismanagement, there is a policy-making problem. Beyond the mismanagement, there is an institutional problem. And beyond the mismanagement, absolutely, there's problems with our constitution in Iran. Let me give you an example. Some people might say that the main problem that right now we have for our water resources is just self-sufficiency. That's partially true. Self-sufficiency for food products, self-sufficiency for agricultural products. But that's not the whole story. It's not just about the managers. It's not just about the consultants. Let me give you first an example or experience from our own side. I did my master in Iran, and I worked as a consultant, water resource consultant in Iran. I came to the US, did my PhD, and have worked as a consultant in several states. I can tell you this with high certainty. We do not have an expertise problem. We do not have a human resources problem. We have policy-making problem. We have so many good experts inside and outside of Iran. But the problem, first of all, is with our constitution. In Article 3 and 43 of the Islamic Republic Constitution, you might sound, it's kind of, it might blow your mind. But in Article 3 and 43 of the Constitution, it explicitly mentions that we have to be self-sufficient in agriculture and food products. The founder of the regime, Ruhollah Khomeini, mentioned several times that we need to be self-sufficient in those products. There was an act ratified by the Congress in Iran, or the Majlis Shura-e-Islami in Iran in 1982, which surprisingly mentioned that many of the floodplains that were prohibited for groundwater withdrawal before the revolution, so now they can, by some conditions, they can be used for groundwater extraction. And what was the result? Right now that I am talking with you all, Iran is at least among the top 10 countries in the world in terms of the water stress. And I want to right now give you just one statistic that once again can blow your mind. The amount of, or the percentage of, water extraction from our water resources, renewable water resources, including streams, creeks, upper levels of groundwater, is among at least the top 5. Can you, some of you, can you, for example, guess an example? 10%, 20%, 40%, 50%, 60%? You can raise your hand just to tell me. Yes, please. 75%. Go up. 87%. It's 100%. We are using 100% of our annual renewable water resources. And what happened after that? Right now, among the several indices of land subsidence in Iran, for example, extent of lap size on the land subsidence, or maximum rate of land subsidence, or let's say mean rate of land subsidence in Iran. Iran right now it is among the top 5 countries in the world. But if we do a weighted average of those indices, you know what we come for? Iran is sinking rapidly than any countries in the world. Right now, Iran ranks first in terms of land subsidence in the world. First. So that's not just a regular threat. That's a territorial integrity threat for our motherland. Besides that, we all know that Iran is a water-scarce country. Our precipitation rate is 1/3 of the average world. Our evaporation rate is 3 times of the average world. And our soil erosion is 5 to 8 times of the average world. But it was not like this always. Our ancestors, during the last 2,500 years, knew this situation. So they emphasized on adaptation to this situation. Darius the Great, our legendary king, more than 2,500 years ago, said that, may our land be protected from 3 problems: enemies, lies, and drought. They didn't overlook the water problem. We cannot overlook the water problem. If we love our motherland, and if we care about the future of our motherland, we have to care more about our water resources, about the groundwater situations, and more importantly, know that as long as this regime is in governance, based on the several reasons that after this, my talk that we are going to discuss in the panel, based on several reasons, the situation would be intensified. It does not mean that once the regime collapses, every problem would be solved. No, that's not the situation. But at least we know that an actionable plan, a hope for actionable plan would be retrieved for the people of Iran, for the future of Iran, and for the water resources of Iran. Thank you.
Joining Mehdi for this panel are Shireen Goli, a project engineer at Keller Associates, and Bahram Vahedi, research faculty member at the University of Nevada.
Can you hear me? So, good afternoon. It's an absolute honor to be here with you. I want to thank Nufti and their amazing team for organizing this event. Also, thanks to His Royal Highness for his vision in initiating this IPP project. Before we start our conversation today, I would like to share a little bit background and recap of what Mehdi said about Iran's history and with water and environment, because it helps us to understand how serious the situation is and become. Before 1979, Iran was building a strong foundation to protect its environment and water resources. In fact, Iran was the first country in the Middle East to establish a Department of Environment. At the same time, the countries like United States, Canada, France, UK was creating their own agencies to protect their environment. At the same time, in Iran, we had an international convention called Ramsar Convention, which led to the first global treaty focusing to protect the wetlands. This shows that back then in 1970s, when Iran was a leader in these activities in the region, it was not only thinking about protecting its own environment, but also contributing to the global discussion in this regard. I would like to even go further back and discuss about our history. You know, water has a very high place in Iranian culture. We even have a month called after name in honor of the water called Aban. And we know that ancient Iranians developed advanced systems like canals to manage the water in the arid region of central Iran. Even the famous Greek historian Herodotus mentioning that writing 2,500 years ago that Iranians consider it unacceptable to pollute water and they honor rivers as sacred. So I want to ask the first question from Shireen. Shireen, when we look at this long history and when we remember the good progress Iran was making in 1970s, it's very important to ask what happened over the past 4 decades to change this path and how a country with such a strong history and culture of protecting water and environment facing one of the world's worst water crises in history.
Sure, yeah. Good afternoon, and thank you, Nufti, and the amazing IPP team for putting together such a timely and important initiative. So to get to the question, I think to evaluate or talk about what has happened over the last 4 decades for our water management system or the environment as a whole, it's very essential for us to acknowledge the Islamic Republic for what it truly is. And it was also discussed, I think, several times in the previous panels as well, that the Islamic Republic is not simply a government making mistakes, like in terms of environment, is not simply a government making environmental mistakes. It's a fundamentally ideological system that treats Iran's people, land, water, and all resources as expendable tools to expand its ideology and maintain power at any cost. So as you mentioned, before 1979, Iran was actually establishing a strong foundation for sustainably manage its water resources. The country had begun studying its watersheds, modernizing the agriculture and irrigation system, cooperating and learning from leading experts internationally, and promoting environmental education and environmental literacy inside the country. The focus of planning and policy making was to ensure the territorial survival of the country and protecting its precious resources for the future generations to come. Of course, even under democratic governance, we would still have environmental challenges, as most places in the world, with the population growth and climate changes. But the important point is that with responsible planning, the country would have the chance to be prepared for these challenges and build adaptation and resiliency plans in advance. So the plans that would be based on expertise, science, and collaboration with other regions of the world that are facing similar challenges. And that was the path for Iran before 1979. But after the Islamic Revolution, everything changed. The regime's priorities were never about the environment in Iran or well-being of the Iranian people. They were about spreading their ideological agenda over the region or even globally and maintaining power. And water management decisions, as a result, were taken away from scientists and experts and handed over to political appointees, regime insiders, and security forces. And experts and scientists who disagreed with this system of governance or tried to warn about the future of the water resources in Iran were often silenced or dismissed or even imprisoned. And Iran's water crisis at the moment is a natural result of a political system that prioritizes ideology over nations' well-being and has systematically sacrificed our valuable resources for its own agenda. And I think before we recognize this fact, any technical solutions that's provided for water crisis in Iran, which is, as you mentioned, among the most severe water crisis situations, not only regionally, but even globally, would be like putting a bandage over a very deep wound without treating the main cause.
I'm gonna ask Mehdi the same question, but before that, just some people, when they hear about the environmental problems like drought, like mismanagement, or groundwater depletion, they might assume that these are just the results of the natural causes or poor management of the one portion of the system, and it's easy to think that just importing technology or just some changes in the management and reform can resolve the situation and problem, fix the problem. But you argued that Iran's the real issue goes much deeper, right? And the very nature of the Islamic Republic itself is a major cause of the water crisis in Iran. Can you a bit elaborate on this and why this political reality is important when we talk about Iran's water crisis?
Sure. So yeah, as you mentioned, some might think that the water crisis in Iran or the environmental collapse in Iran is a result of poor planning or old infrastructure or outdated technology. And while all of these factors are contributing to the problem, the main root cause of the issue is like as I mentioned, the ideological structure of the Islamic Republic, which is written in the constitution. As Mehdi mentioned in his remarks, Articles 3 and 43, for example, are mandating the economy to cut dependence on foreign powers, especially in terms of food and like basic needs, basic goods. So when we look at the agriculture right now at the country, which consumes the biggest portion of the water resources, like more than 90% of our water resources goes to agriculture, that's the reason where it comes from, like the ideology behind it, the policy behind it is for like these long-standing obsession of the Islamic Republic for food self-sufficiency. That's even written in the constitution. And the policy is not based on environmental logic or agricultural science. It's just based on a deep ideological fear of the Islamic Republic from international cooperation, which they call dependence. And as a result, we see massive expansion of farming into the arid and semi-arid regions of Iran, which can't sustain this, like neither the land or the water cannot sustain this level of agriculture, like what happened to Lake Urumia. But still, yeah, we are witnessing that, and we are seeing like groundwater depletion, lakes and rivers drying up as a result of this.
Please.
Yeah, so just to add up some great points that Dr. Gholi just mentioned here. So when we compare the current system to the previous system, it does not mean that the previous system was error-free. So, but the difference here is that the previous system was normal. Any normal systems can make mistakes. So when, for example, we tell that the number of dams, for example, one of the reasons that right now we are a water bankrupt nation is the number of dams that created after the revolution. The number of major dams that created after the revolution is around 150. Before the revolution, it was 20. Some of the dams that were created after the revolution, their planning goes to before the revolution. But there's a big but here. The but here is that the role model of the Iran was the Western United States. The knowledge, or the, let's say, the base knowledge of water resources management in that era was based on structural solutions. The United States changed that structural solutions in the 80s. Once we wanted to change that path, Islamic Revolution happened. So we need to emphasize those differences just to make sure that we are aware of the current system in comparison to the previous system. And if we want to go beyond that, we can give some examples. I can give you a very, very bold example. So recently, I know some of you may have heard that a few weeks ago, the water transfer pipes that were coming from Isfahan to Yazd were broken by the farmers in Isfahan. The reason was that, yeah, they wanted their water rights not to go to Yazd for drinking water purposes and also for industrial purposes to Yazd. How we came here? Let's go back to 1981. In 1981, the Fulad Mubarak Steel Company was transferred from Bandar Abbas to Isfahan. The Fulad Mubarak Company was supposed to develop in Bandar Abbas before the revolution. First, because Fulad Mubarak Steel Company is a water-intensive company, and then second, because we can't desalinate water when we are near the Persian Gulf. Following that, in the 80s and 90s, there were massive water transfers from Char Mahal Bakhtiyari to Isfahan, from Char Mahal Bakhtiyari to Yazd. Initially just for drinking water purposes, but then for agricultural purposes. Then for creating more industrial purposes in the water-scarce land of Isfahan and Yazd. So what happened after that? The expectation raised. There were some kind of illusion of free water or cheap water in Isfahan, in Yazd, for farmers and for industrial activities. Can we blame those farmers? Absolutely no. Can we even blame those industrial activities? Absolutely no. That was the only result of bad policies, bad governance policies, which was rooted in satisfying the short-term goals of farmers in those areas, or the short-term goals of some water mafias, I can say, in those areas. This has been just one of the very small portion example of what happened to our country during the last 46 years.
And sorry, I wanted to add a point just to the great point that you brought up about dam building. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Islamic Republic has constructed like around 150 dams over the last 4 decades, right?
Major dams, not the smaller ones.
Yeah,
we can just.
And then before that, we had around like 20, right?
20, right.
So we have gone through like dam building frenzy over the last 4 decades. And if we look at the results, like were those dams really studied and needed? The answer is mostly no. So there are no real environmental assessments for constructing these dams. And the main reasons behind going with these massive projects would be, first, they look like development to the public, and then they are providing massive sources of profit and corruption for the contractors, which are basically and mainly tied to IRGC or its construction arm, Khatam al-Anbiya. So we are not dealing only with mismanagement, we are dealing with a regime that promotes destruction even when it benefits them. Yeah, so.
Just to follow up your point. So we have expression in Persian that we say that Sutun ba sutun farajast. I'm not sure how we can translate that in English. It would be a ridiculous translation. From one beam to another beam, there's always an opportunity. So we have seen the translation of this expression in real policy in Iran, in economy in Iran, in cultural issues in Iran, and also in water resources management in Iran. For example, let's satisfy I'm just saying from the government standpoint. Let's satisfy, for example, the farmers this summer. Let's see the next summer what would happen. We don't care at this point. Let's satisfy, for example, drinking water issues this summer. Next summer, who is alive, who is dead, for example. But these are some institutional problems. These are not some management problems that we can, for example, deal with changing some managers with another manager. Change with, for example, changing the structure of just one ministry to another ministry. These are some policy making at a higher level that we need to tackle those.
You both defined the problem. Some maybe, I know it's a very vast topic to discuss, just the headlines of the, what is the main problem in Iran. But let's for the rest of the panel, let's focus on future. Let's imagine a future where Iran transitions to a free and democratic system that is based on science, based on transparency. Crown Prince mentioned that transparency is something is really very important in our country, and participation of its citizens, another aspect. In such future, after so many years of the environmental damage, do you believe Iran can rebuild its environment and water resources?
I think we were not here if we didn't believe that. So we are here because we believe in our future and because we care about the future. So there have been, on the governance level, governance water level, there have been several structural issues. First, self-sufficiency, definitely some ideological policies of self-sufficiency that we just discussed. And then no engagement of stakeholders in decision-making, no engagement of people in decision-making. If there was a water transfer, for example, from Charm al-Bakhtiyari to Isfahan, they didn't ask the people of Charm al-Bakhtiyari if you are comfortable with that. if there was another transfer from Zayanderud to Yazd, they didn't ask the people of Zayanderud or the Zayanderud basin living in those areas to ask their thought about the industrial activities that they are transferring water from Isfahan to Yazd for that purposes. They didn't ask those questions because we do not have those fundamental structures to be able to ask those questions. And then we have another fundamental issue, conflicts of interest among our agencies. So we have Ministry of Energy. Ministry of Energy is the sole responsible for controlling and for selling water resources. The interesting point here is that the ministry that can handle the entire aspects of water resources does not take any responsibility or accountability for recovery of water resources or reclamation of water resources. Who is responsible for that? Department of Environment. So Department of Environment is accountable, but is not responsible. And Minister of Energy is responsible, but is not accountable. So this right now, and we cannot right now blame, for example, the Minister of Energy for the Department of Environment because we have some fundamental structural issues. After the collapse of the regime, I'm not saying that, for example, 6 months after the collapse of the regime or 1 year after the collapse of the regime, water issues are not like water policies. We cannot change those overnight, or we cannot recover our water resources overnight. But we need to tackle this institutional problem that we have in terms of our organizations, in terms of our ministries.
So in just very short term, what actions needs to be done? Of course, I know that we all of us know that infrastructure development and these kinds of projects needs maybe a few years to with correct oversight and investment to be developed and happen. But in short term, what we can do in short term immediately after the collapse of the regime?
So, great point. In short term, as I mentioned, there is no overnight solution. But we need to do two things, first of all. First, we need to build trust between our politicians and the people to ensure that the people are aware of a path forward. And why? Why we need to build this trust? Because of several reasons, including we need to make sure that we can establish a secure Iran. Why establishing secure Iran? Why we care about the secure Iran for water resources? Because of so many problems that we have. We are going to have some kind of legacy problems from the previous regime, I mean the Islamic republics. Just imagine that after, for example, 6 months after the collapse of the regime, we are going to have a less secure Iran even compared to today. You saw just a few weeks ago that the farmers of Isfahan broke the water transfer pipes from Isfahan to Yazd. We have so many conflicts, similar conflicts, for example, in Khuzestan. We have similar conflicts right now in Urmia Lake. We have similar problems, similar conflicts, even in the northern part of Iran, where we think that, for example, we think that there's no problem over there, but there are water resource problem over there. We have so many conflicts. So just imagine that in a situation that we have insecurity, what would happen to our water resources, structural problems? One broken pipe can be converted to 100 broken pipes after collapse of the regime if there is no trust between the politicians and the people. People should be able to trust the politicians in the transitional government.
On another topic, Dr. Gholi, I know that also you mentioned about collaboration with other countries and how the nature of this regime doesn't let the collaboration to happen. And so, considering this, I want to add also this in the past. Iran used to work closely with other countries. Eyal in previous security panel mentioned that there was lots of the collaboration between Israel and Iran. And with Iran and other countries, and regarding to issues like water management and other environmental fields. And we know that today countries like Israel and United States are they made incredible advancements in water reuse, precision agriculture, and also integrated water management systems. If Iran opens up again to the international community, what opportunities do you see for collaboration and technology transfer to Iran, and how these type of and kind of the partnerships can lead Iran to a prosperous country and modern country?
Sure, yeah, I believe that Iran could tremendously benefit from international cooperation in terms of addressing its environmental issues. And as you mentioned, like before 1979, we had a strong cooperation and relationships with countries that were pioneers in water management and like water treatment, water reuse, like Israel and the United States. And as Eyal also mentioned in the previous section, like there were too many Israeli engineers and technicians helping us. For example, in Ghassemin, we had like a school teaching Hebrew for the kids of and families of the Israeli engineers and technicians, helping us with the water problem there after an earthquake that happened there.
This was before the revolution, 1999.
Sure, yeah, of course, yeah. So, yeah, but after the revolution, the regime's ideology of self-reliance and like the fear of foreign influence and their like core ideological beliefs of opposing, the countries that are very advanced in water management and like technologies in water reuse. For example, Israel is recycling almost 90% of its wastewater for the use in agriculture, has developed advanced technologies for irrigation, smart irrigation, along with an integrated water management system. Or United States has a very advanced and strong water governance systems and advanced aquifer management, stormwater capture, and climate resilience planning. So sure, yeah, we don't need to reinvent the wheel for like similar situations, similar problems, with the similarities between the regions. Same, environmental challenges happen for the same regions, for similar regions, and we can definitely use the experience, the knowledge transfer, and technology transfer of these advanced countries. Also, to add to that, Iran, I believe, is a very rich country, not only in terms of natural resources, but in terms of human talents. Human talent, engineer expertise, and historical knowledge of sustainable living. And we can once again contribute to the world community of science and global water innovation.
Dr. Ketabchi, would you like to add anything to this topic?
So in terms of the international cooperation, first of all, we need to ensure a very, very specific point. A comparison between the current system and the future system. The current system in international relations prioritizes ideological interest over national interest, or either for international cooperations or either for transboundary water resources. By transboundary water resources, I mean, for example, the Hamun Lake, or even the Caspian Sea, or the problems of the dust storms that we have right now in Khuzestan, all throughout the years. In the future, the point here is that water sector cannot be seen just as one sector with respect to technical issues or technical aspects. It's interrelated with other sectors in Iran, with foreign policy, with economy, with our identity, even with our identity, and with other sectors. As long as we cannot solve other sectors after the collapse of the regime, the water sectors or even the technical solutions for the water sector cannot be solved easily or addressed easily.
I think I've been told that our time's up. So thank you very much. It was an honor being with you. I appreciate it.
Thank you all very much. We have two final panels for the day, energy and technology. We'll also feature a surprise address from the CEO of one of America's best-known companies that you won't want to miss. We now welcome you to our final break of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. With Iran's largest exported product being petrochemicals, our next panel, Energy, focuses on rebuilding Iran's energy sector to align with modern global demand. This examines strategies to modernize critical energy infrastructure, diversify energy sources, and attract international investment to revitalize a state-dominated sector which will be at the forefront of a liberated Iran's economic agenda. Please join us in welcoming global energy consultant Ramin Lakhani, Assistant Director for Technology Commercialization at USC Stevens Center, Hossein Pourman, and CEO and founding principal of ADM Associates, Tari Ali Reza, as our speakers. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Aidan Panahi, an Assistant Researcher Professor in Chemical Engineering Department at Worcester Polytechnic University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Iran holds nearly 17% of the world's natural gas reserves. It should be an energy superpower, and yet millions of Iranians today face gas shortages in winter and electricity blackouts in summer. Home goes cold, industries stall. The promise of Iran's energy wealth has been wasted. Despite producing over 800 million cubic meter of natural gas every day, production has stagnated since 2012. Decades of mismanagement, corruption, and international isolation left Iran unable to attract the investment and technology it needs. Meanwhile, roughly 40% of the electricity and gas meant for Iranian is lost, not to sabotage or war, but to outdated infrastructure and inefficiency. For over 25 years, the regime has obsessed over nuclear installations like Natanz and Fordow. Billions have been poured into these sites, and yet the Bushehr reactor, Iran's only operating nuclear plant, supplies less than 2% of the electricity for the nation. Imagine if just a fraction of those resources had been directed toward modernizing our oil and gas systems, expanding the electricity grid, developing renewables. Iran could have been a global energy hub. Instead, the people were left behind. So what happens the day after the regime falls? We will face a sector in crisis, decayed infrastructure, unclear contracts, energy poverty, and institutional chaos. Yet, energy will also be our strongest lever to stabilize the economy, regain public trust, and reintroduce Iran to the world. That's what today's conversation is about. We'll explore the urgent actions required for the transition period, the deeper reforms needed to unlock investment, and the long-term strategy that can restore Iran's energy leadership. With that in mind, let's dive into the first round of the questions for the panel. So I'm going to start with Ramin. So based on the discussion happened this morning in the panel, one of the most important things for the budget is going to be how much oil and gas we can export. However, we know that the most important challenge is going to be the production. So what do you think the main challenges are going to be for the oil and gas production for the early transition period?
Sure. Thanks, Aydin. I think, as you quite rightly say, oil exports, but also gas exports, right, should be a priority for Iran. But that's a subset of production. So I think, sort of our focus when we take charge would be, sort of maintaining production. And what we need to understand is that Iran's export facilities are oversized for compared to what they export today. At one time they could have exported maybe 2-3 million barrels per day, and so a lot more gas. So I think the focus should be on overall production, as you say, and export I think will happen automatically. But in terms of the short term, I know there was some sort of news everywhere about the sort of mayhem, crisis, anxiety about what's going to happen after a change. I don't subscribe to that. For me, I have confidence in the oil and gas experts in Iran, and my experience of actually working in Iran, people who are at the coalface, technocrats, they're not ideologically driven. They will be ready if they obviously buy into the message and everything else. They're not ideologically driven. They will be able to help. And I'm not belittling the challenge of sort of transition and change, but I just don't have that sort of concern. And I just want to make sure that people understand that the transition can happen. Nonetheless, I think in the short term there should be some changes made. Of course, sort of some obvious ones, and they don't cost much, but they're change of policy. For example, stop selling oil and oil products and petrochemicals at a discount to China, and make sure all of that money is channeled through the NIOC, something that's been done for decades, but obviously it's now being mismanaged. Or I would say, focus on the human capital. And I realized that, we're talking about the first 6 months, but, stop the brain drain and make sure the diaspora comes back, hands on the pump, as Shahzad said, sort of, and bring that human capital back. But some immediate things can be done. For example, technology. Let's not forget, so Iran was benefiting from large input of world's best technology in oil, gas, petrochemicals, etc., but they're missing. And they can come back fairly quickly. You open the door and you provide that environment. You can, I'm sure, negotiate a relief on the sanctions and then start selling oil and oil products more freely. So there are some short-term measures you can do to bring technology, to bring the diaspora, stop the brain drain that's happening right now. But I would also add, and I know someone this morning maybe commented that, look, do we really need FDI? Hell yes. I mean, the oil and gas industry in Iran is dying for foreign direct investment. Everyone you talk to in the oil industry will tell you that we need that direct investment, because that direct investment comes coupled with technology, with management, with all the skills that they need. But just open the door from the first start saying, look, Iran is open for business, Iran is open for direct investment, for attracting technology. And I think those things, coupled with relying on the technocrats who've worked very hard, even during the Iran-Iraq war, those guys continued to make production. So I've got very much confidence in that they can do that.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Tarijan. So when people talk about energy, they mostly refer, because Iran is located in Middle East, they talk about oil and gas. But we know that electricity and the grid also is part of the national security. So my question for you is, what's the most urgent technical actions needed for the electricity grid for the first basically 6 months of transition?
Thank you. Good question. Electricity has an entirely different approach than anything else that we have. We have solutions because we have the resources to provide the amount of energy that we need in Iran, plus that we can generate enough electricity that we can even export. Just looking at the present situation, we have about roughly 400 power plants in Iran. The total capacity comes out to about 85,000 megawatt or 85 gigawatts. Presently, all of these facilities produce about 65 gigawatts. So we are short. Why we are short? Number one, some of the facilities are getting too old. They have not been repaired when they need it. So therefore, their efficiency and productivity has gone down. That's one thing. Some of the facilities, because they were oil burning, but their system wants to sell the oil, and the shortage comes to really shutting down some of these facilities. And also, we have some transactions between our neighboring countries selling or buying electricity from them. We should continue when there is a positive income, not income, but incoming power to us for a short period. But if you are selling power at this time, that's not when we should do it. Those are the initial things that we have to do. But the most important part of distribution of electricity is load leveling and proper allocation of electricity. Load leveling, which means if a power plant is producing constantly, we want the load, the demand, stay at the same level as the production is. But normally it doesn't happen because in the summer, because of the AC units, the air conditioning, the demand goes up. At night, some of their demand goes down. So if you start looking at prioritizing the really use of electricity in Iran for a short period, we have to look at emergency and urgency of use of electricity, for instance, for hospitals, for the police, for other things. Another thing is we have to look at the industrial facilities that they have a process going. If you start a process, it's a chemical, mechanical, or melting, or any type of process you have, you cannot interrupt that process. Because once it starts, the products go bad if you don't use it at the proper time. So we have to identify those kind of processes. And there are some that really have a big impact on our employment. So if the power is not provided to an industrial facility, not only the products are not produced, a lot of people will become unemployed for a certain part. And then there are uses that really do not have any immediate impact on productivity, employment, or urgency. Some of the data centers that they drag a lot on the whole power system, they have they have no impact, immediate impact. So some of those things should be curbed. So we have a lot of homework to do. The data are there. We can use the data to come up with the priorities to use during the first period, the 6 months period, to identify and allocate the electricity in a proper way.
Thank you, Tarijan. So my next question would be from Hussein. So given the facts that Ramin and Tari mentioned, creating an energy regulatory authority will be a major pillar for the reform of the Iran's oil and gas and even electricity industry. In your view, what would be the best way to build credibility and attract investors early on?
Great, thank you for that question. It's an important question, and I think it's first important to acknowledge that an energy regulatory authority, to be effective, would need to be independent from undue political influence by political parties, by governments that come and go, and truly independent by international standards. So when we look at democratic societies, particularly resource-rich countries, they have independent, truly independent, perfectly independent energy regulatory authority. And for a country like Iran, as much as we would like to have that overnight, it's not going to happen overnight. I think we have to be realistic. But I would like to offer 4 ways that we can hopefully accelerate the process and set the country on the right path and achieve credibility with investors. First, as was mentioned in many talks earlier today, it's important to have clear legal foundations, both for the short term, medium term, and the long term. Understanding that the legal foundations for the short term may be different than the ones in the medium term and the long term. And so I think we need to have that flexibility, that adaptability. But we also need to make sure that the transitional government, the provisional government, recognize that we will need to adhere to the contracts and the terms and conditions that have been negotiated, particularly for those people who are investing early on to address these shortages. The second way that we can accelerate the process, I think, is transparency. And I don't think we can overdo transparency. Transparency has been brought up so many times today already. And the energy sector in particular, I think, has been very opaque. People do not understand how these agreements take place or contracts take place. So I think being very transparent in the decision-making process, in the terms and conditions, and the length of these contracts and concessions is going to be very important in all phases of the transition. The third area, I think, is competency. I think, Ramin correctly pointed out, and it has also been my experience, that we have very much competent people inside the country, the technocrats who've done a fantastic job. But unfortunately, those very competent people have not been able to get into key decision-making positions. And so I think the country at the highest levels of the energy sector lacks competence, and we need to address competence through what I would call strategic staffing, of tapping into the vast talent inside the country, perhaps complemented with talent in the Iranian diaspora, particularly people who may want to go back and contribute and help build a prosperous Iran. Additionally, in building competency, it's important to engage international organizations. Here I'm specifically thinking of organizations such as the International Energy Agency, the IEA, the IFC, International Finance Corporation, and they bring in credibility, they bring in competence, technical expertise, and knowledge, which has been lacking for the last 46 years. And last but not least, I think it's important to achieve and celebrate as a nation early wins. Because of the shortages that have been pervasive, particularly in recent years, I think it's important for a transitional government to really put their foot on the pedal and really get some early wins and recognize those and celebrate those And that would, I think, send a very strong signal that Iran is open for business and we're serious.
Thank you so much. So now let me take a moment back and lay out the broader strategic vision, which we designed it around 3 interconnected phases. It's going to be briefly. I'm not going to, due to time limits, so I'm not going to go for the full outline. But for the phase 1, 0 to 6 months, the main task includes securing full operational control over oil fields, refineries, power plants, and the national grid, conducting emergency audits of all major revenues and contracts, freezing accounts linked to regime-linked entities, maintaining oil and gas experts to preserve critical income, keeping electricity flowing through emergency support, and engaging with international institutions to begin Iran's reintegration into the global energy system. And for phase 2, which takes about 2 years, the key actions include reorganizing the entire sector under an energy entity with one branch for oil and gas and another one for electricity and renewables. And also the Atomic Energy Agency will merge into the electricity branch, establishing an independent energy regulatory authority, dismantling corrupt networks tied to IRGC and other entities like Bunyad, starting transparent, phased privatization in safe downstream assets, and laying the groundwork for a wealth fund that ensures oil and gas revenue serves long-term national priorities. And for phase 3, which is going to be the long-term vision, the tasks include transition fully to market-based pricing across fuels and electricity, finalizing privatization of major state-owned enterprises, operationalizing the wealth fund to stabilize budget and invest in national priorities. Just to mention that the investing in renewable energy happens in this period. Building an innovation ecosystem through diaspora partnerships, public-private R&D, and technology hubs, and implementing modern environmental and legal standards aligned with the global norms. So Raminjad, now you heard the vision, the broader long-term vision. Looking ahead, what do you think are going to be the main challenges to implement oil and gas strategy?
Sure. So I mean, looking at the sort of medium to long term, I think before I talk about the strategy, I think I want to sort of highlight some of the things you said, Aydin-Can. I mean, I think it's important for the audience to realize what a huge gap there is between Iran's potential. We've got just over 1% of the world population, but if you combine Iran's oil and gas reserves, and I'm not looking at mines and other resources, only Iran's oil and gas reserves is the biggest in the world. So oil plus gas, we've got the biggest oil reserves in the world. That's our potential. But our reality right now, we're not playing any important role globally in the oil and gas. And, you know, we are where we are located also from a geopolitics point of view, we could be working as the energy corridor. So looking at that gap between the potential and where we are today, I think the strategy is just pull us up to where we truly belong to meet our potential. So that's really sort of the overall strategy. And I don't want to just talk about, sort of based on emotions. These are hard data. I mean, for my own analysis, I use Iran Open Data. I was talking to some of the guys here, where it's all fact-based. And if you look at every metrics comparing to our competitors, our peers in the region, refining capacity per capita, oil production per capita, electricity generation per capita. I mean, you mentioned how much money has been spent on nuclear. Okay, theoretically, actually 2%, but in reality, because of the inefficiencies, it's only 1% of our power production is from nuclear, and how much pain and suffering we've gone through. And we just need to look at UAE. Quietly, without any noise, without any sanctions. They've been building nuclear reactor after nuclear reactor, and they're going to probably get to like maybe 5 or 10% of the power production. So I think we need to sort of have these comparisons. And the strategy for me is fairly simple, fairly clear. First of all, I think it's a human capital. Everything for me starts with the human capital. We've talked about the diaspora coming back. We've talked about making the policies to stop the brain drain, but we need to start training them, bringing technology to these guys so they can do their work. So I think for me, it's certainly human capital. The other aspect that I think has been mentioned before earlier today, but not specifically, but as far as the energy sector is concerned, health, safety, and environment, I can assure you, I work with a lot of board of directors. Nobody's going to touch Iran as an investment opportunity unless we can get the environment sorted out, we can have proper environmental policies, health, safety, and these are ultra important. If you look at companies like Shell, why did they exit Nigeria? It's not because they're not making profit, it's because they don't want to have the reputational issues, and it goes the same with Iran. And once that's done, of course, once Hussein and his team sort out the framework for investment, foreign direct investment, foreign direct investment, Nufti stands for NU, foreign direct investment. So that's really where you need to bring in those investments that comes with technology and everything. And if you give them a framework, people will come because we have the resources, we have the people, we have the position and everything else. Now, everything else I think will follow. I think these are the key pillars that we need to sort of prepare as a sort of people who are in charge. I'm pretty confident that if you create that sort of environment, the rest will follow. And of course, then you can increase production way above, and you can export gas, etc. Now, finally, I want to just say I'm so glad we've used the word prosperity, because I'm really sick and tired of our countrymen being worried about power being cut and gas being cut. That is ridiculous. That is just disgraceful. It's unacceptable. We need to realize that 50 years ago, we invested in oil refining in South Korea. 50 years ago, who looked at South Korea? Nobody. And now that oil refining is owned by Saudis, and it's one of the biggest oil refineries in the world. We invested in the North Sea 50 years ago, and now the gas field that we invested in, now it's one of the most profitable gas fields in the North Sea, and Iran still holds 50% of that. So, these are the places, this is the position we were, and I'm so glad we've talked about prosperity. So we shouldn't talk about power cuts, gas cuts, etc. We should talk about prosperity and placing Iran where it belongs.
Thank you, Ramjan. So I'm going to ask Tarijan, what do you think? What's in terms of the long-term strategy for electricity and grid? What are the challenges? How can we basically make Iran prosperous?
I think, again, we are lucky here again. I'm glad that we're talking after the team that they were talking about water. I wouldn't have any solution for water unless desalination and demand reduction. But when it comes to electricity, let's go back to what I said. I said that we have about 400 power producing facilities. And the average, if you segment these two categories, the ones that what we normally call as a combined cycle, which means they're a combination of gas turbine and a steam turbine. And then the other ones that were just single cycle. If you look at the single cycle, they average efficiency is less than 25%. And nowadays, power plants, new power plants, their efficiency anywhere from 50 to 55%. So that's number one, is to start converting those single cycle plants to dual cycle, to combined cycle. Some of them we would be able to do, some we have to start from scratch. So number one, prepare a retrofitting plan for those that we can, in a short term, maybe within 2 or 3 years, we can repair. We can repair those such that we can bring at least 10 to 15 gigawatts additional power to the grid. And then at the same time, we should be really planning these high efficiency plants in Iran. And then there is a strategy that some of these power plants could take 3 years to 4 years, but we can phase them. Because the good thing about the power plants, you can build a part of it and produce electricity in a very short period. And then add the, you can start with the gas turbines, and then you can add the steam turbines to it. And then they work on a common motion, and they are under the same system, connected to the same generators and so forth. So there are solutions that we can, within 3 years, easily, we can catch up with that 20 gigawatt that we are shortage. But at the same time, I personally recommend we should go beyond that, and we should build additional power, because US and Europe has started electrification. And electrification is main reason is for environment. And if you're going to be environmentally conscious, and we're going to be looking at electrification, particularly AVs, if we want to do that, then we have to plan. Just to bring AV into the picture, if we get about 50% saturation or 40% saturation, we at least need another 40 gigawatt of electricity. So therefore, we do two things. We overbuild to the point that we can meet our demands inside, and we can sell power to our neighbors. Right now, we're getting 8 cents when we get it from Iraq. We can produce electricity at 2 or 3 cents. So the margins are fantastic. So any action that we take, that we have the added value, we can definitely benefit from it. And that is a big job. The second part of this thing is really that from the revenues that we can generate by selling or extra production of electricity, we can invest into renewable energy. We have vast, beside the gas and oil, we have been blessed by solar and wind. We can produce a lot of that at the same time. I don't know if I'm running out of time. Yes. So I stop at this point.
Just to add one point to your basically remarks, that when you said the additional electricity, I was thinking to add the microgrids, because it has a couple of advantages. One is going to diversify the energy sources. Second is going to be basically reduce the load from the civilian grids. And the third one is going to add, or it's going to help the entrepreneurship program in Iran in the future, and it's going to bring a lot of R&D startups out there with the new technologies to be able to go with the microgrids. But with having said that,
if I may just add something, it was an excellent part, because you finished what I was going to say. It was great. And just the fact that entrepreneurs can start, because this decentralization of power, reducing the transmission lines and other things, because they are isolated, they can be really privatized and then really give it to different companies to build. And that also shrinks the responsibility of central government to manage each one of these projects.
Very good. So now, Hossein-Jan, you seems that you are gonna outline all of the legal frameworks. So how are you gonna leverage diaspora to get involved And then how are you gonna start involving with the international agencies?
Sure. So for the last 46 years, Iranian, our fellow countrymen inside the country, have been denied from being able to participate in international conferences and gatherings around various topics around the energy sector. And so I think we need to develop a plan to have systematic knowledge transfer inside the country. Some of that knowledge transfer will come from the diaspora. We have Iranians working in various verticals of the energy sector globally, and so we need to be able to tap into those and help build capacity in the country. A few ideas here. One is that we can formalize a diaspora engagement program, and some ideas here include having energy advisory councils for oil, for gas, petrochemicals, solar, wind, etc. Having a technical fellowship program whereby the government would support and provide funding for experts, diaspora, to visit the country and take for a sabbatical and maybe spend a few months inside the country to help transfer knowledge into the country. We can do all these, by the way, with using digital technologies as well. So obviously we can do, in person and virtual. And then speaking of international organizations, I'd mentioned in my previous remarks the International Energy Agency and the International Finance Corporation. And there we have a lot of diaspora that are involved, and so we can actually leverage those to get involved and bring in their expertise. Third, universities in Iran and universities in the US and Europe can collaborate. We have many Iranian experts and universities on the West, and many of them are working in different fields or areas of the energy sector and are leading innovations. They're leading centers of excellence. And we can actually engage those universities in the US and Europe with our universities, leading universities in Iran, to establish collaborations to achieve better results. And lastly, and this may be also a topic that leads to the next panel, is what I call building an innovation and innovation ecosystem and hubs for innovation focused on energy. And here, I think if we have venture capital firms, some from the Iranian diaspora or even Iranians inside the country that can provide seed funding and capital for energy-related innovations that can turn into startups and help lead the energy revolution in Iran.
All right, thank you so much. So they point that I have to cut it down. So just for 10 seconds, I have to say that this is the initial framework of the energy, and basically energy chapter is on progress, and we are gonna present it in the near future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you all very much. We are now going to take a 60-second technical break. Please stay in your seats. Yeah.
I thought clicking the button was there we go, we're good. Start. Okay. Hi there, John. Okay, so we're connected back again. Okay. بس همه چی بسته. همه چی بسته. Here we go. Okay. Is this good? Yeah, is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to our final panel on technology, we're joined by venture capitalist and leading super angel investor in Silicon Valley, Sharif-Emami, joined by a special guest.
Thank you. My brothers and sisters, I am really honored to be here today and also to have our surprise guest, my dear friend and Iranian brother, Dara Khosrowshahi, on Zoom Live with us. I'm going to open up with one story about Dara and I that involves my beloved mother, who passed away in December. I fought really hard for Dara to be the overwhelming only choice to be our leader at Uber. And I didn't know at the time until my mother heard me say his name. She said, "Oh, you know that your grandfather, Kazem Korderi, was best friends with Dara's grandfather. They were in college together, and my grandfather was a math genius and became the CFO of Dara's grandfather's company, Dara Pakhsh, which was a big pharmaceutical distribution giant in Iran during the Shah's era. And we had no idea that there was that connection, and that now their grandsons were coming together to build one of the great technology companies in the world. It's now almost a $200 billion enterprise, thanks to Dara's incredible leadership. So Dara, thank you for joining us.
Great to be here. You know, they say, my American friends tell me that all Iranians are cousins, and I guess in that case, you and I literally are.
Absolutely. The Tabrizi cousins are here. I'm just going to kick off, Dara, if you don't mind, with a few comments that'll set the stage for our conversation. Today, we gather not only as Iranians, but as the inheritors of a civilization that once stood at the very frontier of human advancement. We are all the children of Cyrus the Great, pioneers of tolerance, science, and sovereignty and spirituality. And soon we will be the architects of a new renaissance, not just in Iran, but in the world, at the dawn of AGI, of superintelligence and the revolution that's happening right now. After nearly half a century of oppression, a new light is piercing the veil of darkness. That light is freedom. But freedom alone is only the beginning. What comes next must be nothing short of economic resurrection, an era that I call Iranian dynamism. Iranian dynamism is our generational mission to vault Iran into the future, where it is not only free, but flourishing, where we don't just rebuild what was lost, but we reimagine what is possible. We will leapfrog the stagnation of the past and invest in our own sovereign technology stack. This means building core infrastructure in AI, quantum computing, secure communications, biotech, space technologies, and defense tech. We will launch national AI and quantum foundries, next-generation industrial and computational hubs that define our strategic advantage for decades to come. Iran will not be a follower in the tech race. It will be a forerunner. To fund this future, we will create a sovereign wealth fund on par with the world's greatest sovereign wealth funds, Norway's sovereign wealth fund, PIF of Saudi Arabia, led by our dear friend Yasser, who was on the board of Uber for a long time. QIA, the Qatar Investment Authority, which I brought into Uber in 2014, which was the beginning of the Middle East sovereign funds coming into Silicon Valley, Mubadala of the UAE, and Temasek. Our fund will be transparent, professionally managed, intergenerational, taking the wealth of our natural resources and converting them into long-term prosperity for every Iranian. It will invest in technology, infrastructure, education, and global partnerships, fueling our economic dynamism at home and abroad. Years of corruption and neglect have broken our cities and systems, but that brokenness is our blank canvas. We will rebuild our infrastructure as a symbol of our rebirth, smart cities powered by clean energy, new transportation networks, hyperloops, world-class hospitals, water security, and rural connectivity. A new Iranian Reconstruction Authority could ensure this effort is efficient, ethical, and auditable by every citizen. Within the first year of our freedom, we can host the Iranian Economic Summit, a historic global gathering in Tehran. As a thought experiment, I imagine this, that if we invited the top global Fortune 500 CEOs like Dara to come to Tehran, like Elon Musk to come to Tehran, every major institutional investor and the world's leading emerging technology startups to come and build with us. Iran will open its arms to entrepreneurs, engineers, dreamers, and builders from around the world. This will be our Davos rebirth. The new Silicon Valley will rise in Iran. We'll invite the world's greatest academic institutions to Iran, not as guests, but as partners. Stanford, Caltech, MIT, Berkeley, Oxford. We welcome you to come build research institutes, campuses, and joint R&D ventures in Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and beyond. Let our ancient soil become the most advanced educational hub in the Middle East. Let every Iranian child have access to the best education in the world that they have deserved for the last 46 years. Our final pillar in this is we must incubate the future from within. A national venture studio will empower a generation of Iranian founders to build companies that solve the world's biggest problems in health, finance, governance, and climate. We will back thousands of startups in AI, longevity, privacy, crypto, and space, designed in Iran, funded by Iran, and exported to the world. My friends, the Islamic Republic tried to bury us, but we were seeds, impenetrable seeds. What comes next is the blooming of the Iranian spirit, bold, beautiful, and unstoppable. The road ahead is not easy, but it is ours, and in that lies our power. Let the world say this, that Iran, once silenced by fear, murder, and rape, rose up in hope and became a beacon to all nations who dream of liberty. We will no longer fund terrorism, we will fund hope. This is our mission, this is Iranian dynamism, and begins now. Thank you. There's no one I wouldn't want to share a stage with more than Dara. As I've gotten to work with him, I have realized what an incredible human he is, what an amazing leader he is, and what a blessing it would be in a free Iran to have someone of Dara's capabilities and talents to come back to Iran and build not just the Uber of Iran, but build the entire backbone of our economic revival. So, Dara, with that, I'll pass it on to you to hear a little bit and have your welcome to this amazing crowd here today.
Well, it's hard to follow that introduction, Shervin, but really what I would say is, you know, I think the Iranian culture you talked about and the history that we have is one that for most of our existence has been shared with the world. You know, we're at the intersection of East and West, and our culture includes both. But I think also the energy, kind of the Iranian peoples are incredibly entrepreneurial, incredibly open to other cultures as well. Yes. And if you combine that spirit of entrepreneurialism with the treasure that we have in terms of education, you know, I don't know about your father, but my father kind of told me, Dara, you can do anything you want, you can study anything you want, as long as you'll be either an engineer or a doctor in your life, you know, and the love of education and technical education, I think, is something that runs deep in our culture, that despite kind of the years of our society being closed, I think continues. And I really think exactly like you said, Shervin, which is, you know, if and when Iran opens up to the world, to the West, to the technical capabilities that we have here, it'll just be an extraordinarily release of the energy and the entrepreneurialism of the Iranian population. And frankly, it's something that myself and my family, it's something that we've always dreamed of. You know, we've been incredibly lucky to have had the good fortune of coming to the US because my uncle happened to live there. But Iran is always going to be our home. And there are thousands and thousands of, you know, Iranian American entrepreneurs like myself and you out there. And it's a force to be reckoned with. And when Iran opens up, I'm really looking forward to putting that good force to work, so to speak. I think it'll be absolutely extraordinary.
It would be absolutely extraordinary. I agree, and well said, Darajan. A calculation I did of some of the value creation that's happened in Silicon Valley alone, just with you and some of our friends and some of your cousins like Hadi and Ali Partovi, who have been early investors in Facebook and Uber with me, and many Dropbox and so on. You have quite a talented family, Dara. And you add in Omid Kordestani, who helped build Google from the early days of less than 5-6 people. You add in so many others. Many people don't know that the Oracle co-founder of Ellison was also Iranian. He tragically passed away from cancer too young. But he unleashed an amazing idea that changed the world. So the numbers add up into the trillions of dollars of companies that were created by a very small population of Iranian Americans in a small little town in Silicon Valley. And imagine the 88 million other brothers and sisters who have as much talent as any one of us, if not more, being unleashed on not just Iran and the world. Would you, in a free Iran, how could you imagine what you would do with Uber inside of Iran? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sorry, Shervin, I had a hard time hearing the question.
I was asking if in a free Iran, let's say in that thought experiment of the first 100 days, I like to be on time, sorry. In the first 100 days, what would you do with Uber in Iran?
Oh, God. First of all, I would love to launch Uber in Iran. It's a pretty incredible
amazing.
market. There are some Iranian Ubers out there. But I think, if you look at the population of Iran, you look at the potential GDP, the GDP of the country at this point, based on its reality, is not nearly where it can be. But as a marketplace, I think Uber and pretty much every single other major technology company and services company and brand company would look at Iran as a very, very significant new market to come into. And so I think that we would absolutely come into Iran and invest aggressively in the local marketplace as well. But I think that the second stage, that's going to happen in the first 100 days. The second stage is really going to be supporting and building out the entrepreneurial kind of energy that is a part of our culture, yes, that is in Iran, that doesn't have the opportunity at this point to blossom. But again, when you combine the entrepreneurialism, the capital that I absolutely believe is going to be available for investment in the country, and then the education system and the technical capabilities that you see with a lot of younger Iranians, I think absolutely the sky's the limit. I'm very much looking forward to that 100 days, Shervin.
Me too. We'll all hope and pray it comes very soon. Well, I know you have to go. You took time out of a major all-day meeting that you're having with your technology team. So we really appreciate your time, Darajan. That means the world to us.
Thank you. Looking forward to the next time being in person. Take care.
Take care. Bye. Well, thank you, everyone. This was wonderful, and we'll pass it on to the next crew. So, thanks.
Thank you to Shervin and Dara. IPP's Amir Sharif-Emami will host and moderate the final panel on technology, joined by UK-based entrepreneur and angel investor Ariane Ali-Khani and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Digital Strategy, Len Khodorkovsky. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone, and had a very tough act to follow in the graveyard shift. Very excited to be here and kind of getting towards the end. We have a great panel on technology, both what can be done today and prior to the change in government, as well as what will happen once we get the change in government and build out the ecosystem alluded to. So If we could start with maybe discussing some of the elements of what should be done now, are being done now, and what can help the people in Iran prepare for the change to come. Hand it off to Lynn.
Well, it's an honor to be here with all of you, Your Highness. Your Highness, thank you for being here with us. We've talked about a lot of these issues over a number of years, and there's good news, and I think there's worrisome news. I'll start with the good news. The good news is Iran is well positioned to participate in the future technologically driven economy. As you just heard by the conversation here, there's a lot of human and natural resources that Iran possesses that could be activated fairly quickly with the right preparation to be able to plug into the evolving ecosystem driven by technology. Now, part of that is also recognizing that if you're going to invest in an uncertain environment, what are you going to invest in? From the perspective of technology, I think the reality is that at the intersection of politics and military and diplomacy and all of these other issues that need to be resolved is technology. How you deploy, how you innovate technology of tomorrow is going to determine of what kind of a country you're going to engineer, literally. Is it going to be a place that creates opportunities for the population? Is it going to be interoperable with the rest of the world? Who are you trying to attract to invest in the country? All of that, all of these decisions have to be thought of and could be decided before the day after. Now's a good time to deliberate on these issues. And the good news, as I said, is that Iran, we discussed this earlier, Iran produces over 300,000 STEM graduates every year. 250,000 or so are engineers. Now, quick math is that that's among the leading countries in the world today. With a little help and a little, freedom, I think that number could even go up and be very attractive, not just for the domestic economy, but to attract investments from other countries in the free world and other investors who are always looking for opportunities. Now, what are they going to invest in? I think, the calculus has to be, what are the critical sectors that are going to drive the economy of tomorrow, especially when it comes to technology? We know that AI and quantum need a lot of power. They need electricity. We know Iran has a nuclear program, that's for sure. So that program should, at the very least, be reconfigured towards civilian use. And I think it could be really, really quickly. And the good news is that once you do that fairly quickly, within a couple of years, I think, maybe even faster, with the right investment and the right exploration of natural resources, you can attract big companies like Google and Microsoft and others to build data centers, to start R&D, to build ecosystems that bridge its interests to the region and beyond. I think the part of the conversation today was about Iran's geographic location, and it's extremely strategic, extremely. Certainly between East and West, but also a lot of transit goes through the area, as everybody knows here. It's commercially plugged in. It presents a lot of opportunities for all sorts of entrepreneurs and all sorts of commercial interests. So the bottom line, that's the good news. The good news is there's a lot to work with, and I think all of those components have to be strategically examined, and preparations need to be made in terms of what that future sovereign wealth fund is going to invest in. What are those key sectors? What are the industries? What can we offer other investors? And I think all of those things are doable. I will end on this note, at least for this question, which is, in order for any of this to succeed, you need confidence. Confidence, and Your Highness, you talk about confidence a lot. Confidence to believe. But it's also confidence from people inside Iran to believe that they can certainly rise above. But also confidence from the outside to believe that they can invest in Iran and that their investments are fairly secure, that they can trust the legal system, that they could trust that their intellectual property will be protected, that all of these things that we take for granted in the West or in the free world, and I shouldn't really say the West, because I think of Japan and Korea and Taiwan, I think those countries too, and they have the similar expectations. So I think it's not enough to have the raw materials to work with. I think the more confidence we could instill both in the population, the young generation, and the people that Iran needs to invest in the future Iran, the more likely the transition will be successful, and the more likely Iran will stand up on its own feet quicker than other examples of countries that were discussed. And I'll pause right there.
Well, thank you. That was a perfect jump to Aryan Jun's background, both in terms of having experienced the other options in his personal experience, and then if you want to also touch on just what it takes to build that ecosystem through your more recent experiences.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you, Amir. It's an honor to be here. I think that, Shervin and Dara, they touched on these points. Entrepreneurship it runs through our blood, and I think one of the things also that makes great entrepreneurs is also creativity. And Iranians are incredibly creative people. If you listen at the music that's coming out of Iran today, you see the movies that come out. There's a huge wealth of creative talent there. Insofar as technical talent, we've seen the success that Iranian entrepreneurs have had in tech in the US, in UK, and other parts of the world. Sadly, even though we've got incredible academic institutions in Iran today, they've been stifled by this isolation. And it actually amazes me how these companies like Digicala and Snap and Cafe Bazaar and many other companies, despite the incredible difficulties, have managed to build successful tech businesses within Iran, which gives me a lot of hope that if you open that up and connect them to the global system, especially with the wealth of experience, capital, knowledge that we have within the diaspora and beyond, I actually think that Iran can become an exporter of solutions, not just commodities, as we spoke before. And we can stop that brain drain once you connect the ecosystem. You look at successful ecosystems like Tel Aviv, like Bangalore. I mean, even London. London has become the second tech hub in the world. And that was driven by programs like Tech Nation. One of my partners created that for the UK government. It led inbound investment to the UK going from 2 billion to over 15 billion a year. And that can be done very quickly in Iran and keep the brain drain. I mean, today, the minute any talented engineer or whatever can get a visa to go abroad, they go abroad. The startups struggle to keep people, in the companies, because the minute they can go away, they leave, and these other countries get the benefit of that. But I think it's about connecting ecosystems. Iran has already a great ecosystem, great academic institutions, Zarif, Sharif University, and as Shervin said, I think Iran can really leapfrog and become one of the leading global hubs in the world.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that in terms of Iranian entrepreneurs and innovators being interconnected with other neighbors and other countries. I've seen conversations recently between Ukrainian entrepreneurs and American investors, and that is not something that's to be taken for granted, because even though creativity is inherent in being limited and being suppressed, where you're forced to come up with interesting solutions, there's a big gap between coming up with an interesting idea and that idea being deployable in an advanced marketplace like the United States or Europe or anywhere else. And that is where I think investment can help to bring those companies along and give them the opportunity to mature their ideas. And I think a lot of people talk about industrial policy. Industrial policy is a two-edged sword here in the United States. But I think used strategically, where government stakes out some ground and some investment, strategic investment that is ideally positioned to incentivize private sector investment. I do think that there's an opportunity for industrial policy in the future democratic Iran to be able to take some of its budget and earmark it for the kinds of investments that are going to incentivize research and development, bringing key industries to the country, kickstarting the kinds of opportunities that perhaps are still nascent in the country. But I would caution not to take for granted that anything can happen overnight. I think it's going to take a commitment to invest in a long-term strategy that is thought through and that is going to engender patience among the investors, which is why I think diaspora has a huge role to play in that interim period, because Iranians who have an emotional connection to the fate of the country are much more likely to have more tolerance to risk when it comes to investing in a system that is nascent, still trying to get its feet, get its sea legs firm under it. So I do think that diaspora leadership, visionaries like Shervin, like Dara, and others have an incredibly important role to play in bridging that time between the Islamic Republic collapsing and a future democratic Iran emerging, because it's going to take, a strong stomach to see that period through, and certainly vision and commitment is going to be necessary.
Yeah, I think one of the areas that personally I've had an interesting experience over the past few years working on this is sort of getting into the weeds of the different subcategories of the diaspora, and what holds some people back is, I think, the point several people have alluded to, which is the identity and what kind of things needed to be developed over the last 45 years in order to, remain sane in the environment they were in. And now I think that it's kind of working through the scarring and coming and being, inspired by people and hearing and seeing specific visions. I think one of the examples that can be, Dr. Jahan-Parvar was one of our previous panels was kind of cautious to counterfactuals or hypotheticals about what Iran could have been had it achieved growth over certain periods of time. But since I'm not an economist, or I can speculate a little and say you could easily envision a Iranian Samsung if it had not been derailed even slightly. You wouldn't have to perform well, you wouldn't have to perform exceptionally, and it would just be at least one Samsung as an example of what could have been. Onto the sort of other side, what are some sort of successes and experiences that you think might lead to more Shervins and getting more people out of the diaspora and active and helping and getting the future kind of going, if you will?
Well, I think that people within the diaspora, many of the people that I speak to say that if Iran opens up, they would love to go there and invest and help and support. I mean, I think that you'll be amazed by the number of people who put their hand up and say, how can we help? How can we get involved? It's just waiting to happen, you know. And there's so much on the tech side. I think in every field, Iranians have been successful pretty much across the board, but especially in tech. And I think that there's just so much that the Iranian diaspora can help with. I know, I don't know many of them personally, but there are people like Saeed, Amidi, Plug and Play, Pair VC, and many other venture capitalists and technologists in Silicon Valley that would be, you know, very willing to support, I think, the Iranian tech ecosystem.
Well, I think the time for putting skin in the game is now, you know, not later. There's always going to be opportunities when the system has worked out all of its kinks. You know, you're going to have a lot of investors investing in that kind of an environment, where I think a lot of the folks in the diaspora, both of Iranian descent and others who see potential in Iran, I think the opportunity to paint the picture of what could be, of credible people making the pitch, and vouching for the stability, or at least some predictability, I think will make a big difference, and I think that process has to take place now. You're going to need to make sure people have jobs the day after. You're going to need to make sure that that the seeds of future ecosystems that we all talked about aren't 5 years down the road, that you can take those hundreds of thousands of engineers and put them to work immediately. You know, we should be able to go to the Googles and Microsofts and others and say, you know, not that we're asking you to put any money in right now, but just, you know, this is a potential down the road that you should be considering somewhere in the back of your mind. And we're going to keep you posted on how things are going, and here's who else is involved. And based on all of the circumstantial signals, I think plant the seeds of future investment, because even though a lot of these folks in the diaspora today say, of course they would come to Iran, you know, when it comes to putting skin in the game, you know, it's not going to be that easy. Now, again, the good news is Iran is not going to be the first country to undergo dramatic change. I was born in the Soviet Union, which was you know, a system that had a lot of engineers too, but very backward and disincentivized innovation. And a lot of smart people ended up leaving and you know, my family came to the United States, others went other places and are now contributing to other economies. But there are also plenty of examples of what foreign governments and foreign private sector interests can do to take advantage of opportunities. And, you know, eventually you had McDonald's coming to Russia. You know, that was, when I was a kid in Russia, that was not possible. You know, having KFC, you know, in Moscow was not something taken for granted. And I think that picture could be painted to investors today, that imagine, you know, I don't know if it's KFC in Tehran, but, you know, certainly I would focus on technology. But imagine saying, hey, Google, you know, you can have 25,000 engineers tomorrow, you know, and you can build a data center here, there, and everywhere else, and we can guarantee energy supply for the foreseeable future. You know, why not? You know, it's a lot cheaper than investing somewhere else. And you have interoperability with the region. So I think there's a lot of things that could be done and should be done now. And that is going to require asking people to take a leap of faith. People of goodwill have to take a leap of faith. It doesn't mean that you have to put money on, you know, invest money in the regime today, but you should commit to investing money into a thought-through plan of how the future Iran is going to not just benefit its own people, but benefit your investment. So I think all of those things are real world, they're hard, but they're possible, they've been done before, and there's a way to do them, and I think they all can be done.
I think that goes perfectly into one of the last areas I wanted to explore, which was sort of as we, build a plan and prepare, what are some things that can be done today in order to activate the population within and get them sort of started from here?
Well, going to a non-Iranian to figure this out, I think, look, I am right now, after doing some work on this issue at the State Department and now doing it at the Kroc Institute for Tech Diplomacy, we've given a lot of thought to how this is done, could be done effectively. Because technology knows no borders, and the Iranian people do have access to information, spotty, but still they do have access. Training the Iranian workforce for the jobs of tomorrow has to be part of the solution. That training could be done remotely. It could be done from the United States. It could be done from Europe or anywhere else. The strategic issue involved here is what is Iran as a nation best positioned to contribute to the future technologically driven economy? What are we good at? Are we, we know we could deliver hundreds of thousands of engineers. Great. Let's take advantage of that. We know we have natural resources. Good. Companies all over the world in the tech business are going to need that. We want to ensure our legal structure is functioning in a way that's compatible with the developed world. So that means we're going to need to give some thought to intellectual property and other legal protections to investors. Let's do that work now. And I think, given how much conversation about those things has taken place here in at the conference, I think, we're on the way there. But all of those things could be done remotely. They don't have to be done inside of Iran. They could be served up to Iranian students, to Iranian academics, to Iranian civil society, to the extent that people could be identified. So those things, technologically driven things, could be done from outside of Iran with collaboration of willing participants inside of Iran. And those things have to be built into the plan, into the transition plan, into the plan of, what is the economic plan, what is the economic security plan, and what are we going to pitch to the international community to be able to be recognized first and foremost, and then be fully integrated into the economies. And I think, people, in government say economic security is national security. I think the same is true here. The more that Iran of tomorrow can display that it can provide economic value, not just to its own people, but to its neighbors and the rest of the world, the faster and the more likely Iranian nation will be recognized, be respected, and be able to establish or reestablish its own sovereignty among other international partners. And to the extent that, training young people in technologies of tomorrow that could be done with, very modest investments, I think it's a no-brainer. Same with venture capitalists. I think it's just a question of, let's help us identify what you would invest money on. Here's what Iran has to offer. And then build a plan around it. So this sounds common sense, but, it takes follow-through to achieve it. And, I'll pause there. What do you think?
No, I think, one of the main issues that they have today is connectivity, If there's a way to, bring them Starlink or whatever so that the internet doesn't go down the whole time, I think that would help not only Iranian entrepreneurs, but I think it would help a lot of the the causes that we've been talking about all day today, progress them.
Just one thought on top of that. Just one thought. I think you will see Starlink, you know, there's a lot of conversation with Starlink during the protests and connectivity. That is under the conditions today, where the regime, you know, is working against the people. In a situation where the government of Iran is representative of the people and responsive to human rights and respects the rule of law, I think you're going to see, you're not going to have this very difficult, painful conversation with tech companies or any other companies on the benefits of coming to Iran. It's just a question of practicality at that point. But that's the good news, because reliable internet is going to be less of a problem in a democratic Iran, I suspect, because you're going to have a lot of people investing in it. And why should a government that is responsive to the needs of its people shut down the internet? You know, I don't know whether this was discussed, but, and maybe this is beyond the lane of this conversation, but there are a few things that are absolutely necessary for a successful transition. And the first thing, considering the last 46 years in Iran, is freedom of speech, freedom of expression, tolerance of opposing points of view. The future democratic government of Iran can prove that the country has turned the page on day one by allowing opposing views to be aired without fear of being jailed. Or disappeared, or even worse. Now that is going to send a very powerful signal, not just, well, first of all, to the people of Iran, who are going to be empowered to be creative, to say unpopular things or controversial things within, you know, we're talking about well-meaning people in good faith. But also is going to send the right signal to the free world, that this is not the Iran of the mullahs. This is the Iran that respects people, that that has the same values that we have. And we can do business with that. And that's kind of the road to success.
Well, I think that's a perfect place to stop. I think, thank you, everyone. And, oh, sorry. One.
Thank you. One quick question. And remember when we were in Tel Aviv a couple years ago, one of the issues that was on my mind was trying to address the water crisis in Iran and what we have to look forward. In what aspect does technology that is currently being applied, at least in Israel proper, but what kind of technology will assist our means of addressing the water crisis? We're working with our water experts, but I think one of the questions that will, of course, perhaps aid that would be the application of existing technologies and know-how, whether it's from agricultural to water management. Would you like to comment on that as well, please?
It would be my pleasure. And I was honored to accompany you in Israel a couple of years ago. And I think the answer is there are countries that do this very well right now. They have solved this issue, Israel being one of them, certainly United States. I think that if the right signals are sent to those that have that kind of technology quickly, even, you know, as quickly as possible, not even waiting for the day after, I think you will find tremendous investment immediately in both bringing the kind of technology that Iran is going to need, but also training Iranians on adopting those technologies and even inventing technologies that are more appropriate for the Iranian land than Israeli or American land. But the good news is it's not a matter of technology, because technology exists. And probably in the span of one season, you can go from the current situation to a situation where you don't even have to worry about this issue. Or not, you know, the people will see a dramatic difference. Of course, it'll also provide jobs. It'll also give farmers something to imagine that they could do that they haven't been able to do. So I think that could be done very quickly, and not just in farming, not just in agriculture, and not just water related. I think you will see a lot of experts have an interest in helping Iran get on its feet and reinvent itself. And I know Cyrus was mentioned here at least once. And I do believe that the future of Iran is rooted in the thousands of years of history inspired by Cyrus the Great and exemplified by all of the innovation that Iran has produced and Iranian people have produced before 1979 and will again as soon as they're given an opportunity to do so. And the second that that happens, you will have a flood of willing allies who come and help, and because they understand the potential that exists within the country, both practically speaking, but also strategically speaking. When I worked at the State Department, we all understood that if you want to reinvent the region, you have to solve what's going on in Iran. I think that goes beyond the region at this point. Iran could literally provide such an influx of knowledge, expertise, creativity, innovation, that it will affect much farther than just the Middle East. And I think that is what's so exciting about that untapped or largely untapped potential of 80 million people strategically located in a very important place in the world, that it's worth going through this painful period of trying to figure out how best to position the country, because the payoff is going to last hundreds, if not thousands of years. And I think that makes me optimistic. I'm happy to take other questions.
I would ask this question from Mr. Khosrowshahi, but he did not have time. And this question is for Mr. Shervin, if you have an answer, or any of you on the panel. I feel, sitting here, I feel like we're skipping a step. I feel like, yes, there are opportunities once that we get there. We all are working toward getting there, but we have to get there first. And what we heard is that people like Mr. Khosrowshahi, his friends, his family, his amazing and smart and skilled and wealthy friends need to ask themselves, in my opinion, what can I do now for my country before I can ask my country what my country can do for me? And no, I'm not Democrat or Republican. In fact, I'm independent, but what Kennedy said has stuck here for many, many years. So therefore, people who are sitting in that level, who, for one, I'm very proud of them as an Iranian, they need to ask themselves, what can I do for my country at this junction today to get the country to where we want it to get, so we can all benefit from that prosperity and from the potential? If any of you have an answer or a suggestion, I have never had access to that kind of people. Today was the first time, and I was hoping I could ask that question, and it came and went very quickly. So I would appreciate if any of you have any comments on that.
I think just to quickly, I might have some of Shervin's answers, which is Dara's cousins are actually working. They were mentioned. The Partovi brothers were have been for years working on code.org, which is one of the initiatives to teach everybody how to code. And I think in December they announced an effort to make it accessible in Iran in Farsi. So that's one tangible example that goes right with Lens. And I think, again, we need more young people and the ideas, and that's the challenge, is some of the ideas of the problems. One of the first panels we had, you have to first know the problem set that you're trying to solve for. And so getting those problems, obviously we have experts in different domains, and we're starting to aggregate those and map the solutions for them. But most of them are sort of take an existing technology or solution and apply it, and then getting to the more, in my view, sort of localized or unique problems for this, which in my view is the cultural, some of the elements touched upon in the healthcare, which is the getting people to put skin in the game, that to me is the largest challenge. And I think there's momentum and other things that contribute, and a lot of the things Len alluded to, which are showing the caliber of people involved and the effort, and it's starting to build momentum. And I think first speaker was Saeed, which is obviously one of the overhangs is the impending deal discussions, and I think I'll defer to Dr. Ghasseminejad as the expert and say I think we just keep going and work through, and I think there's good momentum built and we can go from here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think we're out of time. Thank you, everyone, for.
One last sincere thank you to all. Please welcome back IPP Project Manager Amir Sharif-Emami, followed by Nufti Vice President Kamran Khansarinia for closing remarks.
So I'll keep it extra brief. I know we have had a long day. Hopefully a lot has been shown. I think one of the depth of the work done thus far in different domains and technical aspects that, unless you have the domain expertise, might not even be something you can consume. I think it just shows to the international community and everyone involved what level of work has been put in by everyone involved. So that I think is one aspect. And then as far as going forward, if you recall, there's one slide which is just the overview of the project, and the industrial revitalization aspect in particular, we are preparing to, so we want the focus right now to be on, giving feedback on the existing papers from Group 1. So we welcome all different experts and people to take a look at those and submit the feedback. And shortly, we will be sort of engaging further on the subsequent parts. And in particular, we're excited to sort of make a different approach to how we do it. So for these papers, we selected the authors, then brought in the advisors and had a sort of filtering process. But we want to have a competition so that people can specifically submit concepts for projects, as we were just discussing here on, so great final question, in terms of what specific problems, and maybe in some town they're aware of some, I don't know how small or how large, but from water treatment facilities that need to be updated to bridges and everything. So trying to build a system on the larger side and kind of filter it up from there. So keep an eye out. We have a lot of exciting things coming in the pipeline. This is just the beginning, and thank you so much.
So you're all certainly very tired at the end of a long day, but thank you very much for being with us throughout the inaugural conference to unveil the first group of the Iran Prosperity Project. And I want to just reiterate 2 points that I mentioned at the beginning. The first is that this is just a beginning, as Amir was alluding to. We urge all those, right now when I last checked, 15,000 people watching this live on Twitter or X alone, and all those watching elsewhere, to submit their thoughts, to help us improve this project. By no means do we think we've written the book on exactly how to do this. We've gathered some incredibly smart people, but we think that you can help us make this project better. So we hope that you'll do so. We hope that you take that as a genuine offer to help us grow, expand, and improve, which it is. And the second is a sincere thanks on behalf of Nufti to all the authors, the first 4 authors of these fantastic 6 papers, the advisors, many of whom you heard speak throughout the day, for putting their time and effort into this, working on weekends, working until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And I can prove that because I have your emails from 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when you send edits or comments or recommendations. So thank you for the steps that you took. And of course, thank you once again to Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi for being really the instigator and inspiration for this idea, like so many more things. And you have inspired so many millions with your vision for the future of Iran, what it means for the region and the world, as Len was saying at the end. And I hope that on behalf of Nufti, we can do right by you by trying to enact the vision that you have so consistently laid out. And we view your support and your trust as really something quite sacred that we take seriously every day to do the best that we can to do you proud, because you've served so selflessly for nearly half a century. So this is our small commitment to all that you've done for the people of Iran. And without you, it wouldn't have been possible. And at the very end, یک عرض دیگر به همیهنانمون در داخل مملکت و یادآوری اینه که در هفته‌های آینده برنامه پروژه شکوفای ایران به زبان فارسی از طریق شبکه من و تو هم در خدمت شماها خواهند بود و امیدواریم که همه کسانی، متخصصان، کارآفرینان، سرمایه‌گذاران، همه کسانی که میخوان به ایران و ایرانی خدمت بکنن به ما ملحق شن، کمک بکنن که این پروژه بهتر و بهتر بشه. مجدداً از شاهزاده رضا پهلوی برای 40 خورده سال خدمت به مملکت و همیهنانشون و اینه که این راه رو ترک نکردن و همیشه این مشعل رو دستشون نگه داشتن که امید بخش میلیون ها میلیون ایرانی و مرسی که سنگر رو نگه داشتی. Thank you. Please join us, those of you in the room, for a cocktail reception. Those of you online, we're pouring one out for you. So please join us in a small reception now with His Royal Highness and to talk about the future stages of IPP. Thank you very much.